The Hamburg Sustainability Conference is starting now. Please welcome to the stage the first mayor of the free and Hanseatic city of Hamburg, Peter Tschentscher.
Sehr geehrter Herr Bundespräsident,
Federal President,
sehr geehrter Herr Direktor Steiner, Frau Ministerin
Director Steiner,
Radovan,
Minister Alabari Radovan, Citizen of Honor Otto,
sehr geehrte Damen und
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen.
Herzlich willkommen
A
zur
warm
Hamburger
welcome to the
Nachhaltigkeitskonferenz
Hamburg Sustainability
2026.
Conference 2026.
Erneut versammelt die Konferenz
Again,
Teilnehmer aus mehr
the
als 100
conference
Ländern,
gathers participants from more than
darunter
100
Regierungsvertreter,
countries,
Botschafter
amongst them
sowie weitere
representatives
Mitglieder des
of
diplomatischen und
government,
konsularischen Korps.
ambassadors, and other
Ich begrüße auch
representatives
die
of the
zahlreichen Vertreter
diplomatic
aus
and consular
Wirtschaft,
corps. I would
Wissenschaft,
also like to welcome
Zivilgesellschaft
the
und
representatives
internationalen
from international
Organisationen.
organizations, business,
Sehr geehrte Damen
civil
und Herren, in
society,
Hamburg leben
and
Menschen aus mehr
politics.
als
Ladies and
180
gentlemen, in
Nationen.
Hamburg we have people
Es ist
from
eine
more than
große Ehre für unsere
180
Stadt,
nations. It is a great
dass sich die
honor
internationale
for our
Gemeinschaft
city that the
erneut
international community
nun
yet
bereits zum dritten
again,
Mal
for the
hier
third
versammelt
time,
hat,
is gathering here
Strategien zu
in
erörtern
order
und
to
Projekte
discuss
für eine
strategies
nachhaltige
and projects for a
und bessere
sustainable
Zukunft
and
zu
better
erörtern.
future.
In den letzten Jahren
Over the
haben
past
globale
years,
Krisen,
global
Kriege und
crises,
Konflikte
wars,
die
and
Aufmerksamkeit
conflicts
vom
have
Klimawandel
pushed away
und dem
the
zunehmenden
attention
Druck
from
auf
climate
unsere
change and the
natürlichen
increasing
Ressourcen
pressure on
abgelenkt.
our natural resources.
In diesen disruptiven Zeiten
And in
bietet
these
die
disruptive
Agenda
times, the
2030 der Vereinten Nationen
2030 agenda
einen
of the
wichtigen
United
Orientierungs- und
Nations
Handlungsrahmen.
offers a very
Ihre
important
17
framework for
Ziele für
guidance. The
nachhaltige Entwicklung
17
beschreiben den
goals
Weg,
for sustainable
allen
development
8
describe
Milliarden
the
Menschen
path
weltweit
in order to
eine
ensure
gute Lebensqualität
a
und
good
eine
quality
sichere
of life to all
Zukunft zu
8 billion
ermöglichen,
people worldwide
mit
and a
Zugang
good
zu
future
Bildung,
with access to
Gesundheit,
education,
gesellschaftlicher
healthcare,
und politischer Teilhabe, Frieden,
economic and
Sicherheit
social
und
and
Wohlstand.
political participation,
Diese
security
Vision in die
and
Realität
prosperity.
umzusetzen,
This
ist eine
vision
große
and translating
Verantwortung
this
für die
into reality
internationale
is a
Gemeinschaft.
major responsibility for the international
Praktische
community.
globale Fortschritte lassen sich
Practical
nur durch
global
enge
research
Zusammenarbeit
and progress
und
can only be
gemeinsames Handeln
attained through
erzielen.
close cooperation and
Die
joint
Hamburger
action. The
Nachhaltigkeitskonferenz
Hamburg
bietet
Sustainability
ein
Conference
internationales Format für
provides
den
an
Austausch
international
von
format
Ideen
for
und
the exchange of
Erfahrungen,
ideas and
die
experiences,
Vorstellung neuer Konzepte
the
und Initiativen
presentation of new concepts
sowie
and
den
initiatives,
Aufbau
as well
multilateraler Allianzen und
the
Partnerschaften.
development of
Die
multilateral
diesjährige
alliances and
Konferenz
partnerships.
konzentriert sich
This
auf
year's
3
conference is
Schlüsselthemen.
focusing on 3
Erstens,
key themes.
resiliente
First,
Volkswirtschaften,
resilient economies,
Technologie und die
technology, and
Zukunft
the
unseres
future of
Planeten.
our planet.
Zweitens,
Second,
Risiko,
risk,
Unsicherheit und
uncertainty,
Konflikt.
and conflict.
Und drittens,
And third,
Sicherung der
ensuring the
Zukunft der
future
menschlichen
of human
Zusammenarbeit,
collaboration,
Multilateralismus
multilateralism,
und
and
Governance.
governance.
Sehr geehrte Damen und Herren,
Ladies and
heute
gentlemen,
lebt mehr als die
today
Hälfte
more
der
than half of the global population
Weltbevölkerung in Städten.
lives in
Städtische
cities.
Gebiete verbrauchen rund
Urban
80%
areas
der
account for
weltweiten
around
Energie,
80%
sind für
of the
70%
global
der
energy consumption
Treibhausgasemissionen
and
verantwortlich
are
und
accounting for
verursachen mehr
70% of
als
global
die Hälfte
greenhouse
des
gas
weltweiten
emissions and cause more
Abfallaufkommens.
than half of the global waste volume.
Gleichzeitig sind Städte
And at the
Motoren
same
des
time,
sozialen und
cities
technologischen
are
Fortschritts.
engines and
Sie
driving
vereinen wirtschaftliche
forces of
Stärke,
social and technological
wissenschaftliche
progress. They unite
Exzellenz
strength,
und Innovationskraft.
scientific excellence, and
Deshalb
innovative
tragen
strength
die
and
großen
power.
Metropolen
This is
der
why
Welt
the major
sowohl eine
metropolises
besondere
of this world
Verantwortung
bear a special
als auch eine
responsibility,
große
but
Chance,
also
die Entwicklung und
provide a major
Umsetzung von
opportunity
Lösungen
so
für eine
that we
nachhaltige
can
Zukunft
develop and
voranzubringen.
implement solutions for
Hamburg
a
ist
sustainable
entschlossen,
future.
seinen
Hamburg
Beitrag zu
is
leisten.
determined to
Bereits
also make its own
2017 hat sich
contribution.
unsere
In
Stadt zur
2017
konsequenten
already,
Umsetzung der Ziele
our
der
city
Vereinten Nationen
decided
für
to
nachhaltige Entwicklung
implement the
verpflichtet.
SDGs of
Große
the
Ballungsräume
United
in Ihren
Nations.
Ländern
Major
haben
conurbations
auch
in
diese
your
Chance,
countries also have the
partnerschaftlich mit
opportunity to
Regierungen,
work as
Wirtschaft, Wissenschaft
partners
und
with
Zivilgesellschaft
government,
zusammenzuarbeiten und dabei internationale
science,
Allianzen
business,
zu schmieden.
and civil society,
Die
and
Hamburger
to forge international
Nachhaltigkeitskonferenz bietet ein
alliances. The
ideales
Hamburg
Forum
Sustainability Conference
für
provides
diese
an
Art
ideal
der
forum
Zusammenarbeit.
for this type
Ich
of
möchte den
cooperation.
Mitinitiatoren der
So,
Konferenz
I would
unseren
like to
herzlichen
thank the
Dank
co-initiators
für
of the
Ihr Engagement
conference. Thank you
aussprechen.
very much for
Dem
your commitment.
Bundesministerium für
The Federal
wirtschaftliche
Ministry for
Zusammenarbeit und
Economic
Entwicklung,
Cooperation and
dem
Development,
Entwicklungsprogramm der
the
Vereinten
Development
Nationen
Program of the United
und
Nations,
der Michael
and
Otto
the Michael
Umweltstiftung.
Otto Environmental
Herzlichen
Foundation.
Dank an
Thank you
auch
very much
der
also
diesjährigen Schirmherrin der
to
Konferenz,
this year's
Oma Obama,
patron of the
sowie
conference, Barack
Ihnen
Obama,
allen für
as
Ihre
well
Teilnahme.
as thank you to
Ich
you
wünsche
all
Ihnen
for
anregende
participating here.
Diskussionen,
I wish you
neue
inspiring
Ideen,
discussions, new
interessante Kontakte
ideas, interesting
und einen
contacts,
schönen Aufenthalt in
and a
Hamburg.
nice stay here in
Vielen Dank.
Hamburg. Thank you very much.
Verehrter Herr Erster Bürgermeister, lieber Peter Tschentscher,
First Mayor, dear Peter
ich darf
Tschentscher,
ganz herzlich danken
I would like to thank you most
im Namen aller, die
cordially
hier versammelt
on
sind,
behalf
für
of
die große
everyone who is
Gastfreundschaft,
gathered here for
die wir
the
hier in diesem
hospitality
wunderschönen
that we
Rathaus
can enjoy
gemeinsam
here in this beautiful
miteinander
city
genießen
hall
dürfen.
together.
Ich verkürze meine Anreden und
I
sage
am
schlicht und
shortening
einfach
the
Exzellenzen,
greetings to
meine
everyone, so
sehr
let me
verehrten
just
Damen
say,
und Herren. Hier im
Excellencies,
Saal
ladies and gentlemen, here in this room
hängen zwei
hang
wunderbare
two
Gemälde
wonderful
des Hamburger
paintings of the
Hafens.
port of Hamburg.
Eines aus der Zeit der
One
Hanse,
dating from the time of the
das
Hanseatic
andere aus
League,
der Zeit des
the other
frühen
from
20.
the
Jahrhunderts.
early
Und schon
20th
diese kleine
century. And this
Zeitreise,
little journey through
die
time
Bilder uns mitnehmen,
that the
zeigt, welche
paintings are
enorm
taking us
wichtige
on
Rolle Deutschlands
show
größter
us what
Seehafen
a hugely important
für unser
role
Land
Germany's biggest seaport
und seiner
played
weltweiten
and
Vernetzung
continues to play
hatte
for our country
und immer noch
and
hat.
its global links.
Einen besseren Ort, das
So
will ich
I
sagen,
can
über
scarcely
Allianzen für eine
imagine, this is
weltweite
what I would like
nachhaltige
to say,
Entwicklung
a better place in
nachzudenken,
which to think about
kann
new
ich mir
alliances
deshalb
for
nur
global
ganz schwer
sustainable
vorstellen.
development.
Herzlichen Dank
Thank you very
für die
much
Einladung.
for
Ich freue mich,
inviting me
heute
here
dabei
today.
zu sein.
I am delighted to be
Meine
here.
Damen und Herren, in einem
Ladies
großen
and gentlemen,
internationalen Hafen wie
in a major
dem hier in
international port
Hamburg
like the
sind
one here in
Störungen im
Hamburg,
Welthandel
disruptions to world
und die
trade and the
Schockwellen, die
shockwaves they
sie
trigger
auslösen, besonders
are
früh zu spüren.
particularly quickly felt.
Gerade erst hat die Blockade der
The
Straße von
blockade
Hormuz
of the
uns
Strait of
allen mal
Hormuz has
wieder
recently given us
drastisch
another
vor Augen
dramatic
geführt,
reminder
wie sehr wir
of how
angewiesen
much we
sind
depend on
auf freie
free trade
Handelsrouten, auf
routes,
sichere
safe
Seewege
shipping routes,
und auf
and functioning
funktionierende
supply
Lieferketten.
chains.
Ohne diese wichtigen Verbindungen, das haben
It has
wir
become entirely
in
clear
aller Deutlichkeit zu spüren bekommen in den letzten Wochen.
that
Ohne diese wichtigen
without
Verbindungen
these
funktioniert
important links,
der globale Welthandel
global
nicht.
trade does not
Millionen
function.
Menschen
This is what we felt throughout
können
the
nicht
past
mehr über
weeks.
die
Millions
wichtige
of people can no
Lebensader der
longer
Straße von
obtain
Hormuz
supplies via
versorgt,
the Strait of Hormuz. A
Nahrungsmittel,
vital
Dünger,
artery of global
Treibstoffe
trade, foodstuffs,
nicht mehr
fertilizers,
transportiert
and
werden.
fuel can no
Schon
longer be
jetzt sehen wir,
transported.
wie weltweit die
Already, we are
Lebensmittelpreise
seeing food
steigen mit
prices
drastischen
rise all
Folgen,
over the world with dramatic
gerade für Menschen
repercussions,
in ärmeren
especially
Ländern.
for people in poorer
Unruhen,
countries.
noch
Unrest,
größere Instabilität
even greater
drohen
political
in ganzen
instability
Regionen.
in entire regions might be
Meine
the
Damen und Herren, liebe
consequence.
Gäste, die
So,
geopolitischen
ladies and gentlemen,
Verwerfungen
distinguished guests, the geopolitical
reichen aber
upheavals,
eigentlich viel
however,
tiefer.
go much
Wir leben in
deeper.
einer Zeit,
We are living in an age
in der das
when
internationale
the
Regelwerk,
international
das uns
regulatory
Jahrzehnte
framework
geleitet
that
hat,
has guided us for decades
eine Zeit, in der dieses Regelwerk bedroht
is in jeopardy,
in der einige mächtige
in
Staaten
which a
dieses
few
Regelwerk
powerful states
nicht mehr
no
anerkennen,
longer recognize these
ungeniert
rules
brechen,
and unashamedly
wenn es den eigenen
violate them
Machtinteressen
if they
entspricht.
interfere with their
Hohe
own interests
Machtpolitik,
and pursuit of power.
Nullsummendenken,
More and more brute power politics,
Konfrontation,
zero-sum
alles das
thinking and
ersetzt
confrontation
leider mehr
are
und mehr die Pfeiler
replacing,
der
unfortunately,
kooperativen
the
und
pillars of
regelbasierten
the
Ordnung,
cooperative,
mit denen
rules-based
wir
order
jahrzehntelang gelebt haben.
that we have lived with
Ein
for many
Zeitgeist der
decades. A
Brutalität und
zeitgeist of brutality
Rücksichtslosigkeit
and ruthlessness
weht durch die
is taking
internationale
hold
Politik.
in international
Ich
politics.
habe ein langes politisches Leben
I have a long political
auch in
career
der internationalen
also
Politik
in
hinter mir.
international politics
Wenn
behind
meine
me.
Erfahrung mich eines
And if
lehrt,
there is
dann
one
das,
thing I've learned from my experience,
dieser Weg
it is
ist der
that
falsche.
this is a wrong path. So I say we must not stand idly by and watch as the cooperative rules-based order is weakened, undermined, and shattered. Yes, it may well be that the major powers survive in such a world without rules and maybe even in the short term benefit from this new global disorder. But this is not true for us Germans. It is not true for the large majority of countries in the world. That is why I believe it crucial that we not only maintain our existing partnerships with this large majority of countries, but deepen and expand them. And that also goes for our development cooperation networks and partnerships. Without greater international cooperation, without mutual trust, we will not be able to master global challenges such as climate change or the fight against hunger and poverty. And here, at this conference, you are working to build this bridge, and for this, I would like to thank you. This is also why in the past few years I have visited many countries keen to establish this kind of new partnerships. I have been recently to Nigeria, South Africa, Kenya, Ghana, Botswana, Indonesia, the Philippines, so countries which certainly do not all share our views and interests, but they have one thing in common with us here in Germany. They, and this is particularly true of most of the emerging middle powers, are seeking contact with us because they want to reduce dependencies and expand partnerships, because they too do not want a world dominated by the fight between a few major powers. They want a world in which many have a say and many play their part. And that is why I am particularly pleased that many representatives of those very countries and partners are here in Hamburg today as delegates. Allow me to extend a special warm welcome to you. I am well aware, distinguished guests, that representatives from the emerging Global South are not only themselves calling for more responsibility and more scope for action, but they are also watching very closely to see what we in the West, we in Europe, and also we Germans are doing to help preserve and stabilize an international order that benefits as many as possible, and not just very few. And so I admit quite openly that Germany's campaign for a non-permanent seat on the UN Security Council failed this time, and this is a bitter defeat for us. It opens up critical questions to those who did not vote for us, but also to ourselves. Rest assured, however, that my country, Germany, will continue to work for international cooperation, for peace and development, and for an international order with the United Nations at its heart. For if I am right about the New World disorder, then if we look more closely, our commitment to the United Nations is even more in our very own strategic interest than it has ever been. That is what I say to all those in my country who, in the face of our election defeat, are casting doubt on whether the United Nations is of any use to our country, and they even plead for a reduction of our commitment. But I am saying once more, to withdraw would be short-sighted and fatal for the United Nations, but also for us. At the same time, however, I also say to the many representatives of UN organizations here today, the United Nations needs to change as well. It needs to become more efficient and more effective, precisely because the political zeitgeist is buffeting the United Nations and because contributions and budgets are being called more and more into question everywhere in the world. It is up to all of those who work in and for the United Nations to prove the contrary, to prove that the United Nations can deliver better results than the strong men with their delusions of omnipotence, and that this United Nations is therefore more necessary now than it has ever been. Distinguished guests, you all know this. You are very much aware that the challenges confronting us now leave us no time to catch our breath. Take the Sudan, where a devastating civil war is raging and nothing less than a humanitarian catastrophe is unfolding before our very eyes. And you know this better than many more. This is just one example out of many examples around the planet. Take global hunger. Yes, we have made progress on fighting it. For the third successive year, fewer people in the world are starving. But in Africa especially, more and more people are suffering from malnutrition and its consequences. And if we look at this more closely, because I was speaking about the Strait of Hormuz before, a setback in combating poverty is currently threatening in the forthcoming years because of the rising energy prices and the fertilizer prices as well. So take climate change. Here in Europe too, we are increasingly feeling its effects just in the recent days, even though in Hamburg it is raining today. Over the past days, we were experiencing an almost unprecedented heat wave. But it is also clear that climate change hits people in poorer countries particularly hard. And that is why it remains important, even in economically difficult times, that we continue to do our utmost for global climate action. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, with this conference you are sending a signal for stronger development cooperation, a signal against the zeitgeist, a signal against the trend of running everything down and cutting back international commitments. But this conference must also be a place for self-reflection, for critical thinking and reforms in international development cooperation. To put it succinctly, the more political opponents development cooperation has, the more urgently must you debunk all their arguments. And the only way to do that is to keep on reviewing development policy and its organizations, and to seriously analyze where they are working and where they are not. And for that, too, this conference, I believe, is an important forum. We pledge that no one will be left behind. That is the promise we, the international community, made 11 years ago. However, this pledge will not fulfill itself. We see this on a daily basis, so let us not relent in our efforts to keep our pledge. Only if we work more closely together at international level, with the trust in common rules, only if we can rely on a strong United Nations and its subsidiary organizations, only then will we succeed in attaining the Sustainable Development Goals. Only then will we achieve our common goal. Every person counts, and no one will be left behind. Let us work together to ensure this. Distinguished guests, I know this. I know that you are all working to enable as many people as possible in the world to lead a better and a more peaceful life. And for that, I wish to thank you all most sincerely. And in conclusion, I would like to make one wish. Please do not slacken in your commitment, a commitment to making the world a better place. Thank you very much.
Now, welcome to the stage, the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, Amina Mohammed.
Thank you so much. Your Excellency, President Frank-Walter Steinmeier, thank you very much for that commitment to the United Nations. You're in a family of 193, and one less would be one too many. And so we thank you for that commitment to the UN. The Mayor of Hamburg, incredible building, thank you for inviting us into your home. Minister Reem Albali Radovan, my sister. Friends, colleagues, Achim Steiner, Alexander de Croo, great to be here with you. And I'm so happy to be joining everyone for the third Sustainability Conference. I'd like to give my deep appreciation to my sister Reem for this idea and for holding us and bringing us together on an issue that is so important in the world today. But I also want to recognize Achim, his leadership that had a huge contribution to the UN. Achim, you're immensely determined at that time to ensure that sustainable development took root. Coming from UNEP in Nairobi to New York was not an easy endeavor. But this conference is a testament to that, so thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, everything that we have come here this week to protect, we have built in better weather. More children today are in school and more girls among them than any generation before. Over half the world's population has some form of social protection to fall back on, whether that's an older person who can finally retire or an injured worker getting the support they need. More mothers are surviving childbirth. Child marriage is falling more quickly, and more families can turn on a light, open a tap with safe water, and use sanitation that protects their health and dignity. Renewable energy is growing fast. Fewer people are dying when disasters strike, and digital connectivity now reaches most of the world. In short, the world that we know today has never had so much human capability or so many tools and technologies that can help us respond to our greatest global challenges and opportunities. The actors who delivered these gains deserve recognition. Our governments of developing countries, the donors, civil society, the private sector, and our communities. But now there are dark clouds on the horizon. The gains that we have made are at risk of being swept away in a tsunami of geopolitical crisis. War in the Middle East has disrupted maritime traffic, choking off energy and critical supply chains, pushing up inflation. And this builds on the two crises before that we have not yet had time to recover in many developing countries, COVID and a war in Europe. For countries, including many small island development states where governments devote a significant share of public expenditure on energy imports, this has had a devastating impact on fiscal space. At a time of heightened debt burdens and debt costs, this is an added pressure, pushing many countries ever closer to the brink. In parallel, a Super El Niño event is looming and in many cases has touched ground already. It threatens catastrophic weather events that risk lives and livelihoods around the globe. Meanwhile, the rule of law is on its head, and the values and principles that supported decades of development are being pushed back openly by many of the people who once defended them. Confidence in multilateralism is taking a hit, but in the countries where its work matters most, people still look to the United Nations. The trust in multilateralism is still there. They still believe the blue flag stands for something. And so when ODA is cut, despite donors never having collectively met the 0.7% target, what message are we sending to those very communities that believed in our message of we the people? They are the most vulnerable, and we are asking governments to invest in renewables, in resilient agriculture, digital infrastructure, and decent jobs. Yet without giving them the access to the enabling environment to do so. At the core of this is our international financial architecture. We need a system that can help developing countries mobilize far greater volumes of finance, including accessing the vast stores of untapped capital that is held by institutional investors such as pension funds and the sovereign wealth funds. A system that can shield economies from external shocks that regularly derail government finances, and a system that can de-risk to expand the pipeline of viable and affordable investment in opportunities in the global south. Yet today, the financial architecture fails at this, with capital concentrated in rich markets, shocks that are amplified across markets encouraging flights to safety, and de-risking instruments like guarantees and debt pauses available at only a tiny scale. And let me say here, I see my friend and brother, the president of the African Development Bank, who has listened and heard about our financial architecture that needs some reconstruction. And what he does is says the African financial infrastructure also needs that. And we applaud you for taking up a regional perspective to how we can transform finance in Africa. But into this already strained landscape comes new technologies that are set to turn everything on its head, a new era. Today, countries could not be left behind, or they could use it to leapfrog, but yet again, the enabling environment is not there. I just spent the last 2 days in Cairo having a discussion about what it means to be human in this new era of technology, and in particular AI. We started in the Great Egyptian Museum, and that really just speaks to the civilizations of human endeavor. But we ended in one of the oldest universities, Al-Azhar Sharif, which also roots itself in our faiths, in our values, and in our principles. And so while the United Nations has brokered the space for dialogue on governance of AI, there is still a gap in the guardrails. Artificial intelligence is an unstoppable train. A challenge that we have is harnessing it without deepening inequalities and ensuring we promote inclusive growth, leaving no one behind, as President Steinmeier reminded us. In all of this, women face the biggest risks of losing their rights and their hard-won gains of the last 5 decades. Excellencies, friends, we are facing, as the late Pope Francis once said, a globalization of indifference. And leadership is at a loss of how to get back on track. The status quo we know cannot prevail. What we need is a good dose of constructive discomfort, constructive in that we actually address these challenges head on without being on the defensive. But we need to leave that room with a sense of discomfort, because outside these walls, in real lives, things are incredibly painful. And we only need to look to Gaza, to Myanmar, to the Sudan, to the Sahel. It means the courage to name what is not working, and also to come clean about the inequalities that we are perpetuating, to walk out of our comfort zone. We do need more justice. We need a sense of urgency and scale at what we do, because we have a moral obligation not to accept or make do with what we have. The world today has never been richer, richer in technology, in knowledge, also richer in financial terms. We just witnessed the creation of the world's first trillionaire. We need to talk about the redistribution of wealth, and that's uncomfortable. It's not in the hands, it should not be in the hands of a few, while billions suffer without dignity. It has taken us from 1992, the Brundtland Commission, to 2015 to realize the Sustainable Development Agenda. Now we need the courage and the political will to implement it. I know many often say that there are too many goals, it's too ambitious, it's too big an agenda. Tell that to the person who doesn't know if they will see tomorrow. That's something that we must consider. Who was this agenda for? It took us 4 years to consult it. It was no mean feat to bring the world in to discuss a framework that has yet to be delivered, and still a little way to go before we meet our target. So let's put our shoulder to the wheel on ensuring that we are speaking to the person out there, giving them hope, because they don't know if they will see another tomorrow. But it does mean reinventing institutions for the 21st century, not tinkering with them, adding on, but transforming them with the help of new technologies, with young people, an intergenerational dialogue, so that they are ready for the 21st century. We need inclusive economies that are green, But we also need a social contract between citizens and governments that does provide the systems for health, for education, for social protection. We need governance that protects the rule of law and provides a recourse to justice when people have failed. And we need democracies that respond to the will of the people. We need genuine partnerships that are ready to invest in countries and in the 2030 agenda. Finally, we need to double down on multilateral cooperation. Our call to action at the United Nations is to come back to our global town hall. Whether regional, national, or local, come to the table. Bring your solutions, your ideas, your expertise, and your knowledge. Create the partnerships that will produce integrated responses and create the multiplier effects that reach billions. The 2030 Agenda provides the integrated response we need to do this. What we need now is the nerve to fund, accelerate, and deliver on that agenda. It takes no less than every one of those 17 signposts for all the SDGs. Let me end by saying, at risk of stating the obvious, that this will not be easy. It never has been. It is a heavy lift. As some would say, there is no gain without pain. But that pain has to stop being one that we say, we need more resilience in Africa, we need more resilience in the SIDS. We have a big lift ahead, but we can make it lighter with many hands so that we can go all in the same direction towards the 2030 Agenda. It will take time, but time is exactly what we're running out of. It will take everyone coming out of our silos and redefining what we need to get behind national priorities and not the priorities of a few. So let us ask ourselves, what will we take out of the Hamburg Sustainability Conference and back into the world that we all work and reinvest in? This has to be a week of pushing against the status quo, of putting our shoulder to the wheel, of bringing policy to action and resources to investment and implementation. The storm might be here now, but we must lean into it and navigate our way together through on the other side. Thank you.
Please welcome the Administrator of the United Nations Development Programme, Alexander de Croo.
Excellencies, dear guests, what a great honor to be here again in the free Hanseatic city of Hamburg for this Hamburg Sustainability Conference. We are living at a time of great contradictions. Unprecedented wealth, unprecedented innovation, yet unprecedented instability. We have never had more crises in the world since the Second World War. International law is challenged almost on a daily basis, and development finance is under incredible pressure. We are living today a redefining moment. That redefining moment, we are not going to tackle it only with talks. We are going to redefine this moment with talks, with investment, and with acts. And we have to understand a very simple truth. In these very challenging and turbulent times, it is good when there is ceasefires. But the real security only happens when you give people back opportunity, when you give them a chance for a better life, with jobs, with functioning institutions, with sustainable growth. Today, all of these are being tested for too many people in the world. And even if it looks that the tensions in the Middle East are decreasing, the economic aftershocks, the ripple effect, is something which might threaten lives of hundreds of millions of people for years. Yes, governments and communities, they have acted. They have acted to avoid that up to 45 million people would be falling back into poverty. But at which cost? At a staggering fiscal cost. These are means that could have been used for something else. The subsidies for fossil fuels have ballooned over the past months. They have increased by more than 400 billion. Today, they are 1.1 trillion US dollars. Today, we see that the debt levels in developing countries have increased. We see that for more than half of them, they spend more than 10% of their income at servicing debt interest payments. This is capital that could have been invested in the green transition. This is capital that could have been invested in a digital transition, in using artificial intelligence for the benefit of everyone. What we see is that to survive today, so many countries have mortgaged tomorrow. They have been cutting in health. They have been cutting in investing in education. They have been cutting in investing in the foundations of growth tomorrow. And that is why we need international action today. We cannot leave those countries on their own. Those countries that had no choice to protect their people today, we cannot just say, okay, now we will have to deal with the consequences. That is why at the United Nations Development Programme, we have come with something which we call the Day After Agenda. A Day After Agenda which is based on three main pillars. First one is helping developing countries in re-establish their fiscal base, re-establish their capacity to finance development. Now, we do this at the moment where we see that overseas development assistance have been shrunk in an unprecedented way. But development is financed in many ways. It is also based on domestic resource mobilization, on better collecting taxes of the wealth being created in countries. It is also based on remittances. It is also based on mobilizing international capital. Second, we need to speed up the energy transition. We have seen how a single choke point, the Strait of Hormuz, can destabilize the energy landscape worldwide. Renewable energy does not have those choke points. Solar panels do not have to go to the Strait of Hormuz. Wind turbines are not hampered when there is a naval blockade in the Strait of Hormuz. It is decentralized, and today it is the right thing to do from a heart perspective, if I could call it that way, from a humanity point of view. It is also the right thing to do from a wallet point of view, from a financial point of view. Thank you. And after the first one, which is re-establishing the fiscal base, the second one, which is boosting renewable energy, the third one is revitalizing multilateralism. And dear Amina, I think you explained it extremely well. Yes, the multilateral system is being challenged. And honestly, we have no problem in being challenged. All of us need to be tested all the time to make sure that we deliver the best that is available to the 193 countries that we serve. But today, to the ones who are doubting on multilateralism, who are doubting on the concept of working together, the endeavors which we are confronted with are all interdependent. Climate change, managing migration, fighting illegal drug trade, fighting violent extremism. There is no country in the day that can say, I can solve it on my own. There is no country today that can say, I am that prosperous, I am that independent, that I'm completely isolated from instability in the world. Instability in the world can get to your back door much faster than you expect. And so, when those challenges are interdependent, the solution needs to be interconnected. And today, the United Nations is the best convener to tackle those worldwide problems together. Dear friends, at United Nations Development Programme, we do not wait for stability to happen. We create stability. And that is the whole purpose for me of a conference like this one here, the Hamburg Sustainability Conference. The distinguished Michael Otto said it yesterday in our preliminary meetings. Yes, at a conference we talk, but the goal of a conference like this is to act. Today, we need to believe, we need to convene, but most of all, we need to act all together. Thank you.
Please welcome the Federal Minister for Economic Cooperation and Development of the Federal Republic of Germany, Rim Alabali Radovan.
Sehr geehrter Herr Bundespräsident, Exzellenzen, meine sehr geehrten
Federal
Damen und
President,
Herren.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the major challenges of our time do not stop at national borders. The world lives in a time of transformation. Crises and conflicts in our time are more strongly interconnected than ever. When a crisis like the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz is making prices for fuels and foodstuffs rise ever more, when fertilizers are becoming scarce globally, and when, because of this, more or additional 45 million people are risking starvation, then it is clear that in the crises of this world we need to act together as an international community in solidarity with strong partnerships and with a clear common vision. No one will be left behind. Together we need to invest in peace and stability. Together we need to fight poverty and inequality. Together we need to ensure food security and take climate action. And together we need to assume responsibility. Because when the next harvest fails, then this does not only affect the people in the poorest countries of the world. No, it is not only an acute humanitarian catastrophe in that country. No, it is affecting us all in a world that is inseparably interconnected. We just heard it. The global consequences are complex and they are multifaceted and direct. Because of our close links, we are mutually interdependent. And this is why it is right to invest at this moment in international cooperation. It is correct to build on sustainability. It makes sense to also build on cooperation instead of confrontation. And it makes sense to strengthen partnerships instead of intensifying polarization. Because only if we do so, and I am deeply convinced of this, we ensure long-term prosperity, stability, and perspectives worldwide. Ladies and gentlemen, wars and conflicts are man-made, are human-made, and peace is human-made as well. Peace is not just a naive hope. Peace and stability are consequences of hard political work. And the HSC is the right place to do exactly this, to create this kind of work. Here we have leading figures from the Global South and the Global North who come together, from politics, from business, from academia, from from international organizations and civil society. And together, in these challenging times, we share the firm conviction that sustainability, justice and fairness and economic success belong together, and that multilateral cooperation and a rule-based order will help us in this. It is a great honor to me to welcome you this year again to the Hamburg Sustainability Conference. The HSC this year is now taking place for the third time and has become a space for trustful conversations. And more than this, here there is something very concrete happening. At the Hamburg Sustainability Conference, investment is being launched. Business is won over as a strong partner, because that is a major ambition of the Hamburg Sustainability Conference, and this is so special about it. And at the HSC, new alliances are forged. I am delighted because tomorrow we will start the North-South Commission on Development, because this is going to embark on new paths of cooperation in a multipolar world. And it stands for the clear signal that Germany is intensifying its partnerships with the Global South. The Hamburg Sustainability Conference this year brings together more than 2,000 participants from more than 100 countries. So global challenges know no borders, and our response should not know borders either. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, let us use this power, this diversity of perspectives. Let us forge alliances that are stronger than the crises we are confronted with. Let us work towards a peaceful, fair and sustainable future together, not somewhere, not sometime, but here and now. Thank you very much.
Please welcome panel moderator Liz Show from Deutsche Welle.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. It's good to see you here in Hamburg. It's good to be in a room that has an AC that is actually functioning. It's not a given here in Germany. Where I was sitting, it was actually too cold. I was shivering. So thank you, Hamburg, for bringing us all together in this really beautiful hall. Now, the minister just said that we have people from all over the world. We have people from the global north and the global south all here to discuss how we can reach the Sustainable Development Goals. But I believe that these days, the dividing line is somewhere else. We actually have countries that qualified for the World Cup and countries that didn't. But today and tomorrow we'll put all our differences aside. The Hamburg Sustainability Conference is the place where Canada and South Africa will get together at one table to see how we can move forward to make life better for everyone, just as the president said. Because if we think about the privileges that each one of us has enjoyed, even just this morning, most of us slept in a hotel, we woke up, we had a shower, again, most of us. We had breakfast, we know that we'll get lunch, we were able to travel, we were able to participate in dialogue, we are able to shape the future of our lives. So why wouldn't we want other people, the ones that we left behind in our countries, to also be able to enjoy those privileges? Administrator De Croo talked about the development finance being under immense pressure. And I just want to put a figure to that, because for us to really see how big the dimension is, we're talking about $4 trillion US. That is how wide this financing gap is. That is what is needed every year. And because Elon Musk has already been mentioned, let me just say that even if he woke up tomorrow and said, okay, take everything I own, you can have it all for development, then it still wouldn't be enough. So today here on the stage, we want to talk about how can we bring about more investment into development development into transformation and see that the solutions that we invest in don't only work for maybe a small community, my grandma's village in Tanzania, but actually we want to come up with scalable solutions that work for a whole country, a whole region, and that can be applied to different parts of the world. All right, the stage has been set, and I am now going to call upon my esteemed panelists. We are delighted to have the president of the Asian Development Bank here with us. A warm welcome to you, Masato Kanda. Please take a seat here. We've reserved this seat for you. We have the chair and the founder of the Mo Ibrahim Foundation, the man himself, Mo Ibrahim. Welcome, sir. You can sit right here. And completing our panel is the German Minister for Economic Cooperation and Development, Rem Alabali Radovan. Welcome back to the stage. You can sit here. Welcome. All right. Now, I was supposed to have a timer here. I know that it's going to be a short discussion. But if we can get the timer working, that would be fantastic. Otherwise, we'll just go on and on and on. 18 minutes. Okay, we'll make it work. 18 minutes. So, Masato Kanda, I want to start with you because investing in transformation, that is your daily business. That is what you do with the Asian Development Bank. And last year, you did something that was unprecedented. So there was $44 billion that you provided for the clients of your bank for development financing. That was a level that had not been reached before. And of course, every year we say that, oh, these are challenging times and that the global crises keep continuing. So talk to us about this year, because now, as we've just heard, the Strait of Hormuz has been mentioned a couple of times. These challenging times, how are you adapting within the bank?
Thank you very much. It is extremely relevant and timely question because we are at the critical juncture of human history. Probably unprecedented. This level of the erosion of international order and global uncertainty with the geopolitical tension heightened and many conflicts. In addition to the extreme weather we witness these days and technological disruptions, including AI. So we've got to act with even more speed, agility, and at scale. For instance, the Middle East crisis, our region, Asia and Pacific, is most severely affected because of the heavy dependence upon the Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz. For instance, my home country of Japan, 90%, and for ASEAN countries, over 60% of oil and gas through the Strait of Hormuz. So ADB is the first MDB to announce the financial package to respond to this crisis, to protect the essential public services as well as protecting the most vulnerable people. So on the March 24th, we announced and already provided $4 billion to 15 countries, $3 billion for countries to provide the essential services, as I mentioned, through the first disbursing budget support, and $1 billion for private sector to keep the import of the essential goods like oil, gas, fertilizers, medicine, and semiconductors. And this is really effective, and more requests are coming, and we will quickly respond to these things in time for the support for the most vulnerable people. But not only for this kind of the immediate response, but this is a time to create the stronger society against these external shocks. Turning this challenge to the opportunity to accelerate our reform. So particularly, I'm very much prioritizing the so-called regional cooperation and integrity. So So this time, the energy security is at the top agenda. So we launched the Pan-Asia Power Grid Initiative with $50 billion to connect the national and sub-regional power system to create the coordinated multilateral power trade to provide the 200 million people with the better power supplies. And the same is true for the digital, our Asia and the Pacific digital highway project will provide the improved digital connection to 650 million.
All right, so you are saying that the first thing that you had to do was really to act quickly and see how can we maybe change things within our system so that the investment and the capital can go out fast. And there's also issues that we need to look long term, and that is where you say that working within the region is important to create those long-term structures. Mo Ibrahim, I want to now shift from Asia looking into Africa because that is where you are focused. And together with your foundation, every year you bring out a report. Last year's report was titled Financing the Africa We Want. That means that you have an eye on, okay, how do we get these investments? Talk to me about what the barriers are for the entrepreneurs, for the business people in Africa. Why can't they access the amount of capital they need to invest in development projects?
Thank you, my sister. I think let's start by separating philanthropy from business. Too many well-meaning people unfortunately confuse the two. Business will invest for one purpose only, and that is profit. Let's not kid ourselves. Businessmen are not philanthropists. That's the nature of business. A company needs to make money. That is the objective of business. Now, we don't try to appeal to the humanity of a businessman. Please come and invest in Africa when he thinks that he's not going to make money. He will not do it. So let's not separate that. Now, why for 30, 40 years, in every conference I go to, people talk about this $1 trillion. Why doesn't go and invest in Africa? It will not happen. It will not happen for a simple reason. Number one, the cost of capital. The cost of capital in Africa is too high. I sat in an investment committee, a project come. What is IRR? IRR is the internal return of investment. If it is less than 20% in Africa, they don't invest. Why? Because what is called Africa premium. Rightly imagined, please people wake up. That is the world, that's how the world acts. People don't invest unless they're sure they make money. And the perception, there is a huge premium for Africa. As a company, if I want to borrow money in Europe for a billion project, I can borrow at 4 or 5%. In Africa, I need 15, 16%. Why? Because there is 10% premium for Africa. So nobody will invest. Just look at the number, look at the data. Who invested in Africa in the last 10, 15? Nobody.
Do we have any here from the global north who are investing in Africa? Maybe a show of hands. Planning to? Okay, there was one hand right there, and we'll have...
People need to deal with that issue. Do we understand that the rating agency rate every African economy except two as subgrade investment? Are you aware of that? If you are subgrade investment, nobody invests in you. Or they ask for a huge premium. Pension funds, a lot of institutional funds by law cannot invest in subgrade investment. That is a law. So this huge amount of money legally cannot invest in Africa. You ask the rating companies, why are you rating all this economy as subgrade investment? And we had that debate. There are a number of parameters. Half of them are based on data or facts. That's fine. We cannot argue with that. The other half is perceptive. And the rating agency set all of them in Johannesburg. Only in Johannesburg.
So they're not in the other
and
African
pontificate about 54 countries which they have never seen. They cannot even pronounce its name. And
we seem to have a big problem. And I remember last year during the HSC, we did have a panel actually on that very issue where we had representatives from different rating agencies telling us why they perceive Africa the way they do. But before we continue, Mo Ibrahim, I now want to bring the minister into the conversation, and I'm really excited to hear what you have to say, because I remember last year, one of your very first trips was to Sevilla, to the Financing for Development conference. And one of the issues that emerged there was that governments said, okay, we need to work even more closely with the private sector. I want to know, 1 year later, how far have you gotten, and how are you mobilizing funds for Africa, for example? Have you been able to convince investors to invest their money on the African continent?
Well, before I come to Sevilla, let me just add on what Mo Ibrahim said. I mean, looking from a German European perspective, and the lack of investment in Africa, I just really feel ashamed. This is our neighboring continent. And when you talk to businesses, when you talk to people, when you try to convince them to invest in Africa and the huge opportunity, I think we really slept on that in the last decades, and we need to change that now very fast in a very quickly time, which is not easy. But just looking around here, when you just ask to who is invested in Africa and who wants to invest, I don't feel good about it. We need to change that. We really need to change that. The future is there, and we have to work on that. Sevilla was a great moment. I really have to say, and let me underline this, because the multilateral system is under a lot of pressure. Sevilla, the declaration of Sevilla was a great success, and now it's time to implement it, as you just asked. It's time to implement it, and we cannot wait for the next 10 years, for the next conference on development. So we are working together on mobilizing also investment. The president just said public budget is under pressure, not only in Germany, also in Europe and elsewhere, but there is not a lack of money. So
That's interesting. You say the budget is under pressure, and at the same time you say there's not a lack of money.
I mean, when you just mentioned Elon Musk, when you say through all the challenges, all the global crisis we just faced, we just heard from all the speakers, and this time, in this decade, it was possible for one man to become trillionaire. You cannot say that there's a lack of money. But the money is not going where it needs to go when it comes to sustainable development. And we need to change that. And just let me make quick 4 points. So we need to get the system right for a just financing architecture for all countries. We need more investment in transformation and investment that creates jobs in Africa, for example. It's not just about investment in businesses, it's about creating good and decent jobs to have perspective for the young people in their home countries for the future. We need to show that we can get the capital where it's needed. We have a great initiative on that, scaled. It was born in Hamburg last year at the conference. We will go the next step, and you will hear more from it today. And we need to use our development fund as catalytically as possible, so we need to leverage the public budget that we have with the private investment.
All right, so lots of We need to, and we
Oh,
have
we are
to.
doing.
Oh,
No,
you are-
let me
oh,
just
okay.
let me
Now
just
it sounds
make
different.
let me just make clear we are doing it. And Hamburg Sustainability Conference is a great example. We have the Otto Foundation with us, which is very special in a conference to have the development system and the private sector and politics and the NGOs together in one place, not only talking about it, but creating real initiatives like, for example, Scaled, which is now a real company. We will hear about it more today, but it's really, we're taking action here.
All right, so the session on Scaled is at 12, by the way. I'll see you there. So, Masato Kanda, I want to come back to you again because you not only are the president of the Asian Development Bank, but this year you're also the chair of the Multilateral Development Group. So this is a group of various multilateral development banks. We have the AFDB as well in there. We have the European Investment Bank. In your position as chair, what are the concrete proposals that you've brought forward for people and members to be able to mobilize that investment and be able to bring about projects that can be scaled?
Thank you very much. Our cooperation is much more important than before. And the cooperation in practice means the tangible joint actions on shared purposes and strategies, priorities, towards the more efficient and effective MDBs as a system to meet the expectation of shareholders and partners, and most importantly, our clients. So a few priorities shared by us is, for instance, the private capital mobilization. Of course, public money can't meet the huge demand of the development, so we need to mobilize the private sector capitals, and also private sector can bring efficiency to the economy through market discipline. So we are jointly trying to de-risk the investment for and also creating the enabling environment, improving the information for investment risks in emerging countries, and deepening the local currency capital markets to protect from the currency fluctuations. Second, critical minerals. This crisis, enlightened the necessity of the more diversified, resilient, and responsible supply chain of critical minerals, and we are jointly seeking to rebuild this diversified connections. And thirdly, they are quite the same for the water security. We are working together, and the fourth, most importantly, we are acting as a system for all MDB groups for more efficiency. For instance, last fall, we had the first so-called full mutual reliance framework, which means completely eliminate the redundancy and overlapping for co-finance projects. So dramatically reduce the transaction cost for our beneficiaries. So we don't stop here, and we will increase our cooperation going forward. Thank you very much.
Wonderful, thank you. And I believe that many can learn from that. And you seem to be ambitious in saying, okay, there's still more work to do and we want to keep pressing forward. Mo Ibrahim, we've talked about the problems and the issues. Let's talk about solutions now. The minister says that we want to cooperate with Africa. What Germany always says, we want it to be a partnership on equal footing. How can these international partnerships succeed without, or let's say positively, whilst creating jobs for the African society, without killing local innovation, and also, again, making sure that we do have, in the long term, economic transformation?
Right. To finish where I started last time, actually.
But you're seeing the timer, right? We have 30
very
seconds,
quickly.
and the minister needs to answer another question.
No, because I talked about the problems created by others.
Yes.
There are problems
we have
created,
our own as well.
created by us, and we have to be honest. If we have now 17 countries out of 54 which suffer from internal conflicts, who's going to invest in a country at war? I come from Sudan. Who's going to invest in Sudan? If we are killing ourselves, if we're having a war in the country, nobody invested in Sudan. So we need peace in Africa. Then we need good governance. Without good governance, and that's why all my life, my foundation focusing on good governance in Africa. Without that, forget it. It wouldn't happen. We had military coups. Are you aware that in our history, we had 160 coup attempts? Half of them succeeded. 80 succeeded. Not a single military coup achieved anything in Africa. I challenge anybody here to raise his hand and tell me of one military coup in Africa who delivered prosperity or anything for their people. Nothing. Yet we see kids going around the street applauding the soldiers when they take over because they lose faith in democracy. Because what that have to call democracy is not democracy. It's a sham. So good governance is essential. It's us.
Yeah.
We African, we need to take a charge. We need to ensure we have better governance, better rule of law. Otherwise, nobody's going to come and touch us. Of course, that's beside the other. So it is two issues here.
Yeah.
It's us and the others as well. Finally, and I must mention that we need to stop illicit financial flows out of Africa. Africa loses $90 billion a year in illicit financial flows. And that is a big number. Companies don't pay taxes in Africa, and you guys in the West are facilitating this. You need to stop that. You need to stop that.
Thank you very much. Minister Alabali Radovan, I'm going to give you the final word. The photographers are already going out for the family photo. So tell us the one thing that we need to all keep in mind in order for this HSC to be a success, so that the things we discuss don't end up here in this beautiful hall, but that it brings about transformation on the ground.
Yes, just let me say, let's tackle those challenges together. Let's stop talking and let's go to work. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that fantastic, short, but impactful conversation. Thank you so much, Minister Alabali Radovan. Thank you so much, Masato Kanda. And thank you, Mo Ibrahim.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And now, before you all head out, I want to now invite to the stage. We're not done yet. We are not done yet. I want to invite to the stage a man that everybody who's been to the HSC knows very well. Everybody who's worked with the UNDP knows very well. He was the administrator of the UNDP. Last year, he was on kind of his farewell tour. He said that he's going back to Oxford because his time is up. But I think the HSC didn't want to let him go, and that is why he's back as the chair of the Hamburg Sustainability Conference. A warm welcome to Achim Steiner.
We met many years ago in Nairobi in a wonderful evening reception in the garden, and your passion for the topics of Hamburg I know since many, many years, and thank you, and we hope that you will continue to make this a tradition. Minister, thank you. I also want to thank the Deputy Secretary General, the many heads of international organizations who have found their way to Hamburg. One reason, I think, is because you sense that this country, despite, yes, a little bit struggling with the idea that it was not elected back into the Security Council, has a deep, deep conviction that multilateralism, international cooperation, and the architecture of international organizations is something that this country itself has benefited from for decades. And sometimes we forget, and we should never forget that. So thank you also to all our colleagues who have come here. To the city of Hamburg, last night we had an extraordinary opening. The citizens of Hamburg have embraced this conference in a way that I want to use for just one very important message. Minister, you said sustainability is sometimes a difficult topic in the public discourse, in the politics of the day. International cooperation. I actually think that in many ways the challenge for us here is to connect back to where citizens understand perfectly well that when we talk about sustainability, we talk about their next electricity bill. We talk about whether they have to be worried whether their grandparents will survive the next summer. And this is not being overly dramatic. People are dying in their thousands this summer through the extreme heat events here. Older people become vulnerable. When we talk about sustainability, it's not abstract. It is the operating system of our economy, of our societies, and we just had a fascinating panel. Thank you so much for the comments you made. Investing in one another. We know that it can work. And let us also remember that when we talk about the difficulty of sustainability and the economy, we sometimes ignore very fundamental truth. Over 90% of all investment in new electricity generating infrastructure last year, according to the International Energy Agency, was in clean energy. Now, do you need more proof that sustainability is not some marginal variable anymore when we think about development and investment? It has become the driving force of investment. Mobility is the next frontier. Food production, food security, urbanization, how we survive in cities in periods of climate change. Sustainability is not abstract, and nor is it irrelevant to what it means to people in their everyday lives. But our task here is not only to talk about it, but to make it happen, as we heard so many times. So on behalf of the Council of the Hamburg Sustainability Conference, have a fantastic conference. The menu has been laid out for you. Many of you have co-created the sessions here. Let's prove to the world that we are not talking about some marginal issue. We are talking about the future, our future of investing in one another. Thank you so much. Have a fantastic conference.
Thank you so much, Achim Steiner. And now we are going to release the dignitaries for what has become a tradition here at the HSC, the family photo. So I now invite the president together with the front row to walk towards this direction for the photo. Everybody else, please stay seated. The doors are locked. We can't escape this room. We're all staying here. And we also have something else for you that the VIPs are going to miss. So thank you so much for being here. You can now go to the room. You'll have people with a sign, "Follow me," that you can follow. Every pin holder, check your pin. If you have a white pin or a colorful pin, like the logo here behind me, then you're also allowed to go together with the president and the minister and take that photo right outside on the stairs. Everybody else, please remain seated. So it is white pin holders, the colorful ones. These are the people that we need for the photo. Everybody else, take your photos where you are, take selfies, and you will get a chance to, in a few moments, hear more about what the situation is like. We'll hear a presentation from the UNDP, so that is something to definitely look forward to. As we wait for the dignitaries to leave the room, just a quick reminder that the hashtag for this conference is HSC26. So if you're posting anything on social media, TikTok, LinkedIn, wherever, make sure to use that hashtag. Just a quick reminder, the doors are locked and we're only letting out the people who have the white pins and the colorful pins. You can move to the front if you want, but you cannot leave this building until we are done. I also want to tell you about the app that we have, the HSC app. There you'll find all the programs and every session that is planned for today and tomorrow. You can connect with people that are here at the HSC and maybe find those meaningful connections that we need in order to be able to work together towards a more sustainable future. And then, all right, have all the people that need to leave left? No, they haven't. Again, the doors are locked and we're not done with the program yet. The press, of course, we need the press for the photo, so everybody who's here as an accredited press representative can also move out now, because we need you to take that photo. Okay, can we keep the doors locked there? Everybody else was staying in the room. Can I have your attention for one more moment, please? All right, brilliant. So we have something that is, I've been promised that it's kind of a TED Talk style presentation, which will tell us about research done by UNDP, and that will be delivered by none other than the chief economist of the Global Policy Bureau at UNDP. Please, please, this is the final request from me. There's somebody who's going to speak on the stage, and we should show some respect and also value his time. So please, let's welcome to the stage George Gray Molina. Welcome. You're welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is George Gray Molina. I'm chief economist for UNDP. I'm delighted to be here. The title of this year's curtain raiser is A Brave New World. And we chose a dramatic title because the world is going through a dramatic moment. Geopolitical shifts, security, geoeconomics have taken over much of the multilateral agenda and have displaced very important humanitarian, development, and climate action issues. So in the curtain raiser, we take a look at these dramatic issues. We look at what is being done, how coalitions of the willing, South-South partners, the United Nations, the Bretton Woods system is adapting to this new brave world. In the next few minutes, I would like to just do two things. One is share a survey that we conducted over the past 4 weeks in North and Southern countries. We take a look at what people are saying about their hopes and expectations and also their fears, and thinking about what is the future of development like and what is the agenda at the Sustainable Development Finance. So we're having a bit of a glitch. Here we go. Okay, so let's get started with the first set of questions have to do with risks, that have to do with fears. And as we heard earlier this morning, the big fears are about the cost of living, the pocketbook, inflation on energy and food prices, but also on the geopolitical conflict, on security, on fear. So when you look at those first two columns, the blue and the red, they're telling a story of 40 to 60% of people across the North and South, telling us that the issues of the day are surrounded by geopolitics and the cost of living agenda. Not everything is doom and gloom. There's also hope, and there's an expectation for the future. When we ask people what are the key opportunities of the future, we see two combos. One around renewable energy and development financing, and the second around education and AI, around the green transition and the digital transition. And we think these are important across North and Southern countries. They tell a story of hope. Finally, we asked people, what should the Hamburg Sustainability Conference do? And I think this conference was founded not to be a talk shop, but to have action, to create breakthroughs, and that's what we're hearing from people on the ground. The first issue that people say is be specific, focus on specific goals, your breakthroughs. Number two, anchor that and align that to the multilateral system, the SDGs and the Paris Agreement. And third, bridge global North and South, create new alliances. And I think that HSC has been doing just that over the past 3 years. Let me end with three future-looking ideas. When we think about this brave new world, we're thinking about things that are happening right now and in the next 20 years. First, the global spillovers of the Middle East conflict, of geopolitics, are still with us. The crisis is still here. Developing countries and the ripple effects of that conflict are affecting developing countries at great fiscal cost. UNDP Administrator Alexander De Croo shared some data points on that. We released the global policy brief this morning. Take a look at it. It's called Cushioning the Global Shock, and it tells a story of how developing countries are cushioning the shock through energy subsidies, through demand management, and through price caps. The second key message has to do with, despite geopolitical disruptions, there are coalitions of the willing happening, emerging, getting things done. The first one on renewable energy, the second on AI and critical minerals, and the third on finance for development. Renewable energy is perhaps the most known. 80% of global growth in renewable energy is happening in the global south, in developing and emerging economies. The key constraints to that are development financing and global fossil fuel subsidies. A difficult conversation, a political conversation, but one that needs to be had to move forward. The second coalition of the willing on AI and critical minerals can either be a great convergence, a grand bargain, or it could be a great divergence. Because 2/3 of AI are already being consumed by developing economies at the global level, 40% in China and India alone. But what developing countries are asking is not just to consume AI, but to be part of the production cycle, supply chains, growth, and the AI dividend. And that is an agenda that is still pending. Finally, there is the question of finance for development. And we heard about the Compromiso de Sevilla, the Sevilla agreement. The important thing about Sevilla is that it keeps incremental steps and transformations alive across insurance, across small and medium enterprise financing, across climate financing, and across multiple issues concerning debt. I would like to end with a final critical message for the future, which is, what does international cooperation look like? What are the functions in this changing world? And we find three critical functions as we project the next 20 years of change. One, it requires a North Star. Today, that is the SDG agenda. But within the SDG agenda, we see a new agenda that is emerging that is quite exciting, the Beyond GDP agenda, thinking about well-being for this generation, but also for future generations. The second thing that we see that will be important for international cooperation is to think seriously and act seriously about global public goods. That's climate, that's AI, that's migration and displacement, but it's also about pandemics. And third, we need to think about the Leave No One Behind agenda, about the crisis that we're going through right now. I would like to end, dear friends and colleagues, by saying that UNDP is a proud co-sponsor of many of the panels that you'll see here today, where we'll be participating in human development, in Gen Z and youth, in displacement, fragility, crisis issues, nature and climate, AI and digital, finance for development. We're very happy to join you. We can continue this conversation at those panels. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
This is the Future Talk, Hamburg Call to Action on Internal Displacement. Please welcome to the stage Clara Pfeffer from RTL and NTV.
Yes, thank you. Welcome to our very first session at the Future Talk stage. I'm delighted to be guiding you through this talk on an incredibly important issue, a topic that is definitely pressing at these times, and a topic that we have gained momentum at the past Hamburg Sustainability Conference in 2025. And we want to use that momentum and take it one step further and talk especially about how to scale the solutions that we have talked about. But since we're a bit past time, I really want to keep it short. And without further ado, I want to give the stage to BMZ Director General Volker Oehl to set the stage for this session. Welcome.
So, very good morning from my side, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, we are running a bit late after a very thrilling opening panel, and I think it was exciting to listen to all those high-level talks. I keep my protocol short because Clara Pfeffer will introduce, I think, all the esteemed speakers and panelists one by one. So all protocol observed. Welcome to all of you to the first panel of the thematic pillar 2 of this year's conference, which deals with risk, uncertainty, and conflict. And I thank you all for joining us for this session on the Hamburg Call to Action on Internal Displacement, turning commitment into investment. And that call really came out of last year's session on internal displacement, its impact, and the search for sustainable solutions, jointly hosted at that time by UNDP and BMZ. I'm very pleased that this discussion brings together voices from across the international community, representatives of affected countries, regional organizations, development banks and development finance institutions, and international organizations. And this diversity is really important. Why? Because the challenge we are facing cannot be addressed by any single actor alone. Moving from commitment to implementation really requires collective action, shared responsibility, and sustained partnerships. And as Alexander de Croo said this morning, moving from talk to action, I think that's what it is all about. For BMZ, advancing durable solutions for internally displaced persons is a strategic priority, because when people remain displaced for years, the consequences extend far beyond the individuals affected. Protracted displacement fuels poverty and inequality, exacerbates social tensions, and ultimately undermines security and development. This is precisely the message at the heart of the Hamburg Call to Action on internal displacement. Internal displacement must not be addressed alone as a humanitarian challenge, but also through the lenses of conflict prevention, peace building, climate resilience, sustainable development. The call for action further recognized that affected governments need strong partnerships and predictable support to integrate displacement prevention, response, and durable solutions into national policies, programs, and financing frameworks. Moving from commitment to action has to address the question on how financing can focus on the most enabling and transformational sectors and catalytic activities which encourage policy reforms and transformation towards sustainable solutions. And encouraging and enabling policy environments can also set the scene for the private sector to play its role as a multiplier by creating jobs, mobilizing investment, and fostering economic participation. This is particularly urgent because many countries affected by internal displacement are already facing significant fiscal constraints and limited access to financing. And at the same time, the scale and complexity of the challenge demand for approaches that go beyond traditional assistance. We need a whole of financing approach that mobilizes public and private domestic and international resources, and that connects national solutions with broader development and financing frameworks. And there are good examples for that to happen. I just want to give one example, and that is the Internal Displacement Solutions Fund, established under the Secretary's General Action Agenda. And it's one important example where the UN works as one, and an example which deliberately operates in a catalytic way. And BMZ from the start has been supporting this fund because we are convinced that this is the right approach to address and bridge the gap between commitment and delivery. Today's session is not only about reaffirming the importance of the Hamburg call to action or to take stock of progress achieved over the past year, it's also an opportunity to move the conversation one step further towards scaling delivery, exploring and strengthening partnerships, and identifying concrete priorities for mobilizing and aligning financing behind government-led solutions at scale. And I hope this discussion will bring greater clarity on how we as partners can better join forces to support affected governments in addressing internal displacement and advancing durable solutions. And I really look forward to the panel discussion and the keynote speech as to the insight and contributions you will all provide. So thank you very much for coming and joining us here for this session, and looking forward to a very focused and constructive discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Volker Oehl, for setting the tone for this session. And since all our speakers have arrived now, I want to say another warm welcome to all of you, His Excellencies, ministers, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We have an important session ahead of us. And since Volker already mentioned this, we also want to hear from affected people and regions. And we have a message from Amat Ala Abdullah. She is on the advisory group member of the IDP. And unfortunately, she couldn't make it here today from Yemen, but we do have a video message from her.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to bring the voices of internally displaced people to this important international platform. My name is Amatilla Abdullah from Yemen, and I am a member of the Global IDP Advisory Group, supported jointly by UNHCR and UNDP, which works to amplify the voices of internally displaced people and contribute to discussions that affect their lives and futures. I would also like to express my sincere appreciation to UNHCR, UNDP, and their partners for supporting the meaningful participation of displaced people and for recognizing the importance of allowing us to speak in our own voices. As an internally displaced person and through my work with displaced communities in Yemen, I have learned that displacement is not only about losing a home. It is also about losing stability, opportunities, and the ability to plan for the future. Yet displaced people are not defined by loss. Our priorities are clear: meaningful participation, sustainable support, and opportunities to rebuild our lives with dignity and self-reliance. My message today is simple: invest in long-term solutions, housing, livelihoods, education, and services that help displaced communities recover and contribute. Displaced people don't want dependency. We want the opportunity to rebuild and shape a better future. Thank you.
A very important voice to keep in mind for our discussion today, but probably in general throughout these 2 days that we all have ahead. And before we start into the actual panel discussions, I have the incredible honor to welcome the UNDP Administrator, Alexander de Croo, onto the stage, who is giving us the honor to be here today. Thank you very much.
Distinguished guests, let me again use this opportunity to thank the government of Germany for organizing this Hamburg Sustainability Conference. As I said in my introduction in the main hall, fragmentation is higher than ever. And the answer to fragmentation is using locations like this to build sustainable partnerships and to build alliances that are oriented towards finding solutions. Here we speak specifically about internally displaced people, or in the jargon we call it IDPs. Last year, this was more than 82 million people. 82 million people, that's more or less the population of Germany. And internally displaced people is actually a larger group than refugees. Now, if you would talk to a broad public, people would understand what refugees are. If you talk about internally displaced people, they would often not understand what it is, or they would say, well, it's not exactly an issue. Right? These are people that are displaced within their own country. Yes, maybe in the short run, there might be some humanitarian needs, but these are things that can be solved. The reality is actually a different one. Very often, we see that the issue is a humanitarian issue, yes, but very often it turns into a real development issue. These are people that are in their own country, but are looking for schools for their kids. They're looking for healthcare services. They are looking for jobs. They are very often looking to rebuild a future. Because we all start by saying, oh, it's temporary internal displacement. There is nothing as permanent as temporary, because very often temporary stays temporary, but it becomes a fixed thing. Now, handling this demands an incredible amount of resilience. It is really hard for a country to deal with big shifts in population. And it is almost impossible to say that, well, you could try to prepare for that. I mean, some of the displacements that we see is millions of people being displaced. No country can be prepared for that. You cannot expect anyone to be prepared for that. So what it demands is a real development approach, and it demands partnerships to make it work. It really demands what we call development. Now, this year, UNDP is the convener of UN's Champions of Solutions for Internal Displacement. And we are uniquely positioned to bridge that gap between what we would call global advocacy and country-level actions. Our priorities in trying to find solutions for internal displacement is mostly focusing on advancing financing. I think we talked about what is necessary, but these solutions, these services, these healthcare and other solutions that we try to bring, I mean, this demands a high level of financing. And we are working together with other agencies and with the resident coordinators in finding solutions for that. Now, what we see is that on the planning phase, on integrating it in national development plans, we've actually gone quite far. Today, if you take the 21 countries that are most affected by displacement, in 90% of those 21, so it's almost all of them, today you have government-led frameworks that are trying to find durable solutions to internal displacement. So we see that the politics really are changing. What we need to do is make sure that the financing is also following, and that we have specific tools of financing specifically for that. The national strategies are there, the coordination mechanisms are there, the legal frameworks are very often there, the data systems are very often there. What we need now is pooled catalytic financing that we can use to scale those solutions. The best argument we can use is to show that it works. And we have great examples on where development solutions for displacement really have worked. And let me give two examples. One is Iraq. As I said in my previous speech, the danger does not stop when the war ends. The danger stops when people return. Now, people return when you have schools, when you have healthcare, when you have basic services. In Iraq, we have been investing in this, UNDP and other partners, incredibly successful. More than 5 million people have returned to their original places where they used to be living. This is a success story that no one talks about, or not enough. In Nigeria, we have done the same. Catalytic investment of $2.5 million led to unlock 300 million of a World Bank program that has helped 7.4 million people to return to their livelihoods. So it works. It works. It is a major factor of stabilizing countries. Imagine any country where you come from, if at some point your population just doubles. If at some point the schools where your kids go, they're not going a full day to school anymore, they're only going half a day to school anymore because internally displaced people also need to send their kids to school. Understand the kind of tension that it builds in a country, that it builds in a society. And this is what the Hamburg Call for Action that was just mentioned and it was launched last year tries to solve. I think that in a year's time, we've made great progress. I think now all the systems are there, all the elements are there. We now know the type of financing that is available. And maybe last message that I want to give is this is also economic opportunity. These are people that are looking for a job. These are people that are consumers. These are people that are looking for a home. This is not a pure cost. This is an investment in rebuilding societies and rebuilding thriving societies that can be blooming societies for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexander de Croo, for these very important and also especially motivating words that we will use now to dive deep into this discussion and really find out what we need in order to scale these solutions and strategies that we have already found within only a year's time. So let's see what can be done until next year. And I want to welcome onto stage for this discussion His Excellency, Deputy Minister of Finance, Budget, Economy and Planning, Mr. Saleh Boumra Ali. Please come join me on stage. Thank you. Hello. And next up, we're also very honored to have him here, the Executive Secretary of the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, Dr. Wakani Gabayo. Please welcome him on stage. And another huge honor to have him here, the President of the African Development Bank, Dr. Sidi Ould Tah. Welcome. And I'm very happy that she will also join us on stage, the Head of Humanitarian Insurance Solutions of the Africa Risk Capacity, Gloria Wamitso. Another applause. So thank you all for being here, and we want to start, thank you very much. We want to start with you, Mr. Deputy Minister. First up, this session is now, the first answer is going to be in Arabic. I will sum it up after the words a little bit so everybody can take away the key messages. And I want to ask you, how is Chad turning displacement into concrete investment projects that both public and private investors can support, and where are the main gaps?
السيدة مديرة الجلسة، السيدات والسادة الضيوف الكرام، أعضاء المنصة، السيد رئيس البنك الإفريقي، السيدات والسادة، كل على حسب مقامه ومنزلته وصفته، مع كامل الاحترام للأصول والأعراف البروتوكولية. أتوجه بخالص الشكر والامتنان إلى منظمي مؤتمر هامبورغ للاستدامة على هذه المبادرة المهمة المخصصة للبحث عن حلول مستدامة لقضية النزوح الداخلي. وكما أتقدم بجزيل الشكر والتقدير إلى شركائنا الفنيين والماليين، ولا سيما برنامج الأمم المتحدة بنيت والوكالة الألمانية للتنمية جيزت على دعمهم المتواصل ومرافقتهم لجهود جمهورية تشاد في مجالات التنمية وبناء السموت وتعزيز الاستقرار والبحث عن حلول مستدامة للنزوح القسري. تقف جمهورية تشاد اليوم أمامكم وهي تستشعر بالمسؤولية الوطنية والإنسانية. فعلى مدى عقود طويلة استضافت بلادنا وحمت ورافقت السكان النازحين اللاجئين الذين اضطروا إلى الفرار من أزمات لم يكونوا مسؤولين عنها. واليوم تكتسب هذه المسؤولية بعداً جديداً، فنحن نواجه ضغطاً غير مسبوق يتمثل في وجود أكثر من 3 مليون شخص في وضعية النزوح أو لجوء، وهي أرقام تبقى تقديرية نظراً إلى تدخل السكان والحركات البشرية المستمرة وعدم تسجيل جميع الوافدين رسمياً في القوائم. ومن بين ما يقارب 1,500,000 لاجئ يقيمون في المدن الكبرى، وقد اندمج كثير منهم مع السكان المحليين ونشأت بينهم روابط اجتماعية وأسرية جعلتهم جزء من أصل البلد الذي يعيشون فيه. وبدأ النسيج الوطني مع هؤلاء اللاجئين في بلادنا تشاد. وقد أدت التدفقات الأخيرة من السودان، من إفريقيا الوسطى، من نيجيريا والنيجر والكاميرون، ومع الحركات الأخيرة التي حصلت لبوكو حرام في لاكتشاد، العدد تزايد وبقى أكثر فأكثر. كما تواجه تشاد في الوقت نفسه تحديات أمنية في العديد من المناطق. تتقاسم المجتمعات المضيفة على الرغم من حشاشة مواردها وخدماتها ومقومات صمودها مع الوافدين، وهي تشكل اليوم حجر الزاوية في استجابتنا لهذه الأزمة. ومع ذلك لا تفوتني الفرصة هنا إلا وأن أشكر رئيس البنك الإفريقي الذي يقف دائما وأبدا معنا في المحن. فلنكن واقعين، فإن الاحتياجات الحالية تمس أكثر من 4,400,000 شخص، كما أن تلبية هذه الاحتياجات تتطلب ما يقارب $2,000,000,000 أمريكا خلال عام 2026. فالتمويلات الحالية ما زالت مجزأة على انتظار انخراط واسع للنطاق من القطاع الخاص، ما لم تتوفر بيئة مواتية للاستثمار وآليات فعالة للحد من المخاطر. وإذا أردنا أن نكون صادقين وذوي مصداقية هنا في هامبورغ، فعلينا أن نعترف بحقيقة بسيطة، وهي أننا لا يمكننا الاستمرار في مواجهة الصدمات الهيكلية الكبرى بالأدوات نفسها التي صممت لمواجهة أزمات الماضي. فلا يمكننا الحديث عن الصمود من دون استثمارات كبرى في المناطق المتأثرة بالنزوح، كما لا يمكننا الحديث عن التكيف مع التغيرات المناخية من دون إدماج الأقاليم الواقعة عند الأزمات المناخية وحالات النزوح القسري. ولقد أدرجت تشاد هذه القضية ضمن تخطيطها الوطني والترابي، وحددنا أولوياتنا الاستراتيجية، ونعمل تدريجيا على تطوير محفظة من الاستثمارات. ومن هذا المنطلق فإننا ندعو إلى تعزيز التمويلات الميسرة والمتعددة، وستواصل جمهورية تشاد بكل مسؤولية، ولكن ينبغي أن نكون واضحين أيضا إن ما نقوم به اليوم لن يكن مستداما ما لم يحدث تحولا عميقا في قواعد العمل القائمة. إن القضية لم تعد تقنية فحسب، بل أصبحت قضية سياسية بامتياز. فهل نحن مستعدون لتكييف النظام الدولي مع واقع القرن 21 أم أننا سنواصل إدارة أزمات المستقبل بأدوات الماضي؟ إن تشاد مستعدة لحمل راية الحلول المستدامة والشاملة، وقد آن الأوان لترتقي الاستجابة الدولية إلى مستوى هذا الالتزام. أشكركم على حسن إصغائكم. Je sais que vous ne comprenez pas bien l'arabe, mais quand même, elle va traduire. Merci à vous.
I was lucky enough to know about your main points beforehand. So let me try and summarize. I think it's exactly what Mr. Ducrot also talked about, that Chad finds itself at the center of this crisis with more than 3 million people displaced, and realizing that current workflows, current financing flows are too slow, they're outdated, and that we really need to modernize these processes and to find better solutions. And that Chad also finds itself very responsible and wants to take action in that field. Sorry for that. And I want to take that question further to the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, because I think this is where we can really help to understand how countries can align their rules and reduce cross-border risks so that investors are more willing to invest in displacement-affected areas.
Thank you very much. Thank you. For me, the issue of displacement is very, very close to my region. Now, when we are talking, millions of the citizens of the region are internally displaced. The perfect example is Sudan, which really we don't know exactly how many millions are displaced from their home. But we're very sure that Sudanese are now not living in their home. And also, when we talk about displacement, yes, the derogative word displacement is always there, but this displacement is about humanity, human being. From these displaced people, there is a capital, human capital. The farmers are there, the expertise, the engineers, the doctors, every kind of combination is there. But that human capital needs a capital, which maybe my brother will address later on. Now, the displacement crossed the borders, but the capital, the finance, which would have been the best to tackle this thing, cannot cross the borders. So this is one of the areas. In IGAD region, from very inception, before 40 years, the establishment of the organization which I lead is established for countering desertification and internal displacement. So, so far, within these 40 years, we did a lot of things, but the intensity of displacement has not changed or even increased significantly. So we are not exactly dealing with the real problem that we are facing. The population grows, the conflict between and among communities, the political conflicts and cross-border conflicts which exacerbate the issue of displacements are there. The magnitude of that conflict is not decreasing now, it is increasing. The other critical issue is the climate issue that have a very, very vivid impact upon our region. You can see in South Sudan, in Somalia, in Sudan, in Ethiopia. Most of the countries which are residing in that region are affected by the climate change, which definitely has pave the way for internal displacement. That's why IGAD now come together and we try to have a common position, how really we can work together to tackle this problem. Because the problem is more or less the same from one country to the other country. So one is having a protocol, the protocol of free movements. One citizens of Kenya who is displaced because of X and Y reason, he can go to Ethiopia or he can go to Somalia and he can have a job and any kind of thing. That is one of the protocol which is approved by IGAD. This is an investment. The other point is that we have different declarations, Nairobi, Mombasa Declaration, Kampala Declaration. These are the protocols that all member states agreed upon how to handle the issue of displacement, because displacement is not going to be in one country, because it is going to be not only a regional, it's a continental issue. It's beyond that. We are working with the European Union because the problem is not going to be there, it is going to be everywhere. We are part of the world. So we are very rich in terms of contributing, the displacement. We are rich in terms of resources, but still we have a challenge in terms of, number one, working together, collaborating. Number two is the financial stress that nowadays, especially this morning, everybody is talking about the challenge that we are facing to the multilateral institutions. So these all things has hampered us as a regional organization, as a continental organization to tackle, to support our member states, how to best, until they come back to their home, these displaced people, to support them wherever they are. The challenge is, in spite of all the things that we are doing, still that challenge is that we have not graduated from that problem. Thank you.
So one of the keys is definitely the financing. Yes, thank you. And you've already spoken about the capital, so I do want to pass it on to the African Development Bank. We have the president here. So maybe you can explain to us how you include displaced people in your work and how we can move from scattered aid projects that are different in each country to large-scale coordinated investments.
No, thank you very much. So let me start by one point, which is related to prevention. So we always talk about the outcome, but we don't talk about how we can prevent being in this situation. So an IMF study has shown that $1 spent on prevention avoid $103 as a cost of the result of displacement. So it's very important really to work on prevention and to invest in prevention. And this is why the African Development Bank is now focusing more on prevention, because we do believe that that can really avoid a lot of costs for all our countries. Second, on the financing, the African Development Bank has been the first MDB to set up a financial solution for fragility and addressing the issue of internally displaced people. So the bank has already spent $7 billion on the fragility facility. But the way we look at it is that we should not take IDPs as a humanitarian situation. It's a development situation. And unless we involve it and we embed it in the national development plan, we will always come up with partial solution to the problem. So it should be part and parcel of the country's economic planning, and also from the investment side. Third, we need really to think about how we can bring the private sector solution in the game, because it cannot only be funded through grants and concessional loan. If we provide the right de-risking mechanism, we can unlock private sector financing, even in very difficult situation. And the African Development Bank has a very, very good success stories. So one of the recent success story was in South Sudan, where a program has been providing financing to women and youth displaced. And they have been able not only to sustain their life, but also to build a new life in the place where they have been relocated, and they are repaying their loans regularly. So this is something we can do, and it can really work. So last but not least, partnership is key. So no country, no institution alone can handle the issue of IDP. So we need to work with all the partners, the international institutions, the NGOs, civil society, local civil society, international institutions, United Nations institutions. We need to work together, and each one of us will provide what that institution is better equipped to deliver. And when we join our forces, financing will not be the issue.
That sounds very motivating as well. And I think what we hear is interesting, yes. For all private investors, but private investors don't like risk. So I want to talk about solutions, how to reduce these risks. Gloria Wamitso, you work with these kind of solutions. What do we need in order to really use those opportunities for private investors and scale them?
Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. And from ARC's perspective, the three main risks that discourage investors working in the region where the host displaced people are the climate risk, fiscal risk, and the data gap. Let's start with the first one, which is also the most evident, obvious one, which is the climate risk. Climate shock becomes more frequent, more severe, and also make displacements worse. We have drought, we have cyclone, we have flood that will increase the food insecurity, destroy livelihood, and also put more pressure on government who are already facing difficult situation. As a result, the climate risk has become an investment risk. The great news is that climate risk is also one of the few risks that is measurable, that we can model, and that we can transfer. At ARC Limited, so for those who don't know, ARC Limited, African Risk Capacity Limited, is a mutual insurance company owned by the government. We are the specialized agency of the African Union, and we work with the government and humanitarian actors and also MDBs actually to provide pre-arranged financing and capacity building through parametric insurance. So unlike traditional insurance, parametric insurance enables payout to be disbursed within few days. And ultimately, the government will receive immediately liquidity to reach vulnerable people. We have started in 2014, and since then we have paid 100 million payout to the countries and also humanitarian actors. Recently, I will give the example of Somalia. We have paid this year 5.5 million to the government, to the humanitarian actors as well, partners such as Start Network and WFP, to reach over 153,000 people. And ultimately, the second risk I will share, I mentioned is fiscal risk. So the many governments hosting large displaced population already operate under significant fiscal pressure, high debt, small budget. And therefore, when the climate shock happens, there is no money or very a few money left to address that issue. And this is where it's very important actually to put in place contingency financing, to put in place a contingency plan. At ARC, we will work with the government to have in place the contingency plan that will define in advance before the crisis happens how this fund will be used, who will be implementing the responses, and who will be the beneficiaries. No negotiation, no delay. For example, we have paid last year to the government of Malawi 3.4 million for the anticipatory action policy. That helped actually the government to deploy the responses to vulnerable people within days. Also, we have a program with the World Bank that we call HIPAIR. For that, they have in place the contingency fund, they have in place the reserves that are already there. And then we pay just for the government of Mozambique more than 30 million for the flood that happened this year and also the cyclone Jude that happened last year. The third risk, and which is also the misunderstanding risk, is the data gap. You cannot price a risk that you cannot measure. So reliable data is a fundamental. Of course, I'm an insurer, but not only for the insurers, but also for the governments, for MDPs, for private sectors. So in my company, so at ARC Limited, what we have put in place is really to work with satellite data set, but also we build in-house tools such as African Risk View that will model drought, tropical cyclone explorer, and flood explorer. So overall, we also work with the government experts and national experts such as the Meteo and IGAD actually to calibrate this model. Ultimately, and I think Adrian was the president of the AFDB said, risk transfer also is not the standalone solution. It is one of the components that should come with a broader strategy to help government to move from reactive approach to proactive approach. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. And I'm really glad that we got to hear all these perspectives on the same issue. And I think what we can definitely take away is that working together is the key and that we need to use the momentum from past year and continue to carry it on from this year to next year, hopefully. We're a little bit short on time, but I do want to give 2 interventions from the floor the option to add to that. And please be brief, since the next session is already waiting for us. But yes, I want to hear from Katharina Tote from the UNHCR, please. The microphone is still missing. Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks a lot for convening this panel. I think just the numbers were already mentioned earlier, 82 million internally displaced people in more than 100 countries. I think we do have a bit of an opening in the sense that there were also 10 million who returned last year. So this is really a situation where I think the call to action for more financing and investment is really key, since humanitarian action, it was mentioned, can't solve these problems. There are 3 priorities. I think the data gap was also mentioned. Data has to drive investment decisions. And I think there's some really promising practices in different countries, in Chad, Somalia, Iraq, Ethiopia, where there is a lot of good work being done there. Another priority, really alignment and reinforcing of national strategies and that already exist to really make those part and parcel of the investment planning, and the third priority to work more strongly with the private sector and see the economic potential in these areas, not just see them through a humanitarian lens. And finally, the decisions that IDPs themselves take, I think, have to factor into the planning. They have to decide, do they want to return or settle locally? And so that's really important for them to be able to make that decision and the planning to work around that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Katharina Tote. I think that is definitely the case. We do need to see those things as investment opportunities, and these stages are important. Thank you very much for your work. Thank you all for being here. Unfortunately, we must come to an end, but I think we will continue the discussion throughout these 2 days. Thank you very much. Sorry.
This is the Future Talk. Bridges, not barriers. UN80 and the fight for the future of multilateral cooperation. Please welcome to the stage Katharina Stasch from the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to our session, Bridges, Not Barriers, UN80 and the Fight for the Future of the Multilateral System. We heard it today in the opening session. The UN is facing many challenges: growing power competition, shrinking resources, and structural inefficiency. To mark a moment of reform, the Secretary General has launched the UN80 process, and many like-minded member states have gathered around the alliance to support the UN development system. And 22 of these member states will be presenting today a document to you, Deputy Secretary General. A very warm welcome to you. Amina Mohammed is glad to have you here. A document marking 10 steps towards a successful UN reform. We will be hearing also from a young representative her vision of the future of the UN, and there will be a moment of discussion of member states of the alliance together with the Minister of South Africa to discuss priorities of the reform. But first and foremost, we will have the German Federal Minister of Economic Cooperation and Development, Reem Alobali Radovan, giving her opening remarks. Please welcome with me our Minister.
Dear Amina Mohammed, again, it's so great to have you here, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. At this very moment, there are 65 active conflicts worldwide. 13 of them are classified as wars. Almost 250,000 people were killed in these conflicts last year. These are the highest figures since World War II. Last year, almost 120 million people were forcibly displaced. And even though the global community has made progress on fighting hunger, about 670 million people, especially children, are facing starvation. All of this is happening while the gap between the rich and the poor keeps growing year by year. Just recently, we heard it, the world acquired its first trillionaire. Inequality is becoming more extreme. It is obvious that these challenges can only be addressed on an international level, and there is nothing like the United Nations. The United Nations remains the only forum where 193 countries are represented with one voice, where they all come together peacefully to seek solutions. Sometimes this works well, sometimes less well. But the UN is and remains, and we heard it from the Federal President of Germany today in the morning, it is essential for the world. Yet, the UN is facing a dilemma. While it seeks to address those multitudes of highly complex global crises, the United Nations itself is in crisis, a financial crisis and a crisis of trust. This is why UN Secretary General Guterres launched the UN80 reform initiative, and Germany strongly supports this effort. We support you, Deputy Secretary General Amina Mohammed, in shaping the tools needed to tackle the world's crises more effectively. And we will remain a steadfast partner of multilateralism and rules-based international order. At the same time, Germany is just one player among the many that supports the UN to advance our interests within the UN and globally, we need partners and alliances, partners whom we can advance common goals. Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney, and it was cited a lot, emphasized this in his keynote speech at the World Economic Forum in Davos. The old world order is breaking apart and new alliances must be forged. The supporters of the UN development system is one such alliance. Last year at the Munich Security Conference, Germany and its partners launched the Alliance of Supporters of the UN Development System. Right now, we are more than 20 countries from all over the world, from all regions. What makes us unique? This alliance brings together countries from the global south and countries from the global north on equal footing. It aims to act as a bridge builder from Somalia to Switzerland, from Colombia to Canada. And I would like to take this opportunity to welcome our newest member who joined us just a few days ago, the Netherlands. Thank you for supporting us. And with you on board, we can only become stronger, and I call upon other countries to join our alliance. What unites us? We want to protect and strengthen development within and through the United Nations. The ultimate goal of all of our efforts is to improve impact for people on the ground, to make a tangible difference in their lives by reducing poverty and inequality, and by fostering peace and security for everyone. Our motto is reform, support, deliver. And we have developed an initial joint proposal for the UN 80 initiative, which we are honored to present to you today, Deputy Secretary General. Ladies and gentlemen, before we look at our proposal in more detail, I would like to invite all Alliance members to gather for a family photo after the remarks of Amina Mohamed and to jointly present the document with our 10 suggestions for a successful UN 80 reform. I look forward to working together to make the United Nations stronger. Only with a strong United Nations can there be a strong global order, a global order that is the foundation of our shared future. So let's start this now. Thank you all for being here, for having a full house on that very important matter. That's a good signal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. And we will now hear a keynote speech by our DSG. And DSG has led the process that resulted in global agreement of the 2030 Agenda and the birth of the Sustainable Development Goals. It's really a pleasure to have you here. The floor is yours. Please welcome with me the DSG.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you, Minister Albali Radovan, dear Reem, friends, ladies and gentlemen. I can see many, many friends in the audience. Thank you to the colleagues at BMZ, UNDP, the City of Hamburg, and the Michael Otto Foundation for helping us convene this discussion today, but also to the Alliance, and of course, the newest kid on the block, the Netherlands. It's really good to welcome you to this. You've stood by the UN development work, and especially in recent times when funding is lowering and pressure is rising for what we need to do. And I'd like to start by picking up on what the Minister had just said a few moments ago, the will and the need to cooperate. And in this case, for peace and development, you heard the figures on the conflicts. As I walked in the room, I met with our colleagues from Chad. This is a nation that is one of the most generous in the world with yet very little. And so when we talk about the funding that is needed to support Chad, it is for its generosity, it should get a return in dividends to support its poorer communities, not just for the humanitarian funding that is only about 30% funded, but also for development, for investing in the people of Chad, the women of Chad, on health, on education, on jobs. And so just leave it with you that when we do have conflicts, their neighbors take the first shocks. And in Africa, these are very poor neighbors, and they're struggling with their own development, and we need to make sure we're there to support it. But let me also speak about the vehicle to support the work that we do on the Sustainable Development Agenda. The United Nations, and it has been many things to many generations. And our task is not to preserve the UN as it was yesterday, but to try to adapt and strengthen and ensure that it is ready for the work that is upon it. UN 80 calls us to that task. But the work did not start today. It didn't start a year ago, 2 years ago. It started when the Secretary General and I took on our mandate in 2017. We have pursued major reforms, repositioning the development system, strengthening peace and security, modernizing the management, and building a UN 2.0 that is fit for the digital age. All of it driven by one objective, to help member states deliver on the 2030 agenda. And through the Pact for the Future, member states have reaffirmed their expectation that the United Nations will continue to evolve, becoming more effective, more integrated, and more fit for purpose in a world that is facing deep uncertainty, geopolitical crisis after geopolitical crisis, climate shocks, and emerging technologies with untold power and ownership throwing into the mix. But the world of today is certainly a very different one from even a decade ago when we joined. Shock after shock, we thought we had 10 years to implement the Sustainable Development Agenda, and we were not in office for more than a year when COVID struck. And we thought that was going to last for a year. But we know today, even the recovery from COVID has taken many countries more than the 2-3 years that we had. The unimaginable war in Ukraine and Europe, now the crisis in the Middle East, coupled with shrinking resources, this really has changed our operating environment. We're looking over the edge of a widening gap between what member states expect of the UN and what the system in its current form can deliver. UN 80 is not a reform for its own sake. It is about consolidating the sustainable development paradigm shift and ensuring that we do have the ability to deliver on the promises we made and that we are becoming a system the world still needs us to be to accompany them in that journey. The context in which we are operating has changed dramatically. It is undermining hard-won progress and threatening the investments that have been made possible, especially to women's rights. Net ODA fell by over 23% in 2025. That's about $38 billion US. And that number is projected to further decline in 2026. So let's be clear, as the Secretary General has been, UN 80 is not a cure for the financial crisis. It is a commitment to protect those gains, to protect the space that we have made and create more for maximizing the impact. Beyond the mechanics of a reform, the reports and timelines, there lies one central question. How do we better use and leverage the impact of the resources that are available to us? And I will underscore leveraging, because domestic resources are there to be leveraged if we can convene the investments that come into a country to help with their development agenda. It opens the door to 4 considerations. First, on how we can deliver. Can we do this far better, using the tools in front of us, technology and data amongst them? Doing more with less only works if we're willing to do things efficiently, coherently, and as one joint effort. Leveraging each and everyone's comparative advantage, really getting serious about the division of labor, not the competition. Second, the structure. What do we need to get the job done? And for our work to be felt in people's lives, not on the organization chart of the UN, but really in someone's life, in the environment in which they live. And so we need these processes that feed policy solutions to be upheld in countries with the right set of skills, expertise, and experience. That includes the UN. And third, coherence. Can our 3 pillars, peace, security, human rights, and development, and let me just add the important governance issues that we are all contending with, finally as one on the ground, so that when UN turns up a country, it turns up as one and not as 3 or 4 or 5. And we've seen this. It's not all the UN's intention has always been to try to work as one, but the way in which we are structured and funded does not help. We are a member state organization. And fourth, what we leave behind. How do we hand the next generation of this organization something stronger than we inherited? These are not questions that anyone can answer alone. No one government, no one institution or constituency can take on problems or opportunities that cross every border and invariably feed off each other. This is what the development system is for. We are in almost every country. and that's over 150 countries, people still trust and believe in the blue flag. We can still bring strange bedfellows together and reach people that have no one else to have that voice. Just as importantly, the UN development system safeguards the long-term normative and preventive work, from upholding human rights to anticipating the crises. The short-term politics tends to neglect. In times as uncertain as these are, a coordinated and trusted multilateral system, it's not a luxury, but it is a foundation for stability and shared prosperity. And I can tell you in the last 3-4 years, people are trying different models. They are not working. You will do a 360-degree and come back to the global town hall of our global village. I'd like to thank the Alliance for the initiative in support of the development system at the country level, but also at the regional and at the global level. The new country configurations, we believe, will create a much more agile UN development system with country presence aligned to national priorities and an empowered resident coordinator. What it means is that you have an impartial leader. I'm a CEO of a company, if you will, but you need a board, and that's a UN country team. And that UN country team needs to have muscle. It cannot just be there for a couple of projects. It's got to be there for the long term. And that means capacities. Capacities mean money that is much more than ad hoc. You need core funding to allow this to happen for our agencies, especially our largest footprint on the ground, the UNDP. The regional reset brings expertise, capacity closer to countries, reduces duplication, but it also handles regional issues that no one country can handle. The future direction of the organization and of the multilateral system more broadly are not ours to take alone. As the Secretary General has said, they belong to member states, but they are informed and guided by people's aspirations and the partners that we are all here to work with. And I'd like to hear those voices today, including those of the youth delegates. I look forward to the 10-point agenda that you have for us. Some doors only you can open. Reform can only take us so far. It does need a coalition of support for the final stretch, that's implementation. I can tell you for the last 9 years, the reforms that we laid out are still a work in progress, many unfinished business. It's a mindset change that is also needed to bring people to the table. And I think this is where the Alliance matters. You're exactly the constituency this moment needs, not defenders of the status quo, champions of a UN that earns its mandate every day, in every life, everywhere. The Alliance, of course, answers to this fractured moment that we find ourselves in. The future of multilateral development cooperation will be built by a coalition willing to reform the system. I would say transform the system, because we are really going into a new era. After 80 years, in most cases, shelf life has expired, right? So we need to reinvent ourselves, not be afraid of what we lose, but the shoulders that we're standing on to take this work forward. So give us your support, but also give us the best ideas, challenge us, put fire under our feet, hold us to the very highest of standards that people expect of us. That's what this partnership calls for, and this is one that I'm committed to. Thank you.
You may stay on this stage. Now, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the big moment has arrived. The document 10 Steps Towards a Successful UN80 Reform can be handed over to you, TSG, and I would very kindly ask the members of the Alliance to come to the stage. Riem Alabali Radovan, Sjoerd Sjoerdsma, the Minister of Foreign Trade and Development Cooperation of the Netherlands, Baroness Chapman, the Minister of State for International Development in Africa of the United Kingdom, Lee Kinjajui, the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry of Kenya, Marupene Ramokgopa, the Minister of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation of South Africa, Renate Heheim, the Norwegian State Secretary, Zuhur Alawi, the Ambassador of Morocco, and Antonio José Lehmann Guterres, the Ambassador of Costa Rica, as well as the representatives. Please join me on the stage, all members of the Alliance, and we will have representatives from Australia, Bangladesh, Canada, Colombia, Costa Rica, the Czech Republic, France, Germany, Ireland, Jordan, Kenya, Morocco, the Netherlands, New Zealand, Norway, Peru, Poland, Somalia, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, Ukraine, and the United Kingdom. Please come.
That's good. No, it's fine.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you very much, DSG. I would now like to welcome the youth delegate to the stage to give her vision of the future UN to us. A very warm welcome.
Dear Ministers, Excellencies, I am honored to offer a few remarks today. I speak in place of Ronnie, a young activist from South Sudan who unfortunately cannot be with us due to visa issues. I grew up in Germany in safety. I went to school. I could make my own voice heard. A year ago, I had the honor of representing Germany at the United Nations, speaking on behalf of millions of young people and advocating for sexual and reproductive health rights. I did not only do it out of solidarity, but also out of a sense of guilt. The guilt of living my life to the fullest while millions of others cannot because of global injustice, such as poverty, armed conflicts, food insecurity, the effects of climate change, and harmful social norms. These challenges cannot be solved in isolation. We need everyone at the table to realize the vision of a fair, healthy, and livable future for all. Young people are here the key to creating this vision. We already have so many ideas and agreements to shape a more just and sustainable world. What we need now are structures that help us implement them. And this is where you, as leaders and representatives, come in. I ask you to create new spaces and dialogues. We need a UN system that is not an end in itself, but an enabler of meaningful change, one that fosters cooperation at eye level and moves away from symbolism towards tangible improvements. A UN that makes room to test new forms of cooperation and enables innovation to address the obstacles we face today and in the future. Today, I serve as the youngest ever elected city councillor in my hometown. Taking responsibility and initiative matters. Yes, Kassel is not New York. But in the end, we face challenges similar to those at global level. Bringing together different interests, personalities, and solutions can be tough. It is not easy to include everyone and create a city that everyone can identify with. But I believe that we must gather our forces and strive to make a change on the local and the global level. My vision is of a UN that shifts from heavy bureaucracy to a practical implementation with funding that is accessible, a budget that pay for our solution and turn agreements into reality. I believe in a UN that promotes dialogue, trust, and diplomacy instead of escalation, withdrawal, and isolation. A UN that protects and strengthens the right of every person on the planet and leave no one behind. Your Excellencies, I am here today to encourage you, to help us shape this vision together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this encouragement. And I would now like to welcome our panelists to the stage. Please join me on the stage, ministers. Yes, a round of applause. And since we are running a little bit behind schedule, if I may, I will skip the introductory part and plunge immediately into the subject matter. And probably we will have time for one question each just to prepare. So we will start with a colleague from the Netherlands, Excellency, Mr. Soetsma. We heard it. You only recently joined the Alliance and you are the newest member of the Alliance. So what were your reasons to join the Alliance?
Thank you very much for that question. And I also want to hark back to the title of this meeting, which has the word fight in it. Now, the Netherlands is not looking for a fight. International law, human rights are part of our DNA. But if the fight is right, then I think we should not shy away from the fight. And I think if you look at the world as it is today, we're approaching a situation where might makes right. And this is very dangerous. It's a very dangerous situation. And if you look at the UN, and I think the Deputy Secretary General made it very clear, is still the global village, a village where everyone has a voice and a voice that counts. And of course, we have to protect it. We don't have to protect the status quo. I think this is a dangerous misconception that we should protect it as it is. But we should protect what it used to stand for and in principle, I think still stands for. The one organization that delivers where it matters most. Where people, and I think someone just mentioned it, where people still salute the blue flag because it means something to them. It means hope, it means perspective, it means a way out of a situation that is, on a very personal level, very difficult. And we have to recognize, I think, that we're not doing well. This is, I think, my second point. We're not doing well. The SDGs are not on track. And simply put, beside a miracle, beyond a miracle, we're not going to make the SDGs. So when others are cutting back, the Netherlands has decided to step up, to make sure that it's not just word, but also actions. Because I think, yes, reforms, and I think these reforms are crucial because the UN needs to be more effective, it needs to be more efficient, and we need to lean a little bit into the UN perhaps at times to make sure that this happens. But I'm confident that this will work. But reforms without finance is just Turkey's getting ready for Christmas. We also need to ensure that the UN has the means to perform. Plus, that would be my final point, finance alone is not enough in these days. We also have to provide the political pressure, the alliance, the new alliances, the political backing to make sure that the UN has the space to operate politically, that it has a face that is accepted. Because we also see powers that want to push the UN to the sidelines, that do not allow the UN to see the light of day. And I think this is one of the most dangerous moments in our history, a pivotal moment, and that's today. That's why the Netherlands has decided to join, but also why we're stepping up. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Turning to you, Minister Ramok Kopha, you are from a country which has long been engaging a lot for a very strong multilateral system. So what is your view on the current reforms?
Thank you very much. From my country, of course, we still believe that the reforms are quite important and the reform process will be the center of actually seeing a difference. And I've just had the UN Deputy Secretary General saying that maybe we need to look at transformation. We must reform, however, transformation becomes important. Our firm view, of course, is that reforms are not just an internal administrative exercise, because sometimes we tend to actually think that it's just that particular exercise. However, the reforms will only be be celebrated, of course, when we are able to see the delivery of the 3 interconnected pillars of the UN, which is peace and stability, sustainable development, and human rights, of course. But that can only be celebrated when the grassroots are actually feeling it and seeing a difference. Because if we're just going to place them as a structural issue that we deal with administratively, as I've already said, we will not be able to reach all those things that we have set out for ourselves. Of course, we still reiterate what we have always said as a common African position of a Zuluini consensus on the reforms. They are quite important, and we've seen what happens if we don't actually have a reform that would be able to allow UN to be commensurate with the current issues that we are facing. Yes, it has been there for quite a very long time. We still have the 1945 aspect that we still have to look at. However, times have changed. There are new issues that are arising. So as a result, whatever systems that are there to be able to deal with what is there, what we are actually facing, geopolitics and all the other issues such as the debt issues that we are facing, like in my continent as well. If we don't make sure that we've got the systems and the architecture that speak to those, we will forever be speaking, but we won't see a difference. And lastly, as the UN Secretary General, as of Deputy Secretary General, maybe you'll be a Secretary General soon, I may be a prophet. I have already said member states. Member states are actually quite important because the UN systems can be able to be there to speak, to put systems in place. But if member states don't take what the UN has actually agreed upon or whatever we have agreed upon seriously to implement in their national development plans, we won't be able to actually be able to see the changes that are needed for us to know if the reforms are working or not.
Thank you very much for this powerful statement. Minister Kinjajui from Kenya, turning to you. Kenya is the latest country from the African continent to join the alliance. Tell us, what is important for you when it comes to UN80 and the reforms?
Thank you. I want to confirm that Kenya has been able to participate in the UN80, and we believe that the foundations upon which the UN was set up in 1945 have changed dramatically. And with a changing environment and changing circumstances, there's a need to adapt to the new realities. And I think that is really our key position. I think the other issue we would also want to mention is that Kenya also hosts part of the UN in Nairobi, in Gigiri, and therefore we believe that a better UN will also serve the continent and everywhere. And just for the record, the issue of the UN flag has been said, but I want to say that in regions of conflicts, where people cannot talk to each other, that blue flag with a white in it means everything. It's a symbol of hope and a symbol that something is going to happen and that mankind cannot watch as things go bad. So I think we must agree, even though we may not be in those circumstances as individual nations, we cannot guarantee tomorrow. But we must prepare that tomorrow by having a UN that can respond to the challenges that may come irrespective. I also want to take this opportunity to say that we have talked a lot about the funding of the UN. And I guess this is probably one of the periods where there has been accelerated finance in defense and military spending across the world. So at the time when there's higher military and defense spending, there is less and less available for peace. So this is particularly of concern, especially to developing nations, because if there is war, there'll be reconstruction. So we are in a cycle of destruction, reconstruction, and really never giving people the right to live in the peace that they really deserve. So Kenya supports the reforms. And we believe that even the expansions currently going on in Kenya, the government has done everything necessary to ensure that we both have the capacity and the space necessary to facilitate those reforms. Lastly, also, is to confirm that the UN has been particularly useful to developing nations in very unusual circumstances. And therefore, for the continent, we would want to see a UN that recognizes and appreciates the circumstances with which developing nations operate, noting that at the time of formation, many of them were not independent nations by then, and therefore they would want to have a bigger role in how decisions are made and how to define their future. I submit.
Thank you very much. The UN, the blue flag as a symbol of hope, and this is definitely something worth fighting for. Thank you very much, our panelists. And I would now like to welcome Baroness Chapman for her closing remarks. And when we met in the floor, you said, I want to be bold. Please, be bold.
Thank you. That was a really great panel. I really appreciate being able to listen to that. And thank you, Madam Deputy Secretary General. And thank you for all the work that you're doing to really push this through. We can see it, we feel it. We are alongside you as your allies. And thank you to Germany for bringing us together in this amazing city. We know that multilateralism is under strain. We've talked about that today, and that we know as well that it really matters to us, which is why we are here. For the UK's part, we are proud to be part of the alliance of supporters of the UN development system. But as we've heard, we can't just support that system. We need to reform it, working together to ensure that the UN delivers for those who need it the very, very most. The UN80 initiative and UN development system reforms are intrinsically linked. We can only build a system that's fit for today's challenges by doing both and doing them well. Member states set the framework in the 2018 reforms of the UN development system, and these have achieved a lot, but important elements are still to be done. So we support, more than that, we expect the UN leadership, and I know that you will, that use the UN80 to drive the reforms forward and overcome any of those very many obstacles that we know are going to get in the way. Now is not the time to take our foot off the gas or to accept incremental change. We should be really clear about what this means in practice. And we've heard some really important insights about that on the panel today. First, the UN must lead to UN country teams that are leaner, more context specific and more impactful. And we hear this from partner countries all the time. Today, an average of 22 UN entities operate in each programme country. That is far too many. And we need to see leaner country teams supported by a strengthened regional offer, including a more robust expertise on demand model. We need more detail on the current proposals so that we can ensure these reforms actually deliver greater efficiency and the impact that we want to see on the ground. Next, UN80 must make the UN cooperation framework the central document for all work at country level. All UN entities should align their programs behind it, not the other way around. Right now, that does happen, and we see some brilliant examples of where that happens, but we all know in our heart of hearts that it's just not quite consistent enough. Too often, cooperation framework processes are being adjusted to fit agency timelines rather than setting the direction. We hear consistently from resident coordinators that getting this right is essential if we're going to succeed in our ambition of reducing fragmentation, strengthening coherence, and ensuring the UN80 delivers against countries' highest priorities. UN80 can fix this. Third, we must continue to drive efficiency and coherence across the whole system. This means, I think, progressing some of the long talked about but delayed reforms like common back offices alongside stronger accountability for collective delivery. These are not new ideas. They are urgent, though, I think now, and we've got to work together through this opportunity that we have in UN80 to make sure that they happen. And that's why today matters. It's why cross-regional membership of this alliance is absolutely vital. Our commitment to this agenda is absolutely clear from this discussion today. And this is very much a collective endeavour. So together we can build momentum, bring political backing from across the membership, and translate this shared ambition into concrete reforms. We've got to go further. We've got to go faster. We're running out of time to deliver the change that we absolutely need to have happen. And we've got to keep our focus where it belongs, which is delivering real, tangible results for people on the ground, wherever they are. The UK stands ready to support the blue flag that we've all been talking about today, because it really does matter. But we need to work together as this alliance and the UN membership more widely to make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Baroness Chapman. Thank you all the speakers of today's session. And in case you are curious, what is this about the 10 steps towards a successful UN80 reform? We put it online. You can find it in the app. And with this, I wish you a very great lunch and another applause for all speakers and participants today.
New Alliance Talk, Competitiveness and Decarbonisation in the Green Industrial Transition. Please welcome to the stage, Katie Gallos.
Welcome, everybody. It's great to see you. Thank you so much for making time and space in your calendar right after the lunch break. I know it's a little bit of a tough burden, but it's great to have you here on board for our conversation. Welcome to our conversation here on the new Alliance Talk stage during the Hamburg Sustainability Conference. To all of you here in the Chamber of Commerce, but also, of course, a warm welcome. Literally a warm and heated welcome goes out to you into the live stream. It's great to have you on board. For our topic, as we are debating, of course, in the times of geopolitical turbulences, the private sector is facing multiple challenges, as you know, but of course, competitiveness remains key, and this is really the topic what we are diving into now, and the acceleration of our economy's transition towards climate protection and sustainability is and remains imperative. So many say, ladies and gentlemen, the private sector has the strategic potential to become a driver of change. So the question of the next 45 minutes will keep us busy. How to balance then competitiveness with decarbonization in the green industrial transition? How to stay on track when we are meeting the agreed goals, right? The targets for the transition, while also providing the flexibility that we need. And then, of course, the big question, how to accelerate the transition at the same time? How to build up resilience while we are in this phase of transition, and how to promote change without losing the support of the majority in our countries. I know that these are a lot of questions, but these are the times we are living in. Especially these topics and these questions are debated in political and in business circles, in the media, in Berlin, in Brussels, a very hot topic right now, mid-July, with the expected review of the EU emissions trading system that's coming up. But as well, of course, these questions are debated in Beijing, in Paris, in New Delhi, and beautifully now in Hamburg. And with that, I welcome you all for our session, and I also welcome my panelists here on stage. Please join me, State Secretary Jochen Flassbart, Gunnar Gröbler, Jaco Thomas, Katrin Jung, to come here on stage.
Soll hier?
Ms. Jung, thank you, Katrin, Gunnar, Jaco, wonderful. Please. As you know, I love to sit down, breathe in and breathe out, and then I'll do a proper introduction for my guests. So you have the full attention of our audience. So next to me, State Secretary Jochen Flassbart, State Secretary at the Federal Ministry for the Environment, Climate Action, Nature Conservation and Nuclear Safety. Next to Jochen, Gunnar Gröbler, the CEO of Salzgitter AG. Salzgitter AG is one of Germany's leading steel and technology groups, boosting and boasting really forward a workforce of approximately 20,000 employees and a crude steel capacity of approximately 6 million tons. And also in that regard, it's important to say that Salzgitter is acting as a first mover when it comes to the European steel industry's transition to green steel. You will talk and give us more insights on that, especially when it comes to Salzgitter's flagship program, the so-called SALCOS, Salzgitter Low CO2 Steelmaking. Just to give us a few glimpse ideas of what's coming up, but Gunnar, thank you for being here as well on the panel. Also in our round, wonderful welcome, Katrin Jung, joining us from Vattenfall, Senior Vice President, and she's leading the business area Wind at Vattenfall. And Vattenfall operates as an integrated European energy utility, you might know. Vattenfall's business model spans along the entire value chain when we talk generation, trading, distribution to retail sales, decentralized customer solutions, and all driven by this overarching goal of enabling fossil freedom and a sustainable energy transition. I hope I haven't forgot anything, but you're here to actually come in a second as well. Katrin Jung, thanks for being here. And last but not least in our round, lovely to have you. Welcome from Mumbai to Hamburg. Jaco Thomas from Tata Sons. He's the Chief Sustainability Officer of the Tata Group, so to say. And the Tata Group is one of India's largest and oldest multinational conglomerates, operating over 30 companies across more than 100 countries. Tata Sons is the private investment holding company and the central promoter of the Tata Group, uniquely owned and responsible for governing over 30 global companies. And Chaco Thomas currently serves now as the Group Chief Sustainability Officer, known as CSO, at Tata Sons, and he leads the overarching environmental, social, and corporate governance strategies across the global portfolio, which is quite a huge portfolio and a lot of to-dos on your desk at Tata Group. To all of you again, thank you for being here. A warm welcome once again. It's not just me who's heating up, right? We are all warming up. But in that regard, we have a hot topic, of course, here on stage. And Chaco, I'd like to start with you, because when we come to the topic of the lessons within the transition, you know, there is so much heat going on because it's so much speed and to-dos, and the list is long. So what have been, from your perspective, from your experience at the Tata Group and Tata Sons, what have been the main lessons during the group-wide and the literally worldwide transition when it comes to translating decarbonization within the Tata Group? Not just having ink on paper, but having, in the end, actionable corporate policies across more than 30 diverse subsidiaries.
Thank you so much. So, I mean, I think you've beautifully covered a lot of what the group is all about. It's a fairly large group, very complex group in that sense, because we straddle pretty much everything from airlines to steel making to chemicals. Somewhere in between you have coffee. So it's kind of all over the place. In my previous avatar, I was heading Tata Coffee. So that's the kind of stuff that we actually... so it's a very complex organization with companies that are expected to lead their own paths, right? And for them, the easiest way is to get actually diverted, looking at many other, what the others do in that particular space. So in this case, what we have done is that we've actually got a central philosophy in place, which is called Project Alingana, which is our promise to the planet, the society, and everyone who's part of the stake, who can be called a stakeholder there. This is around decarbonization, circularity, and nature and biodiversity. The idea here is to ensure that we have all the companies in these diverse businesses actually having a North Star and pulling towards it. Having said that, it's not easy because, like I said, these are independent companies. So we've kind of also created a governance structure which has a Tata Group Sustainability Council, which ensures that everything gets done in a particular place. I am part of that council, and I'm responsible for running these operations. So it's complex. It's something that we are very proud of, but it's something that a lot of work needs to be done.
From your perspective, from India looking to European businesses, what should European policymakers and companies understand a little bit better about our big topic, about competitiveness, about industrial decarbonization? What is something that you have to describe over and over and over again, maybe to European colleagues, especially also when it comes to emerging markets, right?
Yeah, so I think what we need to remember is that India, as a manufacturing ability, produces about 3.2% of the manufacturing output worldwide. So it's fairly sizable in that nature. We have obviously been very clear that we ascribe to all the... we have set out ourselves a 2070 goal, for example, for being net zero as a country. As part of the NDCs, we are ensuring that the investments that actually go into energy, I mean, in terms of renewable energy, we've put out a very clear path around it. 60% of what we hope to be consuming is to be from RE by 2035, right? And a large part of it actually comes from solar, but of course there are other parts of it all. So the government actually has ensured that a lot of what needs to be put in is being done in a very systematic manner. So if you were to look at India per se, there is a lot that has happened in the last 5, 6, 7 years. And this is something that we hope to speed up as we move forward.
Let's then move from Asia to Gunnar, because of course you're listening openly. You're working in a global steel market where competitors, of course, in Asia are growing and are moving very fast when it comes to cost differentials. What does it then take to have the elephant in the room? What does it then take to keep green steel production competitive in Germany, from your perspective?
Well, I think there are two major homeworks to be done. First, looking at ourselves, we need to make this as efficient as possible. So relying on technology that is available, reducing the technology risk as much as we can, and then basically looking at two elements. One is the cost of energy, and here predominantly it's about electricity and hydrogen. And the other one is then also looking at the market at large, ensuring that we have in Europe a competitive landscape that is a fair competition. And here, I think what we have seen over the last 12, 18 months is a major shift in the political work on competitiveness and fair competition, ensuring that whoever imports into Europe has the same cost level then, or the same basis basically as companies that are producing within Europe, paying for CO2. The carbon border adjustment mechanism that is in place as of this year is one part of the solution here, ensuring that we have the same level of CO2 cost producing within Europe, but also importing into Europe.
You mentioned CBAM, the carbon border adjustment mechanism. CBAM alone won't solve the problem. So I'd like to ask you, what are your mixed feelings, or do you have mixed feelings about CBAM, or what do you and how do you actually pursue the debate?
First of all, I think it's a major milestone that we have agreed on something like the carbon border adjustment mechanism, because it puts emphasis on CO2 having a price and puts emphasis on technology solutions to further reduce the CO2 level of CO2, especially in the steel industry. We shouldn't forget that for 1 ton of steel produced by a blast furnace, we have 2 tons of CO2 produced as well. So we need to further focus on that. And CBAM has put, again, focus on the CO2 reduction. That is good. We know that CBAM is not perfect. We know that we have to further develop the carbon border adjustment mechanism forward. When it comes to the export rebate, when it comes to resource shuffling, there are certainly elements that further needs our attention and political attention, both in Berlin and in Brussels. But with that, I think we have a system that is fair in a sense of accounting for the cost of reduction of CO2.
Before I turn to you, Jochen, to have a little bit, of course, the government perspective, I start with Katrin Jung to finish that first round, because these times we are living in, they are geopolitically very hot. When we talk about the Iran war, the consequences of the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, your business case in the renewable sector is literally getting even stronger from the numbers that we can read. What makes you confident then that this will be the same development in the years to come?
Yeah, I would say we have been living with uncertainty now for quite a while. What we try to do as Vattenfall is to be then diversified across countries and across technologies, because we can see that political mechanisms are shifting, and we plainly need to be prepared to shift between the countries, between the technologies. Else, if you only bet on one technology in one country, it plainly wouldn't work. We are often asking for long-term stable political frameworks, but we also know that we usually don't get it. So it's really about this being able to shift, to have options open. one example is we have quite a large pipeline of onshore projects in Sweden that we could build, but at the moment there's no political willingness to see them coming into the market. On the other hand, we're working with the government on new nuclear in Sweden. So yeah, it's going a bit with the situation and with the willingness in the country as well. So what is the societal wishes on how the topic should be solved? What we still believe in as a company is that if in Europe we would like to be competitive, we need to shift away from fossil fuels because we plainly don't have the resources within Europe. So shifting away from using fossil fuels is the way that we go and has been the way now for a while. And then it is about making these mixes and being able to be a bit flexible on which situation fits for which country at a time. And I think very important also to see that if we look at electricity, we have been going down quite a lot in the usage of fossil fuels within Europe. But of course, we still have the other sectors. We have transport and we have heating, especially, of course, also industry. And there is a lot of potential, but then also the regulatory incentives need to be in place.
Now, coming from the company side, from the business side, of course, to the political perspective, and Jochen, for companies actively engaged in the green transition, one thing is certain and one thing is important and essential, to be able to rely, of course, on stable framework conditions. So towards you, will the German government also, of course, do you stick to the goals and targets, or are we in a time of back and forth of negotiating targets and goals?
No, luckily not. We will stay stable. You can rely on us. But let me start a little bit reflecting on the relationship between government and private sector, and that is what you are addressing. I think number one would be, I expect from management of companies that they create their own picture about the future, how they can do business, which kind of cars they might be able to sell in 10, 15, 20 years, how to produce electricity, how to organize shipping and all this. And the role of government is to share our best insights about the future as well. I remember when we in Germany still had a target of greenhouse gas reduction from 80 to 95%. I restlessly said to the private sector, if you build your business on 80 to 95%, you are very likely to make a mistake. You don't need to share my view, but at the end we have to be climate neutral. And that is the best I can share for you. And I think this is the framing we have. Secondly, then we have decided on instruments, and the emission trading system, the carbon pricing, is the core, the backbone of the decarbonization in industries in Europe. Then we came at a point where we had to reform the system because it created between 2010 and, let's say, 17, prices around 2.5 euros or 3 euros, which was ridiculous. It was not guiding anywhere. So we did the reform, and at the same time, sectors like the steel industry or others came into our focus, because then we were at 60, 70, 80, 90, or even 100 euros. And that is a cost block that you cannot put on industries which have the same price, basically like steel, everywhere in the world at the very same second. So then you have to do free allowances, and you come to an end, and that was the moment when we created the CBAM. I was part of the decision, but I remember that I said in the council, we have to do it, but the world will hate us, and that happened. So now that is where we are. We have to explain where we are to our partners, and just in Belém, we saw the creation of a new format of those countries who are introducing a carbon price as an intrinsic important part of their climate policy. And you see now the systems are converging. It's not that everybody is happy. And now the last point is, all this is based, because we are talking about market instruments, that this is reliable. You have to keep course. Otherwise, the market system will run mad. If you question, for example, some piece of legislation that something is prohibited or not, you can talk about it as long as you wish. But once you are talking about a market price in public, you will disturb the markets and you will see that share values will go down immediately. And that is why we appreciate companies like Salzgitter, of course also Vattenfall, but as you are sitting next to me, Gunnar, for a very complicated, I'm coming from Duisburg, a steel city, I know what I'm talking about. Very complicated market, and you decide for going green. And then you have to realize that the conditions that the government has set are stable. Otherwise, we will punish the first movers, and I can tell you, this government and also all future governments, I can imagine, will not punish first movers.
Talking about first movers, Gunnar, of course, this is music to your ears because, of course, you as Salzgitter, you belong to the group of first movers. Nevertheless, what kind of flexibility would be supportive for your company's role as one of the first movers in the green transition, and what flexibility is rather detrimental?
Well, if we start with the ETS system, I think it's fair that any system needs a review from time to time. And we have done this with ETS in the past, so it's fair to do this and to do it also now. However, any development of ETS must, and I appreciate what you said, and this is exactly what we need, must keep the system as such intact, because it is a proven system. It is a system that has been there for more than 20 years. It is a market-based system, which to me is very important. I don't want to rely on support schemes forever. I want to have a market-based system where everybody can compete on equal terms. So this system must stay alive, and we need the price signal for CO2. Otherwise, we will stop with the development of CO2 abatement in Europe, which cannot be and shouldn't be. And secondly, and that is music to our ears, certainly as the first movers, whatever development is now done should not harm first movers, because they have taken their own private money, substantial money. If I look at my company, we're talking 2.7 billion euros, of which part of it is public funding, and we're grateful for that. But the majority of it is private money. At the time of the decision, it was actually the investment was the private investment was larger than my market cap, which also tells you about the magnitude of this investment, the largest investment this company has ever done. And we cannot put that at risk, because if we do that, my company will tilt. That perhaps is something society will be able to handle, but the signal we're sending is devastating, because that basically means CO2 abatement in Europe is dead, and that is something we cannot allow to happen.
Katrin, when it comes, of course, to the topic of first movers, we are also talking about speed and going forward, right? And what do you observe when it comes to the transition topic, when we talk about speed and the regulatory rigidity? Do you observe something specific from your perspective?
I would say there are two larger topics. One is permitting, and that's no surprise to anyone, I think. But you can also see what happened in Germany when onshore wind got support in permitting speed. And now there is a large pipeline sitting, so there are things that you can do within the European framework to support permitting. So at the moment we have about 3 years of permitting time in onshore wind in Germany. We have 10 plus years in Sweden, so that's the two extremes, I would say, and anything in between. And it's still the same European framework. So there are things you can do as a government if you really want to. Also in bringing communities along and giving the frameworks that also work for people that are living around. So I think in terms of speed, that's a really big one. And you could say then the knock-on effect is the grid connection as well. That also depends on permitting. And that at the moment doesn't grow with the same speed as the renewables in most of the countries that we are active in. If we look at the Netherlands, there's plainly now a stop of connecting new demand as well as new supply, because the grid is full. There's no space for anything anymore, neither to be taken out nor to be fed in. And that's then when you are sitting in a spot where nothing moves anymore. And I think that's very important. I like the high-level picture and giving the messages. So I think it needs to have this mastermind somewhere that can see what is the speed of the different pieces. And then it is the supply, it is the demand. So how fast can also companies offtake additional renewable production, and then it's the grid in between. And I mean, I'm usually thinking in very positive terms, so I think there's also a lot to do with now smart digitalization, also letting AI help us to use what we have in a better way. But now we need to undo this instead of just now sitting and maybe waiting for one or the other to move. We need to find a way to untangle that. And that will create the speed again. And I think the other part of speed is giving the certainty around what the investment will look like in the end. So you can be speedier if you have a contract for different systems. So if you know what the revenues would be, you're probably less speedy if you are depending on all the market mechanism, but that's then also a choice to make. So as Vattenfall, we are doing both. We are going into secured revenue flow, but we're also working with what we call merchant exposed, so working with the market mechanisms, but the risk adder is just higher on the merchant exposed ones.
Two things. We will come into the topic of just transition, of course, also in a second. And Jaco, we'd like to hear, of course, about the speed of the first movers in India as well in a second. But Gunnar wanted to come in at the topic and keyword of grid and infrastructure. Did I read that?
No,
Did I read that correctly?
I would like to add a third element, which I believe, especially in Europe, is of utmost importance. If we're going through this transition that is societally based, then also make sure that we use the products that we produce, the CO2-reduced products, be it steel, be it cement, be it others, also in society. So the whole notion of lead markets, get those products into the markets and help them to scale up, and through the scale also reduce the cost level again. I think that's the third element I would like to add here, because this is something we have been debating quite a bit in Europe, but we are not there yet in really creating those lead markets. And that would help a great deal also getting societal confidence in this transformation and the positivity of it.
Confidence, trust, everything in between as well, of course. Thank you, Gunnar, for this add-on. Jaco, I'd like to come back to India from this very European perspective, of course, to the first movers in India. Is the government of India providing flexibility for companies which are moving forward, which are the so-called first movers in the green transition? How are first movers supported in India? What is something that we need to understand here in Hamburg a little bit better?
So I think I alluded to it in my previous conversation too, but I think the government of India has been extremely supportive. I mean, whether it is regulations, whether it's legislation, a lot of it has actually been done. Today, we are the third largest solar, as far as renewable energy is concerned, the third largest in the world. We created about 250 gigawatts of solar energy. And the fact is that we believe that we can do even better. Now, if you were to really look at some of the other PLIs that we have come out with, for example, the National Green Hydrogen Mission, for it, it's a game changer in the sense that for a country where an ecosystem where you require governmental support, it's actually being done. We also, in the last budget, approved about $2.5 billion for research into CCUS. And that we believe is something that would greatly aid, I mean, our steel companies, etc. Just to leave you with what it actually transpires, or what transpires finally after all these initiatives. I can give you examples of two companies who have, based on all these PLIs, committed and are very, very clear that they will reach these goals of net zero. There are two companies, TCS from ours and Tata Motors. basically because of the PLIs that the government has given. So it's a whole gamut of that. A lot of work is actually being done. That's my...
Thank you for your insights. With the clocks ticking, I'd like to come now to the social impact of the transition process. And we talked about it, Katrin, you started about it, Jochen. Addressing the social impact of the green transition and the industrial strength of the relevant regions to maintain this industrial strength, what do we need to focus more on when it comes to the just in the term of social impact? What's important from a political perspective, from your perspective?
Well, I think the just approach for the transition is essential, absolutely essential. Anyway, for democracies, you will lose voters if you don't organize the transition that is felt and realized in a just way. And I would say also beyond democracies, it's quite difficult to organize it against people. What is needed? First of all, there is not one recipe for all, but our lesson learned from Germany, and it's a bit connected to Vattenfall. If I look at our coal phase-out decisions, I think one lesson learned from my country is start early. Start early. It would have been cheaper for us if we would have started with the coal phase-out earlier. And it would have been easier to organize the regional structural changes in the regional economy if you would have used the money earlier to allow the regions to adapt to new industries. And the second point is we just had the third time here at the HSC. I haven't been there at the event here today, but I've been at the other ones, about green skills. And what we realized is that the lack of skills will be one of the biggest obstacles to reach our NDCs. So we were looking at the just transition just through the lenses of how to protect the jobs where they are sitting now. But we also need to look at the perspectives for new jobs that are created in other areas and to skill the people in advance to have them ready and in place, and which is also a question of a just transition, because usually when you talk to the workers in those areas that are affected from the transition, the people are not talking about themselves. They're talking about their kids, and do they have a perspective to make business, to create jobs in the future.
Let's zoom in to you, Gunnar, and to your company, to Salzgitter, when we talk about skill transformation and we talk about having a conversation, a dialogue, also with trade unions, right, regarding the move to the green steel production and electric arc furnaces. So what makes it then just in the transition of Salzgitter? What is something that you can share with us? What helped you? I mean, as a happy anniversary 5-year CEO now of Salzgitter, what is your lesson to bring the just also to the people?
No, I think, first of all, there has been a very positive sentiment all the way through when it comes to transformation in Salzgitter. Why is that? Because people understand that if we do not transform, the steel industry will vanish in Germany, in Europe. Because with the CO2 cost that we're facing, we will not be competitive anywhere. So it is not a decision of whether to go 5 degrees west or 5 degrees east. It is really a change in order to keep the industry in Germany, in Europe, and with that also keep the jobs in that region. And if you look at the steel industry, we are all located in private areas. Duisburg is a difficult area, Salzgitter is a difficult area, Bremen, Eisenhüttenstadt, the Saarland. So all areas that are socially difficult. And if you then would even take steel industry away there, I think democracy would be in those areas just another challenge. So in the unions and also the Works Council has been very positive. Second element, from day one, we were honest with them, we will reduce workforce. So the transformation we're undergoing means in the end, mid-2030, we'll have roughly 1,000 workplaces less than what we have today. So coming from roughly 9,000, we're going to go down to 8,000, which is a heavy cut for us. However, given the demographic change, I think it's a chance for us as well. Third element, training. So somebody who is working in a steel factory today will have a different job tomorrow. So from early on, we were in discussions with Works Council, with the people themselves, having information sessions down in the workshop, on the shop floor, so how things will change, and took them along so that we have people trained once the new technology will be in operation as of next year, summer next year. So a year from now, they will basically shift from a blast furnace to an electric arc furnace, and they are trained. So I think that's how we approach it, and that has so far been positively received.
Katrin, looking into the whole value chain of Vattenfall, how do you approach this huge change, the energy transition that is affecting people, societies, but as well communities? It comes down to the fabric, right, of a company as well. So how do you actually organize and develop this transition that it makes it just?
Yeah, so just from a starting point, our purpose, as we call it, the purpose statement, you named that earlier, is to become fossil-free. But we say also that that should be affordable for society and for our customers. So it starts a bit with a mindset of that we do have our customers in mind. And we, of course, I mean, I think as every energy utility, we try to be as efficient as possible to deliver then the cost levels and then the prices towards the customers that work for us. Of course, we are still a company that needs to create a profit, but we plainly try to be as efficient as possible to offer then the cost levels also to our customers. And then we work a lot with the communities. So especially now in my area with renewables, and then when it comes with the onshore part of it, and actually, even if the name is, I'm working with the business area wind, as we call it, but it also has solar and battery in it, just to confuse everyone a little bit. So it means a lot of people on the ground that actually work with be it the farmers or be it the locals. I've now been to a couple of inaugurations as well. That was in Sweden, where we had the local landowners there. They were part of the celebration because they were there throughout those 10 years as well. And they can tell more stories about the project than many of our project managers can. And of course, they will be living with the asset also for the next 20, 30 years. So we try to be really close, also see what helps them, what kind of smaller topics do they have, where we can work together with them, so they are really neighbors. And that's also how they talk about it, they're neighbor now to a wind park. It's not always working that well, but those two occasions were really impressive, where you could see them standing up and really also demonstrating that they see the wind park now as a neighbor. So when these things work, then I think we've done a good job in bringing people along through the energy transition as well.
Jaco, last but absolutely not least, of course, your perspective when it comes to bringing the changes to the workers of Tata. I mean, the project is called Alingana, which I Googled it earlier. Hindi, it means to embrace and to hug. But you don't just hug and embrace sustainability, but hopefully also in a way your workers. How do you do it? That the workers are on board, that it's a common project, that they work together for the common goal?
So I think it comes from the very DNA of the company. So my company is about 150 years old. My founder, 150 years back, made a very profound statement, which he said, the business or the enterprise is not just to make money, it is actually to give back to the community what you take from them. And then loosely translated. And that's a philosophy that's largely driven the group. I can give you some very insightful numbers. 1910, in 1912 rather, our steel factory in Jamshedpur in India introduced 8-hour working, right? It was just much before ILO actually even thought about it. A couple of other points, for example, what we believe right now is to create as many green jobs as possible. The fact that today we have trained over 1 million people through various trusts that we have to create green jobs, all this actually adds back to what the group and the DNA, its DNA is all about. Last a very interesting fact about the Tata Group is that 66% of the group's equity is held by a trust. It's called the Tata Trust, and every year 66% of the profits actually go back to the community. And so I guess that's what drives our people to be able to, and you typically find people who work there for 30, 35, 40 years. So that's my thought.
Johan, we need to speak in the last minute about one thing, and this is, of course, to unlock investment for decarbonization. And maybe you can give us a glimpse on how would you like to see more cooperation on an international level to unlock investment when it comes to these to-dos, to decarbonizing, to the transition, to working together? And where do these investments are coming from in the best case?
Well, I will be very brief given the time. For Germany, it was never a good idea to go for protectionism. We were always on a good side when we had free trade and free markets. So the opposite is happening at the time. Me first, the poison is going around the world, and that is not healthy for investments. In the field of the transformation, we need more cooperation. That is why we created the Climate Club, to work on level playing field, a little bit following what India and Sweden had done on behalf of the Secretary General, to work on the decarbonization track for the industry sectors. That is the way we want to go. Also to get out of this new narrowness and looking at chances with partners, and instead of looking first at all as competitors.
Beautiful, and I'll take that as a closing sentence. I know we could go on for hours because it's such a deep and rich topic, but we are here with so many more topics at the Hamburg Sustainability Conference. A big round of applause to Jochen Flassbart, Gunnar Gröbler, Jaco Thomas, and Katrin Jung. Thank you very much for talking about competitiveness and decarbonization in the green industrial transition. Thank you very much.
This is the Future Talk, Navigating the Hormuz Crisis, Forging a Collective Response. Please welcome your host, Ali Aslan.
Thank you so much, everyone. Welcome to this very timely, pertinent session. My name is Ali Aslan. I'm an international presenter, moderator, and journalist, and it is indeed my great pleasure to be moderating and guiding this very important conversation titled Navigating the Hormuz Crisis, Forging a Collective Response. Ladies and gentlemen, there are no shortages of crises these days. One just needs to turn on the news to know what kind of world we live in. But the Hormuz crisis, the Strait of Hormuz crisis, and the war in Iran certainly ranks amongst the most pertinent one because it has drastic consequences for food prices, energy prices, security, economic development, and of course, stability. And this session will address the fallout of the closure of the Strait of Hormuz for countries in the global south, and ideally will also offer solutions as to how to improve living standards following this unfortunate incident, ladies and gentlemen. But before we do, we're very delighted to be graced with the presence of the UN Deputy Secretary General, who will hold a quick keynote, preliminary remarks to sort of set the stage for the then ensuing discussion, ladies and gentlemen. So without any further ado, please welcome to the stage the UN Deputy Secretary General, Amina Mohammed.
So by now you all know that I'm paying for my lunch, right? I've been up here a couple of times. But Excellencies, Minister, my colleagues who are going to be speaking to you very soon, and of course, let me just say that the past 6 years, I believe, have given us a blunt education in fragility. 3 times a crisis that began in one place, but it's found its way into households across the world. Our COVID pandemic, the war in Ukraine, and now the crisis in the Middle East. And yet again, there is a crisis in the global north that leads to devastation and turmoil across the world. It's incredibly complex, and we will continue to study this for years to come. But the events in the Strait of Hormuz began as a maritime crisis in one of the world's most sensitive corridors. And all of this happening in a geopolitical environment that, quite frankly, was highly unpredictable and unfolding in a region that already was strained by upheaval from Gaza to Lebanon, Iraq to Syria, and the wider Middle East. It has been hitting critical supply chains. It's been creating an energy shock, threatening our food security and devastating tourism and remittances all at the same time. It's feeding uncertainty into markets, raising the cost of imports. It's tightening fiscal space, as many of you know, in countries that are already facing high debt and now are creating huge losses in health and education. The gains that we've had are wittering away. The world has handled the first impact of the Hormuz crisis better than many feared. There were many headlines of those that would just fall off the cliff. The lessons, however, have been learned in the previous crisis, and that stood us well, from the energy crisis to the food crisis in Ukraine. For countries that could not afford to, afford to, they have better fertilizer and food stocks, stronger energy reserves, faster monitoring, and closer coordination mechanisms between governments and institutions. So yes, we have learned and we are more resilient now, but not everywhere. The global averages tell us that the economy has held up, markets have adjusted, supplies are moving in places. But what they do not reveal is a family spending 3 days in a queue for fuel, or a farmer that is hoping for fertilizer subsidies as the planting season passes her by and yields falter. For small island developing states and least developed countries, this is where the shock hits hardest. It's the budget, it's the debt position, food and fuel all at the same time. It forces governments to choose again between protecting people today and investing in the systems that will protect them tomorrow. So development not only grinds to a halt, but it starts to reverse, and it reverses fast. The UN has warned, and this is UNDP's work, thank you, Alex, has warned that almost 45 million people could be pushed into acute hunger and 30 million pushed into poverty if the conflict persists and oil prices remain high. Lives, make no mistake about it, are being lost, and livelihoods and opportunities are being wiped out. And those people, especially women, whose lives are being disrupted by a conflict they did not choose through markets they do not control. We welcome the ceasefire announcement. It gives us another window of opportunity. It gives diplomacy a chance, and a chance that must be protected. But markets take time to settle, supply chains take time to repair, and confidence takes time to return. And it goes without saying that peace is extremely fragile. Any re-escalation would quickly travel through energy prices, food systems, financial markets, and public budgets, fueling the war economy and a few profits. This is not a moment for any of us to stand back, and the UN is leaning into the crisis. The Secretary General had set up a task force on the Middle East and really chose to look at, first, yes, his good offices and to continue to keep the momentum for diplomacy, but also, was there an opportunity for us to find a way to navigate some of these critical inputs into the global economy for energy, for fertilizer? It was also the humanitarian response, not to forget that while there is a war in Iran, it was also having its fallout in Lebanon, and the ceasefire is not holding in Gaza. And so important our humanitarian response. But also for us, the impacts across the supply chains, energy, opportunity, debt. So our response tracks what's happening on ground. This is something that is led by the UN on the ground, a UNDP, that has really been showing day to day in probably about 46, rising to about 70 countries where the impact is felt worse. And we start by each one of our teams looking to see what countries need in terms of the capacities to try to protect themselves from the shock. It's a heavy lift on finance. Countries need liquidity now so that they can keep spending on the systems that provide for health, for education, water and sanitation, social protection, more important. And it means responding to the global impacts that are reducing exposure in the longer term. The clearest lesson that we had from Ukraine is that diversification is protection. Countries that move faster into clean, homegrown energy are currently meeting this moment with more cover. Still at the mercy of global prices, but far less exposed. And as the SG has reminded us in London last week, this crisis has revealed a basic truth. Energy dependence is a vulnerability. On the flip side of the coin, there's a huge opportunity in a just energy transition. Renewables are now at the cheapest and fastest, most scalable source of new electricity in the world. For countries exposed to imported fossil fuels, that means lower emissions, of course, but it also leads to cheaper power, greater energy access, stronger grids, new industry, job opportunities, and less vulnerability to prices elsewhere. On the African continent alone, where 60% of the world's best solar resources are, but it does receive only 2% of global clean energy investment. That has to change. That's leaving 600 million people still lacking electricity. So Africa is a clear example of the opportunities that a just energy transition can deliver and that the world can't afford to leave on the table, especially as reoccurring shocks are now part of the landscape. They're becoming the norm. Sustainable development is our first line of defense, and the SDGs are not just a promise for calmer times. They are an investment we make in advance and the infrastructure that keeps countries ahead of the shock. And so, past 6 years, we have learned from the tough, hard lessons from COVID to Ukraine. What is happening in the Strait of Hormuz is teaching us again a single shock can expose the fault lines in the global economy. And we need to learn these lessons by building much more resilience before the shock, less dependency on a single source, protecting needs and dignity during, and aiding recovery and resilience. I think this morning you heard us speak from the UN about the day after. It's a collective response at this moment, and we see that in our title. It demands the unfinished business of the SDGs in the joint pathway to deliver a response needed for people and planet. I'll end by saying it does not mean that we put hold on the investments we're making in sustainable development. We have to find a way to respond as these crises come, because they apparently are not stopping just now. Whether it's the climate crisis, it's conflict, it's the stresses and strains that we are facing with the new technology of this era. Whichever it is, for sure, we have to be ready every day to navigate the opportunities, but more importantly, the people whose lives are changed in dramatic ways just when they see hope it's taken away. How do we make sure the investment in peace is one that starts with people? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you indeed to UN Deputy Secretary General Amina Mohammed for her opening remarks. Very pertinent, very timely, very important issue, of course, that we're discussing here, the Strait of Hormuz and the impacts that its closure has had on the world, but the global south, ladies and gentlemen, in particular. Now, let's get into the discussion. We have 5 outstanding speakers who will shed light on what has been done up until now in order to alleviate the suffering. First up, she's the German Minister for Economic Cooperation and Development. Please welcome Reem Alabali Radovan, ladies and gentlemen. Minister, great to have you. Also delighted to welcome to the stage the UNDP Administrator, Alexander De Croo, ladies and gentlemen, is here. Delighted to see amongst us the Vice President of Sierra Leone, Mohamed Jude Jallo, ladies and gentlemen. Also with us is the UK Minister of State for International Development and Africa, Baroness Chapman. And last but certainly not least, the President of the AFDB, Sidi Uta, ladies and gentlemen, is here. Let's dive right into the discussion. Minister, we've already heard numerous times the closure of the Strait of Hormuz has had drastic consequences for food security, energy prices, economic development, and stability for all of us, for all members of this universe, for this planet, but particularly for the global south. And I was wondering what Germany has done up until now in this regard. How has Germany responded to this disruption vis-a-vis the global south, for the global south in particular? What initiatives has your government been taking, if any?
Well, we have taken measures, of course, because the consequences are huge. We're feeling it here nationally at the gas stations, but compared to what is coming up, what might come up, when we hear the numbers of the World Food Programme, up to 45 million people worldwide facing hunger, of course, we need to take action. And we are, but just let me add to the situation of the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, the upcoming El Nino, which was also touched upon today, I'm sure, but this is also a very, very dangerous and serious threat to world food security. So we really need to take action in general. And I'm glad to be able to announce that we will strengthen partnerships with multilateral actors, dedicating up to 250 million euros for crisis response and support the most affected countries by improving actual nutrition situation of especially vulnerable groups and by supporting smallholder farmers. We will also support strengthens resilience to fertilizer and food crises with 30 million euros, including by decreasing the dependence on fertilizers. And let me add that our development system, our German development cooperation is based on helping our partner countries to become independent in general. And we are seeing those countries where we assisted, especially when it comes to farmers producing their own fertilizers, that they are not as affected as other countries. And lastly, I mean, this is really a great group to have here on the panel, a very powerful group. And I'm glad that we signed a declaration, a joint declaration, UK, UNDP, Sierra Leone, and Germany on addressing the fallout from the Hormuz disruption on the global south. And we will continue this topic. And I hope this is the signal that goes out from Hamburg. We really need to work on food security, not just only by this situation coming up, El Nino, we really need to work on that and joint efforts.
Yeah, thank you so much, Minister. Indeed, I think the numbers and the efforts that you have illustrated just now speak for themselves. Germany certainly very much aware of the outfalls of this crisis and the disruption for the global south. I think the initiatives that you and your government have taken very well worth it. And if we're talking about the fallout of the crisis, specifically in developing countries, certainly we need to look no further than to the UNDP administrator, who without a doubt has a broader sight and broader view of the crises. You have visited many of those countries that are in contention. We've already talked about the short-term effects of this crisis. What about the long-term effects on developing countries as far as the Hormuz crisis is concerned? How concerned are you really that this is going to linger for many more years to come?
Well, first of all, war is development in reverse. It has always been, and you see it now. It takes decades to achieve progress. It's hard work, it's stumbling, it's sometimes progress, sometimes going backwards. 3 months of war just wipes that out quite easily. And the impact is way beyond the region itself. Yes, in the region itself, obviously, there's an impact of approximately a risk of 4 million people being pushed into poverty. But the analysis that we did goes beyond that and shows that you have a risk of more than 40 million people that could be pushed into poverty. Now, what has happened is that most countries have tried to respond. And they've responded in the most direct way, which is blanket subsidies. And blanket subsidies mostly on fossil fuel. Now, that has helped. That has helped. It has avoided that people were being pushed into poverty immediately. But at which cost? At a gigantic cost. I mean, the projections are that the fossil fuel subsidies will almost have doubled compared to last year. That is money that is just gone. And that is money that it comes from somewhere, right? Because many of the countries we talk about don't have a lot of fiscal space. So it's or debt levels going up, they were already quite high, or it's reserves that are being used, or it's other policy space that has been used. And so what we see is that should have been used to finance the green transition. It should have been used to finance healthcare, finance education, and so on. So it's basically to deal with a problem that those countries were not part of. They're mortgaging their capacity to invest in the future. And that, I think, is the real risk that we see, is that if the international community does not intervene, that's not just ripple effects. I mean, that's almost constant ripple effects that you see. And that combined with dramatic decreases in ODA, dramatic decreases in economic growth. I mean, you're compounding all these things. We're probably not going to a global recession, but you're going to an environment which is for countries in development is just really, really not very conducive. What can you do? I think point number one is we need to help those countries with broadening their fiscal space. That means tax collection, attracting, getting the flow of international financial institution loans going, international investment, and so on. I mentioned tax collection because that's a very direct one. I mean, in any country in the world, there are people making money. And there's nothing wrong with making money. I'm totally fine with that. Just pay your fair share of taxes, which is in many places not at all the case. And the payoff of investing in tax policy and in enforcing tax policy, the payoff of that is actually really, really good payoff. And it finances a country that with that financing can draft their own direction. Second element is we need to double down on investing in transition towards renewable energy. I think the economic case is quite clear. I think the geopolitical case now is clear as well. I mean, countries don't want to be the punching ball of what is happening throughout the world. Third element is digital, artificial intelligence, and so on that needs to remain high on the agenda. And all these things this is investable. I mean, this is based on reforms, rule of law reforms, financial stability reforms. I mean, these are investable cases that we can get going, and that doesn't necessarily demand additional public finance.
Yeah, thank you so much for laying out, first of all, the real effects, detrimental effects that this crisis has had, the real numbers that are adding up in the long term, but also thank you so much, of course, for offering some solutions for decision makers such as the Vice President, who's here with us today. Vice President, wonderful to have you. Of course, you took good notes while the UNDP administrator was speaking, but in all seriousness, specifically food security, that is an issue I want to touch upon and zoom in a bit more, because due to the rising prices for fertilizer, that has certainly impacted food security in many countries, including your own, in Sierra Leone. How have you mitigated this crisis? What has been your government's response to it? And what, if possibly, other countries can learn from those decision-making process that you have implemented right afterwards?
Well, thank you very much. First, the lessons we've learned from this, I just want to locate it at two levels. First, on the global stage, before this time, before the crisis, before this time, all the assumptions that have been underpinning international development, we see that it is not fading away, it's under threat. First, most countries like small economies like ours, we have been operating under expanding globalization, increased development assistance, and a relatively predictable multilateral environment. But today, that is not the case. And what is happening in the Middle East is a clear evidence that that landscape is being challenged. Because if you look at even how fragile ceasefire are being talked about, are being managed, it shows that multilateralism is not at the center of it. And so when you have a crisis of this nature with immense shock, there's no doubt that we'll feel the impact immediately. On the domestic level, already before this shock, development aid was declining, and it's still declining. We are under increased debt, like the UNDP Director General just said. This morning, he spoke about 10%. In my own country, we spend 42% of our national revenue to service debt. And then you have climate risk. So the crisis in the Middle East is just one big additional bang, on small economies like ours. The impact is felt immediately. For example, disruption of trade route. We have seen an increase in the price of petroleum product, an increase in the price of essential commodities like rice and fertilizer. When you take a country like Sierra Leone, we spend about very close to $1 billion to import fuel and rice. Fuel alone is about 352 million, and rice is about 200 million. And when you have an increase in the price of fuel from $70 to $120, automatically our fuel invoice increased between $140 million and $160 million. And that is just 2% of our GDP. So the real impact is felt essentially along three things. One, inflation. Because when you have increased food prices, increased petroleum prices, and also increased electricity bills, it affects other essential commodities and supply. On the area of the fiscal space, the director just made mention. In a country like Sierra Leone, where you spend 42% of the money that you get on a daily basis to service debt, and the remaining resources that is remaining is what I usually call, we practice what we call the politics of painful choices. I have left with very limited money, have to cope with a shock that is creating a lot of destabilization within how I distribute my resources to know whether I have to spend it on education, whether I have to spend it on health, or whether I have to build road, or whether I have to spend it on poor women trying to cope with vulnerability. The third impact is in the area of our reserve. In Sierra Leone, for example, according to IMF prescription, we're supposed to have a 3-month cover import reserve. Today, we are at 2 months. And you can imagine where we spend on debt management You have a shock that has disrupted global trade route. We are going to spend more money on freight cost. Electricity bills are going up. It is definitely not a very fine space to absorb another shock. So for us, we see the shock not only as an economic shock, but also a developmental shock. Because at the end of the day, the choices we make as policymakers to recover from this shock has far-reaching development consequences for populations.
Yeah, without a doubt. I think you have laid out the case crystal clear as far as the dilemma that you as a policymaker in charge are facing at the end of the day. Not only has the impact been felt immediately, as you pointed out, by your citizens, by your nation, but other neighboring countries as well, but then what do you do? How do you distribute the money at the end of the day? The limited money, as you pointed out, that you have at your disposal. Thank you so much. I'm going to revert to all of you in just a moment, but I want to bring in Baroness Chapman here for the time being. Baroness, you are the Minister, UK Minister of State for International Development and Africa. We just heard Minister Radovan talk about Germany's initiatives as far as alleviating the suffering for the Global South, the immediate impact of the Hormuz crisis. How has the UK been responding in this particular regard?
Well, I think just to respond directly to that question, the best thing that we can do is to work together with our partners who are feeling the brunt of this, but also our partners such as Germany, because I think what nobody wants is a sort of plethora of initiatives, all trying to do different things in different places. And actually what we need to have is a shared understanding of exactly what's happening, who's feeling hit the hardest, when will that impact start to really be felt, when is the planting season in a different place, who uses how much of what type of fertilizer and when, what's the impact on fuel availability and price, and what impact is that having on markets in different countries. It's a diverse set of impacts across Africa, and let's just talk about Africa because that's mostly who are going to feel this the worst, one or two countries in Asia as well. I think this has been, it's had insufficient focus from the international community. There is a lot of chat about what does this mean for somebody in the White House, what does this mean for cost of fuel, but we don't talk sufficiently about what the long-term scarring on economies of some of the poorest countries in the world is going to be. We need to change that because that's in everybody's interest. This is a threat to global security in more ways than one. I think that I'm thinking of this as a test really for the international community and for the multilateral system, because this is not a Venezuelan earthquake where everybody scrambles quickly. It wasn't predicted. This is something where the entire world needs to very, very quickly respond to, and there will be, sure, lots of work to be done for a very long time. This is something that actually we've been able to see coming for some months now. My sense is that there is some good work being done. There is some good preparation that's being made. There are toolkits that the AFDB has, the World Bank has. Can we get those moving more quickly and at greater scale in a way that's actually useful and implementable by countries who need it already? I think that is something that we as the UK need to push for. We've got to make sure that there is secure access to fertilizer and fuel, and that we get the rapid and accessible financing available to make sure that that can happen. And we've got to have a more joined up response to this. We very much so, what have the UK done? We are very much welcoming the MOU. It's got to be stable and it's got to be long lasting. And I think you don't need any talk from me about the fragility of all of this. We have put together with France a multilateral military mission to support safe passage when that is appropriate, and we'll keep pushing for this because we really have to be. I think what's been exposed is one of the key vulnerabilities to global trade in core commodities, and that's something that we need to now really think how we want to respond to. There is manufacturing of fertilizer more than I had appreciated in Africa. A lot of it gets exported to Latin America. Nothing wrong with that. but there are questions for sure about how we can increase production and make sure that that can be used as a stimulus to economic growth. The second thing that I think we need to do is to work with the global financial institutions and the regional development banks to really get them to have this coordinated response so that the emergency funding goes primarily, from my perspective, I'd say, to the countries that are hit the hardest, and sometimes they find it the most difficult to access the support that's available. So what are we proactively going to do about that? And we need to use, Reem and I, our positions on the boards of many of these institutions to really push them hard to make sure that when we look back at this in months or perhaps years to come, we can see that there was an adequate response from the global architecture. It's really good to hear the progress that they're making, but I think we need to just keep on pushing on that. I think there is, if we're going to look for an opportunity here, there is a chance to build up some of the resilience that we keep talking about in some of the systems. So I think, a reaction to this would be to work with World Food Programme and others to make sure that stocks are pre-positioned and we can deal with the food security threat here. That would be an important outcome. An even better outcome is that we take the opportunity to work on systems and really strengthen the way that countries are able to mobilise and that they have a stronger food security system, and that they're able, should they, an invitation is there, you can't make people do what they don't want to do, but I think diversifying supply chains, strengthening local production capacity, exploring innovative and sustainable solutions like next generation fertilizers, using technology to predict impact. These are all things we've got the opportunity to do well, and I would like to see us really take that chance. But it means going faster, I think. And it means acting together. And most of all, I think it means listening really carefully to what our friends are telling us that they need.
And that's, of course, listening, the listening part. This is what we're here for. This is what the Hamburg Sustainability Conference is all about, to share best practices and in order to learn from one another. Thank you so much, Baroness. I think your emphasis on the need to move forward collectively and on joint action, really on a global scale, is very much appreciated. Something your country, of course, with the upcoming G20, then can very much display in practice. Very delighted to now hand over to the President of the African Development Group, of course, Sidi Outa. It's wonderful to have you here. And President, we've talked excessively now here on the stage about the detrimental effects of this crisis, specifically on Africa. And so my question to you, of course, is what can a bank, what can the African Development Bank Group or any other multilateral development bank in that regard do to cushion the detrimental effects that we've been talking about here?
Thank you very much. As has been said, African countries they have received this crisis in the bad time, because after two crises, their buffer have been depleted. So it's a very tough time for our African countries. This is why our immediate response is to provide liquidity to support governments to be able to face some of the challenges the Vice President of Sierra Leone has just mentioned. But on the long term, and I do believe any crisis is an opportunity also. And we do believe that although Africa currently imports between 60 to 80% of its needs in terms of fertilizers, Africa has the potential to produce more than what it needs in terms of fertilizer. If we take only one country, Congo in a radius of 50 kilometers, you have gas, you have potash, and you have phosphate. All what is needed to produce all type of fertilizer. So this is why the bank will focus in the coming months and weeks on supporting investment in producing fertilizer in Africa, using our natural resources to beneficiate them and to produce our own fertilizer. Second, the bank also is supporting the private sector to invest in the agricultural sector, but also in the supply chain and of all commodities, because we need really to create in Africa a resilient infrastructure which will enable the continent to face the upcoming shocks, because this will not be the last shock. So Africa should be ready for the next shock. So two ways to support. So we need to support the private sector to invest in the infrastructure and also on the production in Africa of our needs, particularly transforming and processing our natural resources, but also we need to help government, and this is what we are trying to do, to increase domestic resource mobilization, because that will help them also to reconstitute the buffers. And you will not be surprised to know that in some countries, the tax to GDP ratio today in Africa is 8%, only 8%. So we have really room for improvement. And this is why the bank is focusing earlier this year, even before Hormuz, in January, we organized a meeting of African Minister of Finance just to discuss how the bank can support them to increase domestic resource mobilization.
Yeah, thank you so much. Very clearly, the African Development Bank Group has not only recognized the problem, but is acting on it, taking the initiative and the lead in order to bring together a collective response. Very much appreciated indeed. Now, we only have a few minutes left, but Minister Radovan, I saw you take diligent notes while your fellow panelists were speaking. Of course, I want to give you a chance to respond to some of the points.
Oh, thank you. That was planned. So don't. No, I mean, I'm just let me start by saying I'm very grateful for the Vice President of Sierra Leone for his very, very important insight. I was in Sierra Leone before, I think, just right before it started in the beginning of the year. And we were talking about the challenges your beautiful country is facing. We visited actually school meals program that we're doing with the World Food Program, and just imagining that we will have tough time providing food for children, for the youth, that really breaks my heart. So we need to take this crisis really, really seriously. I mean, imagine adding to what you said, imagine countries in conflict and crises like Sudan. It's adding more and more. And I think the challenge here, as Jenny just said, it's quite difficult for people, but also for governments to understand the long-term impact, because we're tending in a time of politics right now. Everything goes fast. Everyone wants to see the effect right away. It's quite tough to make a pledge for policies that are working mid and long term. This is also a crisis for the development system. And this especially counts into this crisis. So we need to join forces. We need the multilateral system in this one. I mean, of course, a lot of countries also have the bilateral portfolio. We're working on that too. But in this crisis, we need the multilateral system. We need the World Bank to work together with the United Nations and all the regional banks. Everyone needs to work on together, and it doesn't make any sense for everyone just going out and doing something in some countries. So data is also important. Data is very important. This is what I also stressed out at the World Bank meeting. We need to know which countries will be affected the most, which countries are more dependent on fertilizer coming from the Strait of Hormuz and which are not. And we need to learn again, because this is not the first time during the past 4 years. We have the war in Ukraine, and we had the fertilizer situation just a couple years ago, 2-3 years ago. We had the same issues. So we need to learn from that. We need to start joint action. We need to keep on discussing this, but also again taking action. I'm very hopeful for the UN General Assembly in September. Amina just left, but she's doing a great job here. We just heard from her. I'm looking forward for September, and I'm hoping that we will even take more joint action then. when we also have more data and more insight on what is happening on the ground.
Yeah, thank you so much, Minister. A very passionate plea for a coordinated global response, not individually pressing forward, but it needs to take collective action in order to move forward here. Alexander De Croo, I want to give you also a chance, 60 seconds to respond to what you heard.
Well,
be a bit strict
maybe on the element of joint reaction. So UNDP is now doing an analysis, a bottom-up analysis in 46 countries to understand, okay, what has happened, what is baked in, because many things have happened. I mean, fertilizers have not been applied in April. We know that in September, October, the productivity is going to be lower. So these are things that you actually already know. And what is the good response plan? And we do that to the service of the whole UN system. In 46 countries, it's our own investment in doing that to understand, like, okay, what happened? What is the response? And then also try to draw some learnings from this. I think many countries realize that if they don't diversify their fuel mix, if they don't increase their own fiscal capacity, and really happy you gave that statistic of the very low level of taxation in many developing countries. I mean, how can you finance your own development if you only collect 8% taxes? Countries are fed up being the punching ball of decisions made somewhere on the other end of the world. And there's, to me, there's two messages. First of all, if you don't want to be the punching ball, okay, then diversify. And secondly, to the ones who wage this war, I mean, there's the direct cost and then there's the indirect cost. I mean, do we as a world continue to accept that this is all that development work, this is work, this is human work, this is taxpayers' money, that it just gets wiped away this way? I disagree. I hope many disagree.
Yeah, and certainly your take, of course, here is quite valuable because not only are you the UNDP administrator, but you also were former Prime Minister of Belgium. So you know what it takes. You know the challenges that executive, a politician, a policymaker has to make on a day-to-day basis. And so that experience that you bring to this new job at the UNDP is certainly quite valuable. We're actually out of time, Vice President, but I want to give you the last 60 seconds. I want to give you the last word here and leave the audience perhaps with what should they, we've already heard lots of proposals suggested, but what is the one thing, the number one thing that this audience here in Hamburg should take away from this discussion about the Hormuz crisis today? What should we be mostly aware of? We don't know when the crisis will end, but what should we be aware of specifically?
One is sitting from a global south as a policy maker, looking outward. I think I will propose one key thing. One is we need to build a resilience infrastructure. What does that mean? It means our multilateral partners, international institutions, and bilateral partners need to focus on investing on energy access and food security. Because energy and food security is the structural backbone that will allow small economies like ours to absorb such a shock. The second point is the nature of the instrument. The instruments that are usually designed to support countries going through shocks and crises, sometimes they are too slow, they are too rigid, they are not flexible enough. And sometimes also, they depend on what we call financing cycle. I think we have to forget about the cycle and then focus on the crisis. So on that note, I want to propose to our development partners, including the multilateral banks, to explore the possibility of developing what I call a shock absorption facility for Global South. Something like we have, like the Global Shield. This will be an instrument that will be able to support countries that receive the highest impact about this kind of shocks. This kind of instrument can be able to support countries to adapt easily and at the end of the day, not to further vehicle the fragility that we are already experiencing in small economies like Sierra Leone.
Vice President, navigating the Hormuz crisis, forging a collective response, ladies and gentlemen. None of us here in this room, and I'm afraid even those distinguished excellencies on the panel knows when this crisis will end, when this war will actually end. We have an agreement, seems rather vague, so the fighting seems to be continuing. But one thing is abundantly clear, I think I speak for all here in the audience, all of the policymakers and administrators here on this panel are very much aware of the stakes that come with the Hormuz crisis. And I think all of us heard many, many valuable points here today as far as things that have already been implemented and will continue to do so. Ladies and gentlemen, Minister Radovan, Alexander De Croo, President Ta, Vice President Jalot, Baroness Chapman, thank you so much. This is your applause. Much appreciated.
This is the Future Talk, Rethinking SDG Reporting, How AI Revolutionizes Local Sustainability. Please welcome your host from the Center for Science and Environment, Sunita Narayan.
Hello, everybody. So happy to be here with you. It's an unusual session, and I'm very excited to be moderating it because, in a sense, what this does is to bring the entire conversation of the Hamburg Sustainability Forum down to where it really matters. It matters at the city level. It matters to see how we can use new tools to bring accountability, measurement, and that allows us to know how far in the journey we are. So it's really about tracking our progress, using AI to do so, using the best tool to do so, and in that, there is the whole conversation about how and what will be the use of artificial intelligence in the world that we are today building together. And that's the big point and the big point of conversation. We have a Mentimeter out, and it has a fairly simple question, which is the single biggest benefit, the roadblock to employ sustainable AI. And we haven't had too many responses yet. And so I would encourage many of you to please go out there and do post what you think, because that will help us to also open out the conversation, which I will try and do at the panel discussion as I hear from you on the roadblocks. Let me begin with a very interesting conversation that we will start with Jacqueline Masimbila. Jacqueline is the youth ambassador, but she works at the Africa Digital Transformation Network. And she's part of those voices that are coming from diverse parts of the world, and particularly our part of the world, to ask questions about why AI, how AI, and for whom AI. And I think that's a fundamental question that we need to ask as we shape this new animal into our futures. So let me ask Jacqueline, please come up and give us your views on this. We really look forward to hearing from you.
I can just read it here.
All right, you have the height. This was designed for Indian women.
Oh.
Only Indian women here.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jacqueline, as I was introduced. While you are filling in the Mentimeter, I will really like to read your responses so I can incorporate it in my prepared speech. But a lot of people talk about artificial intelligence. They focus on data, algorithm, governance, but I would like to add another word: trust. People won't use the solution unless they trust that it benefits them equity-wise, it's fairly, it's responsible. So I would like to add trust as another factor which is very important in AI governance. Because no matter how powerful artificial intelligence becomes, it will only serve society if people trust that it is being used fairly, responsibly, and for public good. Today around the world, cities face many challenges, but the main common challenge is climate change. AI has the potential to be one of those tools that can help solve this particular challenge that most cities are facing. It can help government process large amount of data for information. It can identify trends. It can predict risks and monitor progress to improve decision-making. However, technology alone does not create progress. That's where people are involved. The critical question is not whether government should use AI, but the critical question is how they use it. From an ethical perspective, because I'm an ethicist, I did philosophy and ethics. The question that was put, the opportunities or gaps in AI, all reflect in this perspective, because I believe there are 4 principles that should be guided, that should be used as a guidance towards responsible deployment of artificial intelligence by governments. First is human-centered. I know it's a term that is been thrown around a lot, human-centered AI. What is it really, human-centered? What does it mean to be human-centered design? It means simply that it should serve the needs of the people. It should be designed to serve the needs of the people and not to replace human beings, actually. So these decisions that are being made by AI reflect people's rights, so they should definitely be governed in order to make sure that some rights are not violated. So we could not develop AI at the expense of people's rights. So human-centered design is the first principle. The second principle I would go with transparency and accountability. I cannot stress this enough, because citizens have a right to understand how public decisions are made. The third principle, I would say equity and inclusion, because AI is only good as the data it learns from. This means that all groups, marginalized groups as well, people with disability, their data has to be embedded in the system at the designing phase, so that they could develop solutions tailored specifically for all groups. The fourth principle, collaboration and shared learning. One of the most exciting aspects of this Hamburg Itiquini partnership that we're going to learn so much about is the commitment to co-creation, knowledge sharing, responsible innovation, cities learning from each other. As a young African woman working at an intersection of ethics, governance, and digital inclusion, I see enormous potential of AI when collaboration is involved. The SDGs are not only about measuring progress, they're about improving lives. That's why we're here. If AI help us better understand communities, responds to their needs, and create more inclusive and sustainable cities, then AI becomes more than a technology. It becomes a tool for human development. Thank you very much. So I keep saying?
Yeah, please, because I think I'm going to ask everyone to come on stage. We will fit in, as we do in good Indian style. So, Katharina Figibank, can I ask you to come up? And I will also ask Anna Claudia to join us, and Nirvana to come up as well. So Katharina is from the Ministry of Environment, Climate, Energy, and Agriculture. And she is also the second mayor of this beautiful city that we are here. So thank you very much for hosting us.
You're
It
welcome.
is, and giving us such amazing weather today. So, and what we are going to hear today and discuss today, and I will ask Katharina to begin, is how then AI can indeed be used with the principles that you have talked about, Jacqueline, to really talk, to see how SDGs and everything that we believe it in sustainability in cities, the progress can be measured, monitored, can be publicly used, and as you said, more and more, not just to track progress, but to own it. And that really is what the city of Hamburg has done. And we are going to see a very short presentation on this 3 slides. And then I will ask Katharina to talk about this briefly, if you need to, but I think the slides will explain it. So I will then jump into the panel discussion. So if you can see the slides on how this tool has been developed. It's an analysis tool for sustainability. It's really about the mining the data that we have. There's huge data that exists which policymakers grapple with. So how do you mine it? How do you analyze it? And how do you use it to be able to monitor on the indicators that you have set where do you stand? And that is really the tool that has been developed. And if I could have the next slide, please. And this is really about the different SDGs, how they come through in the different documents of the different ministries in city government, and being able to bring that picture together. I mean, AI is, as we say, the best assistant that any manager could ask for. The question is really, what does the manager want to do with it? And I think that's what we will discuss further. But it is an incredible tool to be able to do that. Next slide, please. And then, of course, it has a profile, and it then adds up to the targets that have been set to be able to understand how far is the city from the target that has been set as yet. And do I have another slide? Yes, of course. And it's really about asking the questions and then answering it and using it as a policymaker's tool. And I hope, and we will discuss that as well, how would you make this public and how do you see this being able to be used as you make it public to be able to track progress in it. So if I may now start the panel discussion and ask, I want to start with you, Anna Claudia Rochbach. She's the Executive Director at UN Habitat Cities Network. And the reason I want to come to you before I come to Hamburg City is to really understand, when you see something like this, in the position you're in, how do you see this being used? And how do you see this being applied in other cities of the world?
Sure. So to start with, and thank you, Mayor, for receiving us here today in this beautiful city. But I was just looking at the slide, and when SDG 11 popped, I was trying to read, but I was not able because the presentation was not prepared for us to understand the content, but the process and the format. But I was literally curious. I was making efforts to read. So what is it that Hamburg is doing for SDG 11, right? In urban mobility, public spaces, basic services, waste, housing, right? And this is what we need to know, actually. As you know, UN Habitat has the mandate, related to sustainable urbanization. So we are the UN entity looking at urbanization. So cities has been at the core of our mandate, and we have different streams of work supporting cities. Cities that are on the front line of climate, as Jacqueline said, cities that are actually on the front line of the SDGs, because at the end of the day, the SDGs, they will not happen in an abstract manner. So if you talk about education, you need to build schools somewhere and you put professors somewhere, right? Obviously, the housing and the informal settlements, you have to improve them in some ground. And everything. And cities have the power to consolidate everything, to plan ahead and make sure that people live, connected to their jobs or to possibilities of jobs, of economic activities, but also to services. So to be very practical, what we do today, now in a couple of weeks, we are going to monitor SDG 11 and see what happened. So having this type of information is very, very important. We are issuing a report on that. We are also co-chairing a UN-wide initiative. It's called the Local 2030. So we co-chair at the moment with UNECE, which is the Economic Commission for Europe at the UN. We are co-chairing this initiative. It brings 15 UN entities. And it's very interesting because it's the only mechanism within the UN that is grounded locally. And we have the job of promoting what we call the localization of the SDGs. So if cities, they can provide us this information, then we can also act and react and see how the UN system should be supportive of this process of localizing the SDGs.
Wonderful. And Madam Deputy Mayor, why did you come up with this? And how do you see it helping you? Because at the end of the day, what we don't want is another fancy AI tool which gives us another fancy report, which is so big and bulky that it sits on your shelf. You are someone who wants to bring change on the ground. So how does this tool help you?
Thank you very much for having me on this panel. And once again, a very warm welcome to all of you. Hamburg is showing it's from the best sunny side. It's, thank God, not as hot as it was over the weekend. So we all have a fresh mind being here today and tomorrow. To answer the question, let me just pick up on what you just said. Sustainability is nothing that happens somewhere outside in the space and is like an abstract word, but we have to bring it back to the municipalities. We have to bring it back to the cities where change is being made. And this is exactly why we were asking ourselves in the need of developing a sustainability strategy. We put it in our coalition treaty and said we have to ask all the different ministries. We have like 11 ministries and we have 7 district authorities to give us all the information they have on all 17 sustainability development goals. And so we thought that is very complicated because there were 100,000 documents, over 100,000 documents. And so we came up with this idea of making life a little easier by using AI. And so we developed our tool, and as you rightly said, it is a tool that has to serve the community, that has to serve the city, the ministries, actually to work with it and to get like clear and transparent results out of it. We called it Hans, which is his German male first name and stands for Hamburg Analysis Tool for Sustainability. So you can all keep it in mind.
I hadn't figured that
can
one
all
out.
keep it in mind.
Purpose.
And we identified, or this tool really identified all relevant documents for our sustainability strategy. And on this basis, Hans has generated like over 250 SDG and target overviews and has thus made complex coordination redundant. So the first idea on it was, first of all, to make it more concrete, really to put like an abstract idea into down-to-earth action, which also is one of the major goals of the Hamburg Sustainability Conference, which is accompanied here in Hamburg by the Hamburg Sustainability Week, inviting civil society, all citizens, business, corporations, and science to participate and to be part of it. So to make it more concrete on the one hand, to reduce complexity, to make reporting faster, more transparent, and very big thing in Germany, less bureaucratic. So whoever you talk to, they say, we could really kickstart our idea, we could be really innovative, but everything is very bureaucratic. So we have to make reports on everything. and coming out of that observation, we transformed our idea into this AI tool, and I think it can really be a game changer for our sustainability strategy.
Anna Claudia, I'm aware of the fact that you have a pressing engagement and you have to leave. So before I let you go, and I will then continue the conversation with the other panelists, I really want to ask you, so you've heard about this tool, you've got the cities network. How do you see this tool being used, this tool and many tools like this, but particularly this tool for monitoring, for measuring, for monitoring, for analysis, for tracking progress, and for making it available to citizens? How do you see it being used in cities and other parts of the world?
Sure. First, I was very glad when I saw our team on the picture. So thank you for the opportunity for contributing to the design and development of this tool, because in doing that, we learn. And it's very practical for us because exactly here in Hamburg, We have a partnership with the Hafen University, but also with our UN agencies. And we are developing a series of tools. Actually, we developed a series of tools to do, for example, measurement of informal settlements, right? We are living in a global housing crisis. I mentioned SDG 11, so slums, informal settlements is a critical challenge that we have in the planet. There, we have developed this tool where we are mapping informal settlements in Southern Africa, in eThekwini, in Namibia, but also in Central America. And it's a combination of using satellite images and also AI. We also used AI to identify the urban components of the country's NDCs, the National Determined Contributions. And good news, 80% of them have an urban perspective, and half of them housing and informal settlements. So AI, we see AI as a critical mechanism for us to really make sure that we implement our mandate, addressing the global housing crisis, the localization of the SDGs, and we support cities.
But before you leave, and I'm sort of aware of you needing to leave, so I want to catch you with as much as I can. So give us an idea, because we have seen such tools in the past, and you have helped to co-create this one. What do you see as being the one thing that will need to be done between now and the future to make sure this tool really gets used to be credible, to be measurable, and to be able to give us the confidence in the world that, yes, cities are beginning to move, because that's what we need to see happen. There is, the housing crisis, and you and I come from a part of the world where I can see it happen in front of my eyes, but it's very clear that we need to have answers to be able to provide dignity, housing, affordability, and all that at a time of climate risk. So how do you see this tool in your experience of working with so many cities in the world? AI, this tool, really being able to push the envelope towards the action that we need?
Well, first of all, we need political leaders that are behind the tools.
Wonderful. We need more of you, madam.
Exactly.
I'll do my very best.
And then the communities that will feed with the information that we need, because there's a lot that you can catch, from the more kind of physical side of things, let's say so, but you need the human perspective, right? And we have a lot of data, and we spoke about informal settlements, but about related to women, related to groups in the cities that have been invisible, or movements that we haven't been able to capture. So we need to add to that. So the AI alone as an instrument will not be enough. What we need is to max out the possibility that artificial intelligence and digital tools and so on can offer us, but we still need the insights and the perspective of those who are not there, who are not part of the data, right? And the political leadership from the society, but also the mayors, to make sure that the agenda is pushed, that this information, is addressed with concrete action, because at the end of the day, we have to respond. And for the SDGs, we have 4 years.
Absolutely.
So we have to be fast.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that intervention.
Thank you. See you.
Thank you. Nirvana, let me come to you, because all this really comes down to cities in our world. And you are in a very interesting city, eThekwini. The question really for me, and for listening to all this, when you think back of your city, how will you use this tool? What will be the way in which you see it'll help you to make better decisions? And how will you implement it? So please, and give us a sense of your city as well.
Okay, so maybe let me start with some context of the city. So eThekwini municipality is actually previously known as the city of Durban in South Africa. We're on the East Coast, so we have the warm Indian Ocean running on our coastline. Fantastic city to visit if you're ever looking for somewhere to come on holiday.
Beautiful.
But in terms of the city, we have 4.2 million residents in the city and about 1.2 million households that we know of. And I'll come back to that because that's how we're also hoping to use AI. Our main industries are around agriculture, tourism, manufacturing as well. But essentially, our city has been involved in work around data, innovation, AI, etc., for quite a number of years. Around 2022, we also launched what we call a Strat Hub, and that was launched by a very good colleague, Dr. Sandile Mbata, who is now our Chief Data Officer in the country. But essentially what that tool did is it brought together several data sets from the city. It was already analyzed as dashboards, and it's presented on that platform. It's open access, so even community members can go and look at it. The data is available for downloading, additional research, etc. But in the process of doing that, it catapulted into other people in the city becoming interested in their data. They wanted to know, how do we use our data? How can we present it such that it's used by others? So we actually started off that process quite a while ago. And we've now produced 2 voluntary local reviews, but both of them were done manually. So by going to colleagues, asking them for information about the SDGs and the progress on their SDGs, looking at documents, and I'm pretty sure, although we've produced the 2 SDGs, there's still, the 2 voluntary local reviews, there's still a lot of information that we've missed because we just haven't had access to it. So the way we see this tool working is a multiplier effect, effectively. Number one is it gives us the ability to bring together a lot more data and use AI to analyze that data, both qualitative and quantitative, so that it gives us a more accurate picture of where we stand with the SDG progress. Secondly, and you'd all know this from ChatGPT, Microsoft 365 and Copilot and all of that, when you use AI tools, it often brings up things that you didn't think about, which is one good aspect of using AI, because then it broadens your understanding. It makes you think a little bit further than you would ordinarily have. So that's the second thing. But over and above that, I think when we use this tool and produce the reports, it gives us a more accurate indication of where we are in terms of the progress on meeting the SDGs. And that identifies gaps that we need to work on. So what do we need to do more of? In addition to that, we've also realized that with using AI tools, it helps identify studies and research that was previously done. So we don't all have to go back to the drawing board and repeat what was done previously. It benchmarks, so it allows you to use that in the work that you're doing. And so it becomes more efficient. I mean, the voluntary local reviews that would have taken me 6 months, I'm anticipating that once we implement the tool, would ordinarily probably take a week, 2 weeks after you've gone through the information, though. So it makes it more efficient as well.
Yeah. Fascinating. Thank you for sharing that. And, the way you've explained it, you've really brought your city here into Hamburg. So thank you very much for that. Really nice. Thank you. Catherine, up to you, and then I will come to Jacqueline as well. When you, as a city deputy mayor, you look at your city and you look at the SDG targets, and you have this tool now that brings you all the information, allows you to understand where the city stands. What do you want to do now from it? I mean, you're the manager on top of that information. Help us to see your next steps as you move ahead, and how this tool will either be used today or how you will develop it further. Because at the end of the day, the best thing with this is it doesn't have to stop, but it's about what you want out of it. And that's really what Jacqueline told us, is you need to be on top of it, not let the tool decide what you need to do. So please.
That's exactly what our approach is. We want to serve the community, the city, and the people. That's why we hope that the tool will be significantly more automated, more interactive, more user-friendly, so like a growing tool over the coming years. And I have to totally agree to what you just said, because this is exactly what we are expecting, to become faster, to become more efficient, to become less bureaucratic, and then really have time to take the results as an impact on really how to work on the SDGs, and not reporting on them and looking for different documents where we have like different digital systems to be worked on. Bring it all together and have a clear and very transparent overview on where we stand, to see where our gaps are, where we have to develop. And what I hope is, not only with today and sharing the open source code with you and your city, to extend this tool and to let other cities and communities participate, because we know that sustainability is a cross-cutting issue, definitely. And we have to come beyond the silos, which also is an idea of this conference and of our Hamburg Sustainability Week, to look beyond your own boundaries and bring things together. And this is something definitely we see in that tool, helping us to understand what's been done already and where we have to reach out even more to really fulfill our sustainability development targets in a city environment. And by sharing and spreading and communicating with other cities, communities all over the world, this is hopefully just a start. And I could happily be imagined to find cooperations with other continents, with other countries or even cities, and not only staying in the field of sustainability, but taking a look at the neighboring topics. We were talking about how to tackle climate change. This morning, we were being asked how to come to terms with climate adaptation. This is a major concern to many, many countries worldwide at the moment. Energy transition, housing issues we just tackled. So I think we have built a solid foundation, and out of this foundation we can reach very high and very far to other sectors and fields.
Wonderful, very interesting. Before I come to you, I want the Mentimeter out, because you actually said that put out more questions, because it'll help you to also respond and to give us some opinion. So can we have the results of the Mentimeter out? Is it, so those are the results? Okay. So essentially talking about handling different data from one go, sorting data, comparability, reporting comparable, efficiency. There's a sort of a list. Is there anything that jumps out to you, Jacqueline, that you want to speak about? And really, why I'm asking you is that you're kind of like the conscience keeper of this tool, helping us to make sure that this tool and many such tools like this, that AI is used for public good, that AI is used for sustainability, that AI is used to be able to get cities to do much more and to be accountable to their own people. That's what we heard from you. So how do you see some of these issues that are coming out, or anything that you want to add to this conversation to say what really needs to be done in your view?
I was reading and I realized that most of the things that were highlighted were mostly spoken about efficiency, workload, and etc. But what really popped was improving decision making, because knowing what already exists, what type of needs that the people have, can help you to decide and to design a solution that actually works for them. So it can improve decision making in such manner. And I would like to highlight or congratulate Madame here for stepping up as a city, because while I was working at the East Africa Community Headquarters in Arusha, I'm Tanzanian by the way, I realized how much a political will can be a barrier or towards achieving a certain agenda. We were working on a regional digital transformation strategy for the East African countries, all 8 countries, DRC, South Sudan, Somalia, but some partner states were not willing to go in this same journey. So as a country, there has to be a political will themselves that we are heading towards a digital transformation. We are heading towards giving people services in digital manners. So I think political will play a really good part. That's why I'd like to congratulate the city of Hamburg to step up and take their matters in their own hands. And I also like to highlight, I think there is a relationship between the city of Hamburg and Dar es Salaam.
Exactly.
Yeah, I've seen several.
Our sister city.
Yes.
I was there a few years ago and also in Arusha.
Yeah, so I would like to highlight that. That's a very good collaboration. So for the power of scaling up, as you said, this is only the first relationship, Itiquini and Hamburg. But if this works, we could escalate. And yeah, so the power of collaboration, it works.
No, and for me, this is so powerful for the reason that both will inform, because this tool will learn so much from Itaquini. We'll learn from the cities of the South, because, the challenges that we have are different, but also similar. And the complexity that we have is also different, but similar. I mean, you're the head of a city and you know how difficult it is to get decisions that we know need to be taken. And that's really my last question to the 3 of you before we end is, how will you make this public? And how do you see a tool like this building the public acceptability for the change we need? Because this is really where the biggest barrier comes, that, something that a city manager wants to do, and then you end up with saying, but yes, I want the cars off the road and I want more bicycle tracks, or I want more green areas, or I want to do heat pumps, or whatever else is my list of things that I must do. And there is too much, people don't want it. They see it as a cost. They see it as inconvenience. And how does a tool like this help us to build that narrative, the public acceptability for the change that we must see in our city? So how would you make this public, and what can happen? Deputy Mayor, please.
I think acceptability by the people is a key issue. And you just said that some of the politicians, and I know who you're talking about because we all have them on all levels, are sometimes afraid of kind of delegating decisions back to the people. And I think when it comes to AI on the one hand, and you said trust is very decisive, really, to make it successful. Whatever you have, like a tool like this or any other means covering AI issues, it is very important that people have trust in what is happening. So there is an idea of kind of giving back the power of using it to the people in the districts, in the municipalities, in the entire city. So make it more open and make it more interactive, the entire tool. At the moment, we're using it for kind of internal purposes by gathering all information from our ministries in order to set up our strategy. But there is also a moment where we open up to the public and invite them to create and shape their own future. So there is a kind of empowerment of the people, especially in those times, very troubled times, where many people are afraid of what is happening now and in the future. So many crises, wars, conflicts. So people feel kind of lost, even in a very rich city, as I consider Hamburg to be a city with a very stable government. There are many conversations I have every day with people who are afraid of not seeing a prosperous path towards the future. And having tools like that are giving the power, kind of empowerment back to the people. And this is the way I see, using it for our purposes, making things more transparent, easier, more efficient, getting our job done as politicians, really to present a strategy, but there is much more to it by activating and empowering people to be part of this change we want to see.
Ivana, do you see in this tool, I mean, this is fascinating because to me, this is really where AI doesn't become the devil that we are all scared of, but the companion that we need in our world to actually help us to build a worldview and trust amongst people for the change that needs to come. And
Your
that's
words are much
really
nicer than mine, so stick to your words. I was struggling a bit.
That's okay. I mean, we're saying the same things. But how do you see it in your environment? I mean, how do you see a tool like this? And I'm talking about public now.
So we've had some exposure in terms of public or members of the community accessing our data. In the process of doing that, you realize that you've got to ensure that the data that you publish is accurate.
Absolutely.
And that it matches what is actually the sentiment on the ground and what is happening on the ground. It's useless saying that everything is fine, there's no potholes in the city, yet if I drive down a road, I've got 10 potholes that I come across. And that creates the issue around trust.
Brilliant.
So it's making sure that the data is accurate before we publish it. Secondly, I think it's beneficial, and I'm glad our youth ambassador spoke about it earlier, getting communities involved and getting youth involved. As cities, we recognize the fact that we do not have all of the data sets that we require to report on the SDGs. And one of the things we're trying to do at the moment is bring community service or civil society organizations, community-based organizations on board to share their data sets with us. So we can supplement the data that we have on the SDGs, and you then get a more comprehensive idea of what is happening in the city. And it builds that trust because now we're working hand in hand to try and ensure we've got this holistic picture. So that was the second thing. But also, whilst we're talking about trust, I think it's very important that we concentrate on governance because we're dealing with community data. So it's a matter of how are we going to be making sure that we don't misuse that data, that it follows proper processes, nothing that shouldn't be published is published, all of those sorts of things. So it's part of what we've got in our plan of how we need to deal with this and some of the steps we need to take before it actually becomes public. When it's for internal use, it's a different story. But before we get to that point of making it available to the public, that's what we need to do. And then lastly, I think it also helps to show community members the benefits of the tool.
Exactly.
So we can show them this is what was done, you know, print out or do like case studies, videos, media coverage, etc., where you show how the tool's been used, what it's helped us identify as gaps, what we've then done to plug those gaps, etc., and then improve our implementation of the SDGs.
Wonderful. I think that really sort of wraps up what we are talking about. But before I conclude, I want to take that very interesting moment where you will hand over the source code to Nirvana. And
Should we go here?
If you can come out here, because I think we can get some.
Can I
photographs
ask
of
our
this.
colleagues, so the person that's actually going to be doing the
Yes,
AI work
of
from
course,
Etequini
of
is
course.
with me. And if I ask him to join us.
Absolutely. No, I should have called you up. I didn't know you were here.
Hi.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We do it like this. This is the tool. Yeah. I don't
Okay.
want to.
Just
I don't want to do some Apple promotion here, so I put it this way.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So as I conclude, I just want to say this is really what makes the Sustainability Forum work. Because at the end of the day, we know that we have a broken world order. We know that we have 1,000,001 problems. We know that we are not anywhere close to meeting the climate targets that we have set ourselves. But we do know that there is a huge energy coming from the ground, from communities, from cities, who are translating all the SDGs down to what they want. They want livability. They want dignity of life. They want clean water. They want clean air. They want sustainability to be part of their cities. We, in our world, and I come from very much your world, and I know we can see it in Hamburg in practice, that is not something that people are fighting against. What we really need is the ability to be able to implement, but then to measure, to monitor, and then to amplify. And that's what we've talked about. This tool being one tool that helps a city to, one, cut down on the inefficiencies, to be able to not waste time on doing reports, have a report quick so that you can use the report to actually get things done, and then to be able to track progress on it. And I think that's what makes this conversation so uplifting, so inspirational, and tells us that there is so much more that we will and can do together. I have someone who's got a hand up. Am I allowed to let one question come up? Yeah, go ahead, but you will have to keep it really short because I can see that meter here saying time is up.
I'm Judith. I come from Zimbabwe. So I come from the global south where there's a huge divide between the urban and the rural.
Yes.
So when we talk about the tool and the difference, the inequalities between the urban and the rural in terms of access, in terms of capacities, access to infrastructure, access to or literacy, digital literacy, there's that divide. So how does the tool become inclusive, or is it just a tool for the urban areas? Thank you very much.
So at the moment, this is, I mean, no one tool solves all problems. This is a tool designed to track SDG implementation in urban areas, in cities. But I'm sure that this tool can also be used to track SDG implementation across other geographies. I also come from a part of the world where we have similar inequalities, a similar divide. But I think the one good thing that we are seeing in our world is that the digital divide is getting more and more less. So I think we will leave the conversation here, and maybe outside the room you can discuss this further. But I think it just tells me, Madam Mayor, that what you have started here is perhaps something that will have huge implications, and we can grow this enormously, not just for urban areas, but also for countries to be able to track their SDG progress and to get the change on the ground that we can all see happen and believe in. So thank you very much, everyone. Happy that you were all part of this. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Wonderful.
This is the New Alliance Talk. Employment, Migration and Markets, the agenda for the next decade. Please welcome to the stage, Ali Aslan.
Hello, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, distinguished guests, day one of the Hamburg Sustainability Conference started very, very strong. And of course, we're going to have a very strong ending to day one, at least as far as the on-stage discussions are concerned. This is actually a very, very important, very timely subject matter titled Employment, Migration and Markets, the agenda for the next decade. Clearly lots to talk about because geopolitical tensions and demographic shifts are reshaping global labor markets. And in this session, we will examine how employment, skills development, and talent mobility can be strategically leveraged as strategic resources for competitiveness and resilient growth. And I'm very much looking forward to a wonderful debate with outstanding speakers. But before we get started, very delighted to see amongst us none other than the German Minister for Economic Cooperation and Development, who will hold a short keynote to set the stage for this important discussion. So, without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Minister Radovan.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's a moment in the life of young people when they ask themselves two basic questions. Is there a place for me in the world of labor? And what can I do with my skills and strength? Everywhere in the world, millions of young people come to that point each year. They are ambitious and energetic. Yet, too often, the labor market around them doesn't offer enough openings that suit their skills and personalities. This is especially true in many countries of the Global South, where many young people enter the labor market every year. And we all know that at the same time, Germany and other aging societies are searching for qualified people to keep their economies running and to sustain public services. And in some sectors of the economy, this search is already a matter of great urgency. So I am convinced, thinking employment, migration, and markets together will be one of the central tasks of the coming decade. Doing so will benefit the people in the Global South and the Global North. Investing in education, skills, and employment is among the most effective investment that governments of the Global North and the Global South can make together. And it all starts with basic education. Millions of children and young people around the world still lack access to quality learning. Reading and writing are the foundations for a good job and a self-determined life. This also includes the skills and knowledge that are necessary for today's rapidly changing labor markets. Digitalization, automation, and the transition to climate-friendly economies and creating new occupations and new requirements. Education and training have to match the needs of companies and labor markets. Together with our partners in the Global South, Germany is working to provide training programs that equip young people for today's local as well as international labor markets. But to make labor mobility really work, proper education and training are not enough. Strong partnerships also here are required. Therefore, the German Ministry for Development and Economic Cooperation established the We Fair Skills Alliance in March. This alliance brings together actors from across the entire labor migration process, including employers, chambers and associations, trade unions, recruiters, and diaspora organizations. We want to connect and learn from one another to establish economically viable, ethical, and fair paths for labor mobility, benefiting Germany, partner countries, and workers alike. This triple win is the way to go for sustainable and successful labor migration. Ladies and gentlemen, governments can create the right policy frameworks. Multilateral institutions such as the World Bank can provide knowledge and finance, foster international cooperation, and help mobilize the private sector. And the private sector, the companies, can invest in training programs and digital solutions that address their needs. Each of us brings different strengths to the table, but only by working together can we develop solutions that reach beyond individual projects. That is why the cooperation between Germany, the World Bank Group, and companies such as SAP and many others is so important. In our joint communiqué, which we will sign right now, we are tackling exactly these aspects. It sets how to remove obstacles, regulatory barriers, limited access to finance, and qualifications that are difficult to compare across countries. It sets out how to bring public and private investment closer together, and it sets out how to recognize skills employment for what they are, the essential economic resource of our time, especially in countries with few natural resources. I am convinced that competitiveness and sustainable growth will depend more and more on whether people can gain skills they need and access good jobs. When we strengthen education, promote employment, and support fair skills migration, we invest in people. And we also invest in social stability, economic success, and shared prosperity. So let's make the investment together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Perhaps we can move towards the middle for just a moment, because as you pointed out, please, because you have pointed out correctly, of course, that there is a gap, if you will, between global skills and the labor. And of course, this is why we're now going to the signing moment, the communiqué that you have mentioned. And to sign the joint communiqué, it is my great pleasure to welcome three individuals on stage to join you here. First up, he's the Managing Director and Chief Knowledge Officer of the World Bank. Pascal Donahue, ladies and gentlemen, is here. Yeah. Also, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the CEO and Chairman of the Executive Board at SAP, Christian Klein.
Hello. Hi.
And last but certainly not least, please give me a warm welcome to the Managing Director of the GIZ, Ingrid Gabriela Hoven, ladies and gentlemen. And now, Minister.
Hello again.
This again, ladies and gentlemen, is the joint communiqué on closing the global skills and labor gap signed by Minister Radovan, the World Bank Group, SAP, and GIZ. Yes, take out your handies. This is a historic moment.
Gentlemen first.
One signature missing. And let's have a group photo of the four signatories. Please, in the middle. Please give him a hand. We can, I think.
After you, there you go.
Yeah, yeah.
There we go.
Photographers are ready. Wonderful. And to even embellish this photo, it is my great pleasure to add 2 more individuals to the photo. First up, the chair and founder of the Liquidity and Sustainability Facility, Dr. Vera Songwe, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome her. And ladies and gentlemen, last but certainly not least, the Director General of the International Labour Organization, Gilbert Hongbo, is here with us. A little bit of coordination needed. It is tight on stage.
Okay, perfect.
Let's give them another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. It's wonderful. Thank you so much. Minister Radovan, thank you for being here. Thank you for signing. And of course, Gilbert Hongbo, we will hear from you later on. Stay with me here on stage. Ingrid, if you may, please.
Yes, well, yeah.
And Vera, please join me here on stage for a discussion we will now have. Yes, please, by all means.
Okay, thank you.
Wonderful to have you all. Of course, we just heard the minister talk so eloquently about employment, migration, and markets. And now, of course, I want to hear from you. We want to hear from you about how we put these proposals into action. And if I'm starting with you, Pascal, we're talking about talent mobility, we're talking about skills, we're talking about economic partnerships. Those are the words that have already been mentioned here on stage. And the global competition of the future, I think it's well understood, is also about people skills. From your perspective, meaning, of course, from the World Bank's perspective, what is currently the biggest missing link that you see between skills development, employment, and economic growth?
So the coordination needs that Minister Radovan referred to earlier on, a coordination need that we're aiming to make progress on by the signing of the memorandum. By that, what I mean is making sure that we have governments working with partners to work to develop the skills that the private sector needs, because too often we have people who are willing to work, but they don't have the skills that employers need. Or we have employers who want to employ, but can't identify potential employees who also have the skills that are needed. And what the World Bank aims to do, in addition to the funding and financing role that we play in many countries, is look at what role we can play in working with public authorities and working with the private sector to try to play that coordination role. I saw a very good example of it recently in Mozambique. This is an economy that will have many skill and training needs in the future because of the development of the energy sector. And a role that we could play in Mozambique is working with the private sector, working with public authorities to look at how we can work better together to meet those future skill needs.
Yeah, thank you so much for laying out the vision of the World Bank Group and also for identifying where you still see shortages. Moving from the World Bank to the private sector, or rather to the business perspective, Christian Klein, where do you already see skills? If you're looking at your own company, but also beyond, where do you see skill shortages becoming actually a direct competitiveness issues for companies globally?
I mean, looking at SAP, obviously, I have a lot of software developers in the company. And the question is, how many software developers do you need when AI can code so well? And obviously, we see that we have now, it's our obligation first to our employees to reskill and enable them, but then also to engage with universities, because you need different job profiles. While definitely AI will have an impact on the workforce and some jobs will not exist anymore, there are other jobs, which are definitely of high need. And so it's both, but I see it from SAP itself to keep SAP competitive in the market, which is heavily shifting to AI. But when I look at my customers worldwide, I mean, also they need different skills to apply AI. And think about the global south. The agriculture matters, retail matters, and there people need to have the skills to apply AI in agriculture, in utilities, in retail. And that's, of course, what is also very important for us, because it's not enough to only develop great AI. When no one can apply AI in their jobs, I mean, it will not come into production. And that's why SAP has an obligation both to actually serve in-house for the right skills, but also making sure in the ecosystem, especially in the global south, also our customers and the community has the right skills.
Yeah, absolutely. And for an international company like SAP, of course, very much dependent on the global labor force, on skills coming in order to benefit your company and many others, of course. And this is where I want to bring you in, Vera Songwe, because many countries in the global south has been well established, have a very young and ambitious workforce, specifically in Africa, but not only. What, in your opinion, is preventing this demographic potential from fully coming into play, from transforming itself into scale, really?
No, I think, thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be back at the Hamburg Sustainability Conference. I think two things. The first is really what the minister talked about in terms of matching the skills and the demand. And let me just take an example. Today we have a gap of about 3.5 million jobs a year that are needed in the cybersecurity space. And a cybersecurity attack that happened last year in the UK cost almost $1.2 billion, I would name and so there is huge value that could be had. In the University of Tanzania, University of Dodoma, there is a cybersecurity program that's going on. And the kids, the last exam, 200,000 students globally took the exam. Among the top 10, we had 6 African kids who passed. This is just to show you that if we can give the kids in universities on the continent in Africa the skills, they actually outperform the global average. And so what we really need today is in sectors like this one, which is a little bit the AI sector, but because AI is so democratized, we also have cybersecurity that is quite democratized. And so you need the skills both to perform the AI, but also to protect. And I think that it's a job that can be done at home, so you don't need migration. All the students need is, the technology to be able to study it, working with a couple of suppliers globally to do that. And I think these are the kinds of examples. These are concrete examples of real examples that are happening across the continent. And so what I think the students need is these kinds of programs that they can, governments can deploy, the private sector can deploy in country, and kids can stay in country and work abroad for good salaries, by the way.
Yeah, and we heard just Vera speak about the potential, really, of young and ambitious people, very much skilled, trying to make their way and trying to leave their imprint, if you will, on the workforce. And Ingrid Hoven, this is where I want to bring you in. Now, you need to create those jobs and economic opportunities, of course, for these people. What kind of global skills partnerships and delivery mechanisms are required that we're not yet deploying as of today?
Well, I think what we have possibly to promote in the future is really, as the minister was saying, a triple win opportunity. So in the past, when you try to recruit perhaps the best talents in Africa and Asia, and then they fuel the economy in Europe or in North America, then you see actually the impact of the brain drain. But there are different possibilities nowadays. Of course, due to the aging population that we see in some continents, it makes sense really to promote talented people from Africa, from the Near East, and let them work in labor markets in the global north. But what it takes that actually those economies don't fall back. I think we have to invest in country, build up the training systems, at the same time try to make people fit for actually labor mobility, which requires additional skills, language skills, etc. So if you build up the system at home, so people can decide whether they would stay at home and work at the national level, or whether they would like to become a partner in the global value chain with a big global company, and we provide them with the necessary skills. This really can be a win opportunity. The decisive factor actually is the demand has to be identified with the private sector. We can't simply train people, and then we hope that they get actually be hired. No, I think the successful models that we have implemented also on behalf of the German government in Egypt, in Nigeria, in Tunisia, in Morocco, depart actually from a very, very strong partnership with the private sector, where the private sector actually at home in Germany or in Europe and at the country level really has a skin in the game.
Yeah.
And then it works.
Yeah, they really have skin in the game, the private sector. All the forces need to combine and join forces in order for the skills and competitiveness to lead to economic transformation, of course. And the World Bank Group, I know, of course, has numerous studies on these issues. And this is why, Pascal, I want to bring you in here again and ask you, what, in your opinion, are the most important investments that governments need to prioritize today if they actually want the skill development to become a real driver of competitiveness? What do the numbers say?
Well, look, it continues to be the case that the investment that you make at primary level in particular in ensuring that young girls and boys begin their educational journey with the right skills from a literacy point of view, from a mathematical point of view, they continue to be the critical investments. But what we are increasingly recognizing in our work with regard to education policy is also the need to give additional focus with regard to the skills agenda. And by skills, I mean those particular educational qualifications that are also rooted in what the private sector needs, in ensuring that where jobs are available, where jobs are being created, that those who are leaving our educational system are doing so with skills that are appropriate to the employment opportunity and are indeed in a position where the curricula, where the skills agenda is being transparently and openly influenced by what the needs of employers are. And then just finally on employers, it's not just very large employers that can play a critical role with regard to this. If we look at agriculture, for example, which will be critical to how we meet job needs of many parts of the world. Again, ensuring that those who are leaving university, leaving schools, have the skills that are needed to allow them to transition from maybe subsistence to a surplus form of farming, again, is a really relevant example of what the skills agenda can look like.
Yeah, thank you so much for providing a very specific example as far as the skills, competitiveness, and economic transformation come together in order to come to full fruition. Christian Klein, you've already mentioned in your first answer how radically AI has influenced the type of skills that companies such as yours need so desperately these days. In your opinion, looking around, do governments and systems, specifically education systems, keeping pace with that demand and those changes?
Yeah, of course. I mean, in some countries more than in others. But you also have to, watch out. I mean, I guess no one can solve the challenge alone of bringing young people into jobs. And, besides my job at SAP, I'm also the chairman of Generation Unlimited. Here's Kevin and Nadi. And this Generation Unlimited is an initiative powered by UNICEF. And we are bringing leaders from the private sector and the public sector together. And the good thing is about Generation Unlimited that here we can really get stuff done. We are not only having a nice vision of bringing millions of young people into jobs. I mean, we also get the job done. And you see that, there are leaders coming together from countries who know exactly what young people, what the economy needs in this global south. We can come in from the private sector and can bring in not only money, but also the practical expertise on how to upskill young people on how to apply AI in agriculture, helping young entrepreneurs to grow their business with AI. And you see, when this happens, private and public sector coming together, universities are getting pulled in. This is where, I guess, this is for me the winning formula. So no one can actually solve the problem alone.
Yeah, it's certainly a task for the entire universe.
Yeah, and to your point, which country works it better? It really also depends on, the platform the country is giving us itself. When we are welcome with open arms. I can remember a lot of projects we won in Africa, super successful, because also the government invited us to come, yeah, with our expertise, obviously with funding. So it's also about, you know, do you find the right platform to help in the global south?
Yeah, of course, the visions have to match at the end of the day with the country and, of course, the company that is coming in to provide those services. And we're talking about skills and competitiveness, Vera Songwe. And we're in Germany, we're in Europe, a continent and a country that is specifically being linked to demographic challenges, meaning the generations are getting older, not much youth is coming forth. That's very different for the Global South in many regards. And so the question then is, how can those countries with a growing young population turn demographic growth into an economic advantage rather than it ending up being a burden?
And that's a good question. I think twofold. If you go to China, which has 1 billion something people, we have what we now call white factories, which essentially are factories with no people in them. But behind the factories with no people is a lot of scientific research. And I think what we also need in the developing countries, I think the Global South is a little bit of a half word, so I prefer to use developing and emerging countries as opposed to that. I think two things are happening on the continent. Today, again, with AI and with technology, there's an incredible amount of jobs that can be created. What we need, first, governments need to liberalize the IT sector, because if we have connectivity that is as fast as connectivity in the developed world, you can have a lot faster technology. But more importantly, because it is a global world, we've just lived the last week in Europe with the heat waves that are at that high. I think at some point, labor, 10 years ago, labor in Asia was providing goods to the rest of the world. I think in 10 years, labor in Africa will provide goods to the rest of the world. So what we need to do is skill that labor so that that labor can actually drive that demand and supply. And so if we can skill them, make sure that we bring in the right partnerships. I think that today we see many of the automobile companies from the East coming into Germany, but a lot of the parts for those automobile companies are coming from Africa. If we could build a supply chain that actually creates jobs, the lithium, the cobalt, the iron ore is all coming from Africa. We need to begin to add value in Africa so that as we move that value into Germany to create the automobiles with knowledge from someplace else, there is actually global labor demand. And I must say that labor demand is not just an African problem. It is a German problem, it is an American problem, and it is certainly, I come from Cameroon, a Cameroonian problem. We cannot solve it as one block against the other. What the Europeans have today is enough resources for R&D. What Africa has is the human capacity. And so if we bring those two together, my sense is we can create more jobs much faster for the global common.
Certainly. It's not a one-size-fits-all problem, as you pointed out correctly. Each country has its own recipes. Each country has its own challenges. I think that's very well understood. But there are commonalities. And as far as the heat wave is concerned, judging by the temperature here, it still continues. But that's a different story. Ingrid, we're talking about skills development, of course, how to better integrate them into a broader economic strategy. Judging by your experience, you're also traveling a lot in your capacity as the leader of the GIZ. What are you seeing? What are some of those winning broader economic strategies that do lead to sustainable jobs and value creation?
But certainly we can count on a number of very best practices. For instance, in Egypt, we were working with Siemens Energy. We have trained 7,000 people and built up a TVET system that really addresses the new needs and the new demands in the renewable energy sector. So many pilots with Schneider Electric in Vietnam and so forth. But I think we now have to try to find a way through broader alliances and partnerships really to create the ecosystems that are needed. First point that is important, we need a whole of government approach. So if the Labour Ministry continues to do its work, and then this is being disconnected from industrial transformation planning, sitting perhaps with the Ministry of Finance, we are already missing to connect the dots. And the same applies for possibly the countries that may receive workforce members from developing and emerging economies, because then again, in Europe, you have like a ministry dealing with certain regulations, and then you have the Chamber of Commerce. They are actually going to certify the trainings, et cetera, et cetera. And then you have the Development Cooperation Ministry who's investing heavily into building up education and TVET system in countries themselves. So how to bring those different dots together so that you really create an ecosystem that delivers to people and to the economies. And this is, I think, now the next step that those new partnerships have to make sure. Additionally, quite frankly, to be honest, of course, we would expect that receiving countries as well as industries that they pay and they have a financial contribution in those partnerships. But it won't go into the right direction without any additional public spending. And we have to recognize that actually spending in human development, these are not recurrent costs and budget, but this is really an investment into the future of those economies and also the ones that are receiving your skilled labor. So additional investment in building up those ecosystems will be needed. And unless we do this in a strategic way, we will end up with huge gaps in the workforce that we need for the future transformation. Last year, we have finished a study on behalf of the German government that shows how much potential lies actually in the new economy, in the industrial transformation. New jobs are going to be created in e-mobility, in renewable energy, in adaptive agriculture. So there are huge opportunities that we can seize, but unless we start now to equip the young population for the future, we are going to miss those opportunities.
Yeah, there's certainly no time to waste. I think that's something that we're all in agreement of. And as far as no time to wait is concerned, this session is, of course, also focusing on migration. And that's the part I want to zoom in here for a moment, Vera, because we've already talked about demographic challenges here. Other countries are having the reversed issue, perhaps, but many countries also worry about losing talent abroad. It's one thing to educate them at home and then losing them to other countries such as Germany. So in your opinion, how can international mobility become a source of knowledge transfer and economic opportunity rather than a zero-sum game, rather than a loss to the country that is actually putting those skills into place for the young people?
I used to live in the Philippines. The Philippines is the global exporter of childcare, healthcare, to the GCCs and to the rest of East Asia in particular. And I think what was able to happen and what we see is that with that kind of migration, well organized, I think the Philippine government is the most organized in terms of external service workers. You get remittances back, right? And so those remittances, if one can make sure that your macroeconomy is well managed so that you're not suffering from huge inflation and so the value of the resources are being depleted, you have huge growth. I think we see the same thing more or less on the remittances side in Egypt, in Kenya, and so it's very common for us to talk about the brain drain on one hand and then to talk about the remittances on the other hand. Remittances today are much higher than all development aid combined. So I don't think it's an either or. I think we need more remittances. It's important. I think we need, after that, then to organize ourselves in such a way that those remittances find a way where they can then be channeled into investable projects back home. And so the brain drain actually ends up a lot of times in a reverse brain sort of education. If we look at what's happening in Kenya, there's a lot of, used to be the former head of Google who has come back and is driving the whole IT system in Kenya today. And so Kenya today is one of the best sort of connected countries in the world. But that's because he came from Google. You look at the young guy from NVIDIA who is now running GPUs and educating local Africans on how to write compute in their local languages. It's because he worked in NVIDIA and he's now come back home. So I think that if we have those, then we can very quickly close the gap in terms of, if we had to wait just for some non-African to come back from NVIDIA to teach us how to use compute, we will wait 10 years. He came back in 3, and now in a year's time, we're investing in GPUs and rolling them out. So my sense is, I think, well organized and well directed, migration is a good thing because it sort of shares the global knowledge and is well distributed. Our leaders need to provide the resources. They need to make sure that the environment and the governance systems within which this can thrive are well organized.
Yeah, migration is a net value, if I understand correctly, says Vera Songwe, and brain drain doesn't necessarily have to be a bad thing. Quite on the contrary, it can benefit the countries if these skilled individuals come back. Want to get your quick assessment as well on that from each of your own perspectives, Ingrid and then Pascal and Christian, each in their own view. We're talking about brain drain being a win-win at the end of the day.
Well, actually, I can very much agree with Vera's points. I mean, first, actually, when you invest into the national educational system so that you actually not only recruit the workforce, but you actually add to the skilled labor force at home, then you have a win-win situation. And this is what actually these new global skills partnerships are about, and the new alliances that the minister describes. It's not simply pulling people out of the economy, but investing into a new and a reinforced educational system that would deliver to the national labor force as well then to a global one. Second point, when it comes to remittances, very much agree, very important income source. But certainly we also have to make sure that not only, and this is a lifeline, a social security system for those societies, but that we also try to incentivize investments by remittances at home, at the country level. And then again, we create a win-win opportunity because we reinforce economic activity at home. So these 2 additional points, and this is doable. We have sufficient examples.
Christian Klein, where do you come in as a company? Well, what hurdles are you facing? What are the biggest bureaucratic hurdles perhaps you're facing in bringing in talent from abroad?
I mean, as always in life, listening is very important, private sector and public sector. When I would not listen to the many young leaders we sometimes welcome in our Gen U board, talking to me what the young people really need in this country, I would be so arrogant, and because then I would probably, offer university trainings which are not applying to the local job market and what the country needs. And vice versa, it's the same. When I'm getting overburdened to apply AI in a certain country and the regulation is so high, then obviously it will also not has a lasting impact on the community and the society there. But I can only agree. That's why, private, public sector, it's also at the end really about this teamwork. I mean, what do I know about what is needed in the local market? GI said, Gen U, I mean, we need these platforms to understand better local needs. And then when we join forces, we get something done. But obviously, over-regulation and these kind of things, they are clearly not helping. And that's sometimes when it comes to AI, the number one blocker, not only in countries, in Africa and Latin, sometimes also in Germany.
well understood and received that specific remark.
You don't have to apologize.
Pascal, to wrap up the migration round, if you will, we've already talked about how we can turn migration into a source of shared growth rather than imbalance. Again, what do the studies, what do the World Bank studies indicate towards?
It highlights the importance of the skills agenda and recognizing the need to ensure that the long-standing focus on education that happens within our schools all over the world, but of course within the World Bank Group, we're particularly conscious of emerging and developing economies, that is accompanied now by a higher focus on where we are with skills. That can best be done in a local or national setting to ensure that local people can access in a way that's practical for them the skill development that they need, so that if they do decide that they do want to leave their own country, they do so with skills. On the other hand, we know that by developing skills within a country, that of itself increases the chances of jobs being found locally as well. So all paths just lead back to that importance of the skills agenda, which is why it's so great to see it getting such focus here in the Sustainability Conference, and to see the alignment across the different public authorities and the private sector in recognizing the importance of it.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think the value of migration is very well understood and explained by all of you if applied correctly and justly. Being very mindful of the time, I do want to do a very, very quick closing round amongst the four of you, 60 seconds each, perhaps my request for a very short answer. And that is basically, what are we leaving the audience with here today? What is you've imparted a lot of valuable sessions and very valuable lessons here already. Christian Klein, starting with you perhaps. What is the one concrete step that business leaders should take now? Advice to business leaders perhaps, to the business community, to the business leaders in the audience. What is the one element they should take away from this conversation?
I mean, first of all, as a business leader, when you travel the world, you also have a responsibility for the communities you are doing business in. So that's the number one. You should never forget, to also care about the communities you are also making money in. Second is about really taking the time invest. It's not always easy for business leaders to invest time. So, Kevin, you are nodding. Also, my calendar is full, but, it's then a time invest to engage with institutions like Generation Unlimited, like the GIZ, to solve, because no one can solve the problem together. And then the third one is really, when you're going in, never forget, it's not only about the money, it's also about, the practical experience, the use cases, and really bringing the assets together. So that would be my advice to the business leader.
Thank you. We're very well aware that your calendar is full, and that's why we're very appreciative.
Not only mine, but, I know how this works in the business community.
No, we're very...
But that should not also be an excuse,
of course
for everyone to not engage. Yeah?
No, I was actually just going to say, and we're very appreciative that you took the time to be here with us. That's for certain, for this very important discussion. Ingrid Hoven, based on your experience, 60 seconds, what is one practical lesson that we already know and are not applying globally quite yet about migration and employment?
I think we have to reshift our attention. We spoke a lot about infrastructure gaps over the last couple of years, financial gaps. I think we have to reshift our attention and take a much more people-centered approach to create the jobs and the opportunities that people need. I think our transformation into a more climate-friendly and resilient future will depend on whether we have the skilled labor force, the academia, and the talents in place to really make this transformation a success. And this can only be done in partnership. You already, Mr. Klein, you explained it. This can't be done alone by the public sector, nor by the private sector. We have to bring all the stakeholders together. And I think we are at the point to create those platforms strongly. And that, of course, is what the Hamburg Sustainability Conference is here to bring together the stakeholders in order to forge those important partnerships. Vera Songwe, what is one untapped opportunity the world is still underestimating in the context of migration and employment skills?
I think it's just the amazing innovation that sits within this continent and that we have not yet explored. And if we can find a way of, so R&D research in the developing world is less than 1% of GDP generally, but each of those students, each of those universities is sitting on amazing research that can solve local problems with local solutions. And if we can provide the governance environment, not the financing first, but the governance environment to let students be able to unleash their full potential, my guess is we will see the private sector flowing because the value add to business, to the communities, to government is quite high. And providing that kind of a platform is particularly important.
Thank you so much. Now, before we go to closing remarks, Pascal, you're going to get the last word here on this panel. We're talking, of course, about moving from discussion to delivery. Every single panel here is about that, putting the lessons that they learned and the best practices shared into reality. What is the one partnership model the world now needs to take very seriously in this regard?
I just want to recognize the work the German government is doing with regard to the Global Skills Partnership and the work the World Bank Group is now doing in making this come alive at a national level. And the reason why I think it is so important is that it has at the heart of us a recognition of the value of coordination, which again has been a common theme by all my colleagues here in this discussion. The need to recognize that the public sector and the private sector have complementary roles to play, and we can achieve far more if a good effort is made to coordinate both. So I just want to recognise the leadership of the government of Germany with regard to this at the moment, and to say that I think this is actually the most practical way of bringing to life the different concepts that we've discussed here this evening.
And I think those words are very well appreciated and well received by all representatives here from the German government, needless to say. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we talked a lot about partnerships, about multiple stakeholders in order to achieve fruitful and successful results. Now, when it comes to employment and migration, of course, one needs to look no further than the International Labour Organization in this particular regard, that brings with it the wealth of knowledge and experience in order to put all the lessons and suggestions into reality. And that's why it's only fitting that we're closing this wonderful panel with some remarks by the Director General of the ILO. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Gilbert Hongbo.
Excellencies, distinguished panel members. First of all, let me thank all of you for this quite very rich discussion, which highlighted a defining what I will consider in ILO a paradox in global labor markets. Too many people still lack access to decent work, while too many employers cannot find the workers and the skills they need. The ILO estimates that global unemployment will reach 186 million in 2026, roughly the same level as 2025. Yet, stable unemployment figures mask a broader challenge that we have. The global jobs gap, which is the number of people who want to work but cannot find unemployment, so higher than the traditional unemployment rate. So we project this number to reach 408 million people in 2026, while it's important also to remind ourselves that 2 billion workers remain in the informal employment status. These challenges are being intensified by the geopolitical instability, the demographic change that we just heard from the panel, and the rapid technological transformation that the CEO of SAP is embodying. Our task is clear: to ensure that people can access decent work while enterprises can find the skills they need to grow and to innovate. As labor markets become increasingly interconnected, labor migration is playing an ever more important role. In 2022, 168 million migrant workers participated in labor markets worldwide, contributing significantly to economic growth and resilience, as Vera explained to us. But our focus cannot simply be on the number of people who move. It must also be on the quality of the opportunities available to them. Skills recognition, fair recruitment, social protection, and respect for minimum basic rights at work are not only a matter of fairness, they are essential for more inclusive, productive, and resilient labor markets. Combined with investment in skills development and lifelong learning, they benefit workers, enterprises, and the economy in general alike. So when labor migration is well governed, it helps address labor shortages, create opportunities for workers, and support development in both countries of origin as well as countries of destination. When governance is weak, migrants face exploitation, excessive recruitment fees, forced labor, and unsafe migration pathways. Looking ahead, demographic change and technological innovation demand stronger skills system and greater investment in lifelong learning. Without these investments, AI risks widening productivity and inequality gaps rather than helping us narrowing them. At the same time, labor migration policies must promote skills recognition. When you are talking about what is missing, is the skills recognition. They respond to labor market needs and to generate shared benefits across countries. Technology also creates new opportunities for skills development, and job matching. But skills alone are not enough. And I want to thank GIZ for pointing the human-centered approach. In a very rapidly changing world of work, all workers must enjoy fundamental rights, adequate protection, and meaningful social dialogue. The recently adopted ILO Convention 193, about 3 weeks ago, on the decent work in the platform economy is an important milestone. It did show the importance of, again, what the CEO of SAP was pointing out, the need for balancing the right balance between regulation and innovation. The two has to go side by side. Today's discussion has confirmed that no single actor can meet this challenge alone. The communiqué adopted today is an encouraging step forward toward stronger cooperation on employment, skill, and labor migration. And I want to recognize the work that the World Bank is doing in jobs, in quality jobs, with participation for so many of us. The ILO, through its unique tripartite structure, we stand ready to continue in this effort by investing in people through their working lives. We do believe that we can expect expanding access to decent work, advancing social justice, and strengthening the enterprises. Thank you so much.
Many thanks to Gilbert Ongbo, the Director General of the ILO, and to, ladies and gentlemen, employment, migration, and markets. I think you would all agree that we've had a very inspiring, very engaging, and insightful discussion, thanks to our four formidable speakers who have shed some light on valuable lessons and the need to take these lessons forward, of course, in order to create the agenda for the next decade. Pascal Donahue, Christian Klein, Vera Songwen, Ingrid Gabriel-Hoven, thank you so much, much appreciated. This is your applause, much appreciated.